Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Afternoon. How is everybody doing? Welcome to the show, guys. Welcome to the show. Hey, Robin, how you doing? Ruben, hope my day is going well. I hope your day is going well as well. I'm doing all right. I'm doing as well as I can be, man. Mother's Day is coming up, and it is just a constant reminder of everything that I have been going through. So, and on top of it, my dog is, she's feeling better, but it turns out that she has a little infection on her leg, so keeping an eye on that. Other than that, things are peachy. So peachy, in fact, that we're going to be covering some more world events because I'm not even joking about this. It has been very cathartic to cover something other than American news because, yeah, man. I think I mentioned this yesterday, but there's something about it where, watching another country's situation kind of makes yours seem farther away. So, I know it's fake. Cone of shame time. Possibly. I don't know. I'm actually really worried because she's 14 and a half. And, an infection like this could actually, it could be it. So, he actually will be going into the cone of shame more than likely tomorrow, too. He's been having his little itchy problem. Hey, scusi. Rude. You apologize right now. Like India and Pakistan gearing up for New Fest 2025. I mean, Karachi port gone. Appreciate you popping by, Amadi. Here, let me see. Oh, geez. Okay, yeah, we got, we have some news about that amid the breaking mounting hostilities after Pakistan's missile attacks on Indian soil. All right, let's take this with a grain of salt. Because this is coming from the Daily Guardian. India made a major counterattack on Karachi port and various important cities throughout Pakistan. More than a dozen massive explosions. Why couldn't I get that out? Rang out in Karachi Harbor, bringing a fresh escalation to a nuclear neighbor conflict. When did this happen? Indian aircraft carrier has attacked Karachi. Hope your dog gets through it. Yeah, man. My dog is 16. I use the cone a lot. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. I'm wondering, I might actually have to go put the cone on her. Because I do have probably the same thing you have, where it's the reusable cone, which, dude, where were these our whole lives? Like, I got that, near the end of my my last dog's life, and, man, I gotta say, it would have been a lot easier had I had that thing, because he had a situation kind of like him, where he had a skin allergy, so he would, kind of have bald spots, just because he would be chewing too much. Oh, man, if I had that. INS Vikrant. I'm assuming that's the name of the aircraft carrier. Miss Alice, yo! What up, what up? McRunt deployed. Yeah, okay, we'll get to this. But hey, how you doing? Yeah, we're just kind of easing on in to stream here. You look pretty young, your last dog's life. Yeah, yeah. I had a dog who passed away in 2020 at the age of 15. He had he had melanoma, but it didn't actually like show up on his skin. It showed up in his mouth because he was like part Chow, so he had like that black spotted tongue, and that's actually how I noticed one day because I was just like, what that looks weird, and it was like it turned out to be a tumor. Yeah, we ended up having it like removed one time, and then it came back, and that was that. I have to say though, he was a badass, and I will forever love him. He was one of the smartest damn dogs you will ever have known, or not have known. I'm sorry. He was a very, very good boy. He was such a good boy. And he passed on his best traits to him. So that's one of my favorite parts about having dogs like that, are they kind of like do imprint on each other. But yeah, man, he took himself out. Like he took that tumor, like he ripped that tumor off in the middle of the night, and yeah, he was just like, oh, I guess I gotta go now. It was sad, but like there was something about it where I was like, okay. I love the reusable cone. Then you can treat at home and calm them down. Hope your dog does well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hugs for the puppers. Yeah, if just so you like guys know, the last few streams I have been going upstairs a little bit more. It is not for the restroom. It is to go and give her hugs and just spend a little time with her. Because what sucks is she can't come down here, obviously. She's got some issues with that, which it's weird. She can't come down into the basement, like she just won't. She's scared to, but she'll go upstairs and totally be fine. And that's how like I kind of got the hint where I was like, oh, she's not coming upstairs as much. And yeah. Alrighty, I'm gonna get sad here if I keep talking, but if you guys want to see the pupper, she is I put a picture of her in the Discord, and she is amazing. I mean, she's, again, 14 and a half, I'm gonna say this much, is insane for a yellow lab. Every yellow lab I've ever known has like, they make it to about 12, and then it's, you know, and the two that I have known that made it to that, ooh. They were at that point where you were just like, oh boy. All right, so Lahore and Islamabad have been attacked by the Indian Air Force. Lahore Airport has been bombed, not functional anymore. All right. Well, as I said, man, I'm Ahmadi. I will be reporting on this intermittently throughout the first hour here, but I'm trying to actually get back to like the normal show. I know that like everything is breaking news right now, but I do need to kind of just start like on my terms here, but so we will be getting to it, so be patient. Either way, also we do have some like more fun stories to get to. We had fun stories. Okay, fun stories within the context of everything going on. So like on MR, they covered Linda. I keep saying Linda Loomer. Laura Loomer, Pectolactolicololollies. Licked a lot of lolly. There we go. Laura Loomer licked a lot of lollies. She apparently is really mad at who she calls Pam Blondie, which not original, but somehow it is kind of like, ow, like coming from like a MAGA to a MAGA, and it almost does kind of like it seems like it hurts a little bit more. Any conspiracies? We can do something near the end of the show. Why not? We can watch a video on something. Oh man, it's gonna mess up my algorithm. You watch one of those videos and it's all downhill. Linda Louver is okay. Linda Loser, Laura Loser. Wait a minute. Peppa comic. Should I get Harley Quinn and the Sirens, Wonder Woman, Earth 1, or Wonder Woman, Earth 1 is okay. I'd say Harley Quinn and the Sirens, because that was a good one. American Vampire's good though. Yeah, if you haven't read American Vampires, I go for that. Scott Snyder's awesome. I think that's Scott Snyder, isn't it? Licked a lot of what? Lollies. Uh-oh. I meant lollipops, I think. Unless you're talking about the orange lolly that she was licking on Air Force One, if you know what I mean. Is that how I imagine that's how Donald Trump laughs? Hap, 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 hap. Hap, hap, hap. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna just add that to the impression. Anytime that Donald Trump needs to laugh. Hap, 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 hap. Okay. Now that I've taken care of the serious business. No, we also do actually have, as I was saying, like, we have some more fun videos today. We got, oh God, what's his name? Oh my God, I forgot his name already. Shit. Rick Strom. There we go. Rick Strom he's actually got an opinion about the Ethan Klein-Hassan debate, which I have not watched yet, so I want to, as he is one of my, guys to go to from the only guy I go to from TYT anymore. I did kind of want to see what they were saying over there. Then I think I mentioned that we have the Majority Report thing with Laura Loomer. We got Abaddon Preach covered that racist lady that was on Piers Morgan, so that is gonna be fun. It's more like a single orange zest. It's orange. Nah. I can't imagine. I'm sorry. Anything citrus. Nah. Don't let them ruin that. Like Cheeto dust, everybody can imagine. Just like Cheeto dust, it's like it already smells like his balls mixed with Cheetos. So there you go. I don't want to like even imagine that, but yeah. Trump has better lines than that. Hey, watch it. Are you insinuating that I'm not even matching what? No, I mean that. Damn. I also see it somewhere else. Added pride flags to the official city flags so they can't get taken down. Oh, nice. I've never had the pleasure of smelling his balls. Well, Linda Loomer, Laura Loomer. Yeah, there we go. Damn, I almost almost did the thing where it was like, oh, that almost sent me into a spiral. If Laura Loomer licked Linda Louver, how many louvers did Laura Loomer lick? Okay, wait, louvers, right? Or is that Louvre? Oh. You know what? Here, I did want to cover this at least. So check this out. Apparently, we got a new pope, and he's a local boy. That's kind of wild to me that the new pope is legitimately from one of the dioceses that's very close to me. So it's like, oh. Interesting. You know he's going to be a Cubs fan. Either that or he's a traitor. I'm just going to say that much. Cardinal Robert Is it Prevost? Someone said it like was pronounced Prevost, and I don't know, because I see Prevost, but I don't know. You know, us in the middle of the country here, we're not exactly with the best with the pronunciations. Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost. Prevost. I couldn't imagine. Oh, I believe he's a Cubs fan. Oh, jeez. Look at that. Woo! I called it. Also, all right. Hey, he chose correctly. We are not. Oh, yes. Happy West Coast. Here we go. Uh-oh. Whoa. Yeah, I did look into his background. Apparently, there was a little issue around the time of them saying that he was sheltering some of the problematic priests. It's like, oh, okay. Uh-oh. But to be fair, I have literally no stake in this. I am not Catholic. I'm not even Christian. I just happen to be from the same town that he is. So that is pretty much the long and short of it. Damn, Pope Francis died on the 21st? I felt like he died later than that. Alright. Congratulatory messages to Pope Leo are pouring in around the world. Yes, we do know that. Donald Trump. You know that I totally didn't make it about me at all. I didn't say that, hello, it was a joke. Hey, 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 hey. Or wait. I gotta make sure that I stay consistent with this. Hey, Bloodstone, what up? How you doing? Problematic priests is a good alliteration. Problematic priests. Well, I mean, are they not? Just saying. Bum number one. You really should have just like put an A there. That would have been a lot easier on me. No, bum number one. You should turn on your ability to accept gifted subs. Because, yeah, we have had a few of them go into the ether lately. So I just want to make sure that everybody at the start of stream is ready to go, just in case. Because I hate to see Mitesh not have his generosity taken. Which, it is so weird how they actually set that up, though. Like, you have to watch a certain amount of my stream, which, okay, I guess that's cool. I didn't know that was actually part of it, but yeah, that's also part of it. Problematic papal practices. Nailed it. All right. Pope is American? Yes, he's American. The Pope is American. He is from good old Windy City, Chicago. Christianity is doomed. Why? He's fine. He's not a Trumper, and he's not anything like that. He's apparently he's almost exactly he has almost exactly the same politics as the last guy. So take that for what you will. Also, hey, it's not that bad. Jesus. I know that the world looks at us like, hey, you guys are kind of messed up. It's like, no, we just have a very crazy parent that, unfortunately, is speaking for not just us, but everybody else right now. So, just at one point, we'll be able to just be like, all right, let's just put you to bed and just, we'll take care let the adults handle everything. USA #1, top of the popes. I mean, Wait a minute. I just thought about this. Did people like see any headlines where it just said American Pope and then they panicked because they were just like, wait a minute, did they do it? Did they actually do it? And then it's a picture of Donald Trump just like, look at me, bitches. I told you I was going to be the Pope. Hap, 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 hap. We are also extremely diverse, so I don't want to hear nothing about anything from any other country. Yeah. Don't you criticize us. How dare you? How dare you have a harsh opinion about America? You're gonna bring out the Trumper in me. Uh-oh. What's Hassan say? You're gonna make me apolitical. Uh-oh. People were like, America Pope. Oh my God. Not. Oh no. Oh, people just started misreading it immediately. They're just like, nope, they meant poop. They definitely meant poop. I finally got a Grabaski Pope. I mean, we got, as Alirda has stated, a Cubs fan. So I like how that's the most important thing, where I was just like, if he was a Sox fan, I would have just been like, you know what? This guy, he sucked anyway. You know, but I kind of insinuated that, where I was like, I don't really have anything to say. As far as, yay, good. I'm just glad that he doesn't have right-wing politics. That's pretty much my big thing. It's like, because now they can't just use, you know, now the Catholics can't just be like that lady from Piers Morgan yesterday. Because, holy dude, I'm not sure if any of you guys, like, kind of sat with that and just, like, did any of you guys kind of just have that pop up randomly before you guys started watching the stream again? Because, man, I was just eating and I was like, whoa, that lady was... Holy shit! Like, it hit me in a wave where I was just like, that lady was very racist! Oh, man. And then the fact that it was just like, oh, dude, they actually, like, she was so bad that she actually made Piers Morgan sensible. That was so weird. I gotta say, like, that was... kind of feel like the entire stream yesterday was damn near a fever dream, where it was just like, okay, like, there's some weird stuff going on. Damn. Let's make America great. Oh, wait. Make Trump 1698. Is that when it happened? I feel like that's when it happened. I feel like that's when it happened. It was close to the 1700s, right? I remember the Salem trial. I don't know dates. I was never good with that. Took place 1692. I was not that far off. Wait. When did Columbus sail the ocean? Oh, crap. Did I mention that I smoked before I started stream? I don't think I did. So pop versus whole LGBT community. What? Well, no, I can tell you right now, based on what I was reading up on, the guy is actually like LGBT. I know you might have been joking, but I'm just saying, like, he seems LGBT free friendly. 1492. Wow. All right. 1492 Columbus sailed. Okay. The guy is what? Oh my God. Wait, who's what now? I didn't say he was. No, wait, the Pope? No. Do not misinterpret my words like that. Even though that might have been easy to... Wait, did I say that? No, I didn't. I said that he was LGBT friendly. Which, 1520s for settlers? Okay. Yeah. What the fuck, y'all? Oh God, I just thought about that. Oh no. 2 days? Okay. Oh, shit. Somebody just sent me a update on what's going on. Mock drill. Wait. What? Okay, that doesn't... I'm sorry, guys. I got one report that seems like it's saying that we... like they're putting their news anchors... Like, you're seeing this, right? Huh. Okay. Well, here. You know what? That... I mean, the Pope is interesting and all, but here... Where's the live update? Did you just fart? You just farted. Oh, man. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta open this door. Ugh. Oh, yikes. Bro, dude. Hey. Hey. Hello. Hello. Stop. You're gonna get cone of shame. Dude. Cone of shame. Cone? Cone? Oh, you're just gonna give me dirty looks now. Okay, I think I'm gonna give him the cone anyway. Plymouth Colony was the first parliament or permanent. Yeah, no, I know. Okay, so as I said, I didn't necessarily know like exact dates. That's where I was always a little like, oh man, I would like sweat tests, but I know the historical events around them. So. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta find this. Why is it always first post? Man, I gotta say, they are good at hitting that YouTube algorithm, that's for sure. I'm surprised that our guy's not live.
Well, joining me now is India's High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy. Thank you so much, High Commissioner, for joining us here on the programme. Our correspondent Cordelia Lynch was just reporting there from Pakistan, and she also talked about the warning that Pakistan has issued, saying the world will find out when they do strike back. How concerned are you that this thing is just going to start to escalate?
I mean, it's... if they're hitting ports, then I'm saying that would be a major escalation. I'm just a little worried that we're not seeing more of this reported on.
Is Pakistan's sponsored terror group's attack on civilians in Pahalgam on 22nd April. You know, our response thereafter was precise, targeted, reasonable, and moderate. It was focused principally and solely on terrorist infrastructure. We did not strike the Pakistani military establishment. We did not strike national infrastructure. And we made it abundantly clear, including in the briefing that was given yesterday morning by our permanent secretary, our foreign secretary, and by military officers, that the object of this exercise was clearly to avoid military escalation. The fact was actually acknowledged in a left-handed way, of course, by the Pakistani side in terms of their own statements, official statements, which said that the airspace hadn't been violated and that, no military establishments were attacked.
And yet they did say that civilians were killed in this attack.
You see the images that they put out themselves. These were at places well known and identified even in Western media for many, many years as central points in the terrorism infrastructure of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Hizbul Mujahideen, well-known parts of that infrastructure and those establishments.
Can you confirm that the leader and founder of Jaish-e-Mohammed's family members were killed in this strike?
Well, they put it out on their own social media. This is not us confirming. It is on well-known handles, social media handles of the group.
High Commissioner, I want to ask you about Chinese-made Pakistani fighter jet planes that say they shot down at least 2 Indian military aircraft on Wednesday. What is your reaction and response to that?
Well, you had the defense minister on your show a couple of days ago. He said that the evidence for that was on social media. By that yardstick, today's media all over in India over the last 3 hours has reported the shoot down of 2 Chinese-made fighter jets and an F-16 and an airborne early warning platform.
Well,
I have to say, this is weird. I'm looking a little bit more deeper into the Karachi situation, and the reason that seems to not be getting widely reported on is because it seems that if it was a strike, it was a small strike.
Commissioner,
I don't believe the point that I was trying to make, if I may just complete that. Look,
although, man,
this
is why this is the danger of looking at Twitter is I'm getting live updates from both state, like you can see which one's state media, and then you can kind of tell which one's like, okay, this one's saying everything's fine, everything's quiet here, there's definitely nothing going on. And then the other side is just like, look at all this chaos, look at it, look at it, look at it.
It satisfies Pakistan's ego to say that they've done something. They could have used that as an off-ramp to move on. But clearly they chose not to, and they've continued to escalate the matter.
This is a report I'm reading from Reuters based on 2 US officials telling Reuters this. They're saying it's the first time that Western officials have confirmed that there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2.
This is something that, let's ask Reuters. But my larger sense is that there is no evidence of that. We haven't actually confirmed any such thing. The better point is to ask, actually, if all of this is true and if Pakistan has essentially succeeded in making its point as it wanted to, why are they not stopping? The question you have to ask yourself, however, is the other one, which is that if Pakistan says it's retaliating, as my colleague, the Pakistan High Commissioner, said here yesterday, what are they retaliating about? They're retaliating against attacks on terrorism infrastructure. So what does that tell you of their relationship with the terror groups?
Well, they're saying that they're distancing themselves completely from Pahalgam, and they're saying they had nothing to do with it. They've said that they've asked for an investigation, and India has refused an international investigation that they were happy to cooperate in.
Well, this is a story we've heard multiple times before. In 2016, after the Pathankot attack, which you referred to, we offered them an unprecedented amount of access to an Indian Air Force base, which had been attacked at Pathankot, DNA samples, telephone records, the whole works. It was supposed to be a joint investigation. We never got invited for the second part of it. And frankly, each time, if you go all the way back to 2008, to the Mumbai terror attacks, where a substantial amount of information and material evidence was provided to the world and to Pakistan, who made the same generous offer of cooperation, all they've used it for is to hide their tracks and to take away fundamentally what are assets of their deep.
Just from an optical point of view, I just have to say, because like the Pakistani defense minister, he was losing his mind on this show. So,
High Commissioner, I'm just going to keep you there because I just want to give our viewers and audience,
which makes me think it's like, oh man, like
context.
I had mentioned where it's like they had to have somebody in media relations just going like, ah, shit, we sent the wrong guy,
and bring that in. And I just want to pause for a moment, just remind our viewers how the 2 countries stack up against each other militarily. Now, India has over 1.2 million active personnel in its army. Pakistan has less than half of that, 560,000. In the Navy, India has 75,000 active personnel and Pakistan has 30,000. In the Air Force, India has almost 150,000 personnel, while Pakistan, again, has less than half with 70,000. But let's look at the Chinese factor now into the equation. China is by far Pakistan's largest weapons supplier, providing 81% of imports from 2020 to 2024. In contrast, Russia is your country's largest supplier, India's, and provided 36% of its weapon imports in the same period. How worried is India about the China factor?
I don't see why we should be. The Chinese have a relationship with us also. Their own statements of yesterday from their Foreign Office and their Foreign Office spokespersons have been, by the broad metrics of the reactions elsewhere, been largely in the center. I don't see why that should be a factor.
It doesn't worry you then that they supply such a high level of military hardware to Pakistan, 80% or so? And that's the accusation in terms of what shot down these two Indian military aircraft?
Well, according to the same sets of unknown and unnamed people, we've supposedly shot down two Chinese fighters earlier today. I don't know if these are true. Nobody knows if this is true, unless actual evidence is put out of it, although the press is now suggesting in India that
I mean, they said like Pakistan just came out and said that. I just said that like a total Chicagoan. Pakistan said that they shot down 25 drones today.
even have they've even had pilots who've ejected and been captured. Now,
Again, maybe I've just been listening to Donald Trump too much, where he's just like, you know what? I like big numbers and I like even numbers, so I'm just gonna say 25.
the reality is simply this: China requires a relationship with all of its neighbors. That includes us. Its defense relationship with Pakistan is long-standing. It is for Pakistan to decide whether it chooses to use its military hardware for its self-defense or to actually attack other countries. This has been the problem even with material supplied by the United Kingdom or by the US in the past. Essentially, it's been taken on the guise of fighting terror, for instance, like the F-16 aircraft bought in the mid-2000s. And as we all know, the F-16 has principally been used against us, including in 2019.
That's correct.
Question: why are we pro-Pakistan right now? We don't have much information on the situation. I'm not.
Correct.
I'm not. I hope I'm not coming off pro-Pakistan.
Pakistan says that it will strike
what?
at a time and place of its choosing, and India will be made aware of that. Is India worried and preparing for this and potential scenarios?
We have made it abundantly clear in our official statement, again, as I said, both yesterday and today. We're not looking for
Well, yeah. See, that's kind of where I was going with that. I was just kind of saying in contrast, especially to like the Pakistani minister that was on yesterday, like that, just the visual contrast. That dude was losing his effing mind on her. Like, and he kept doing the thing where he's just like, you keep saying this, you keep saying this. And she was kind of going less like, I'm just reporting.
But if Pakistan responds, as we have done, we will respond proportionately and in exactly the same line.
Which would be what? Targeting these terror bases or
Well,
beyond?
look, we have said if the military is attacked, we had not attacked their military. As they've now started trying to attack our bases, we've hit back at their air defense systems and at their units too. But I do want to remind everybody that for the last 15 days, they've also opened up artillery fire along the line of control, also in Jammu and Kashmir. So that has had a civilian toll. So for everybody who's worrying about that, this has been going on for the last 2 weeks.
I mean, I just want to come back to this point on the Indian military aircraft. I know India is not confirming this situation. There are now Western officials coming out. The French have said that they have an understanding that the aircraft, the Rafale that India has been hit. Are you concerned that you're going to continue to have this kind of loss?
I don't think so. What is the purpose? First of all, we don't know if this has happened. But as a famous British admiral once said, the purpose of military infrastructure and hardware is for it to be used, right? If it serves its purpose, and it all serves its purpose brilliantly, I think there is little doubt that we have hit with great precision as many as 9 terror infrastructure camps. We have shown we have the capacity to hit with surgical precision at individual buildings within the terror camps. What we are then signaling is we have the capacity, if Pakistan escalates it, we have the capacity to really punish them harder.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired
A lot on the left are pro-Pakistan because they're saying it's likely an Islamophobic issue.
general who in Pakistan who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph.
I was about to say, when is he bringing out his prop? What is this?
Yesterday, I believe it is. to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdurrauf. He's the brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning.
Well, that's, yeah.
Look who's behind him.
Yeah.
Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national
You can see the glue pattern.
flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system? And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both sides, there's a lot of information coming out, but independent journalists, foreign journalists are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said, to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well with the military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find that we're getting out of, and this image that you've shown was shown at a press conference that the military in Delhi put out as well. But that is part of the problem here as well, isn't it, High Commissioner? I mean, there is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
High Commissioner, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, see all this first post stuff? They're flooding my feeds, man. And the weird part is, like, I kind of, like, put it out there just to be like, I don't want any of their stuff. But, oh boy, did they double down on that. Makes you wonder. Legit just makes me wonder, like, hey, what the heck? Why's that happening?
Indian forces attacked what they called
Oh,
terrorist targets in Pakistan.
Here, give me a second.
And in Pakistan-controlled Kashmir. Narendra Modi calling for, and I quote him here, continued alertness
Streamer
and strong
mode.
coordination. His comments come as more shelling is reported by both sides across Kashmir's de facto border. And Pakistan is claiming it has shot down more than 24 drones that were launched from India. As we reported in detail yesterday, Pakistan is vowing to retaliate to these strikes. India says these strikes were carried out in response to the deadly massacre of more than 24 tourists last month in the Indian-controlled part of Kashmir, which it blames on Pakistan. Pakistan denies any involvement. Well, Nick Robertson has been on top of this story for us all week. He is in the Pakistani capital of Islamabad for you today. It's good to have you. Nick, let's just pick apart what we know here and drill down on the details. Tell us more about these drone attacks, if you will.
Yeah, loitering munitions, these drones that come and loiter over a target and then zero in on the target and explode. That's what Pakistani officials are saying India is sending over. Now, India has said that it sent these drones to target air defense systems. But I think when you kind of just take half a step back here and kind of look at the bigger picture, you get the sense that this is now a rolling, continuing conflict. You know, the allegation of this, we did that, allegation of this, we did that. The picture that emerges, it seems today, we went into last night thinking, having heard from senior Pakistani officials that they were vowing retaliation and they would retaliate for India's strikes killing those 31 people. And we knew that there was an uptick in offensive across the line of control, the de facto border in India and Pakistan-controlled Kashmir up there. And actually right now the Pakistani information minister says the Pakistani side have killed 40 to 50 Indian soldiers across that line. That's the sort of rolling nature of how this is sort of picking up. But I think what even government officials here weren't expecting as of very, very late last night, in the early hours of today, was to have this rolling drone attack, these 25 drones, and this rolling drone attack that began about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and has gone on through the day. One landed in Rawalpindi, about 10 miles from here. A lot of destruction around the main cricket stadium there. It's really rattling people here in Pakistan, and it's not really what the government, I think, was expecting. The drones have hit in Karachi in the south. In the deep south, somebody in the fields there was killed by a drone. 4 military personnel in Lahore, city of 13 million people, 13 miles from the border with India. 4 military personnel there injured when one of those drones got through. So you have strikes in the deep south, in the heartland in the middle, here in the north. It's that sense of unease now is creeping into the population that this is not the normal form of tit for tat. This is sort of beginning to be rolling conflict, and you have to add to that.
That's kind of sad when you think about it, that they were conditioned to just be like, nah, they'll solve this a little bit. You know, they might do a few things, but then they'll solve it.
Pakistan still hasn't done
and now they're
what
just
it said
all
it
like,
would do,
oh no,
and have those revenge attacks for the Wednesday attacks.
India confirmed it targeted air defense systems in several locations throughout Pakistan. The announcement marks the first time India has taken ownership for targeting Pakistani military installations.
This guy's Casey Kasem.
As fears of a wider regional conflict continue to grow. With us now, CNN military analyst, retired U.S.
We're going to go. We got the top 10 countdown. Oh my God, that's the Spider-Man toy from McDonald's.
Army Major General James Spider Marks and geopolitics analyst and former editor of the Hindustan Times,
God, that's
Bobby
a Happy Meal toy.
I think both of you gentlemen feel that each nation is
like
looking for a way to declare victory and get out of this. But how they find a way to do that is the question here. And Spider, let me just start with you. From a military standpoint, what are we seeing on the ground right now?
John, I think what's going to happen next is Pakistan certainly reserves the right to respond and has indicated that they will respond. I think that's true, but I think it's going to be very measured. Look, the Pakistan military is not as, number one, as large and as professional as the Indian military. And I think there's some symbolism here. Pakistan, to its people, must respond in some way, irrespective of the ownership of the terrorist organization that Pakistan legitimately hosts inside its borders and conducted the raid into India a couple weeks ago and murdered 26 people. Pakistan.
I didn't know he was chill like that with the Spider-Man toy. I mean, that immediately gives him a level like of respectability in my book, where I'm just like, all right, man, you got Spidey. That means that you do know that with great power comes great responsibility. You know this, my friend. You know this.
Respond. It will go against targets that I think are known to both sides. Look, the Kashmir has been fought over and has been contested for decades. China also, bear in mind, has a dog in this fight because they share that.
Jokes aside, that might be why I do kind of trust people that like are into like Spider-Man, where it's just like, oh,
that contested region. So I think what's going to happen is there will be a response. I think it will be measured, and I think both sides will probably say we've maintained our honor and we can walk away from this. Also, we need to see what both Beijing and the United States is doing in terms of trying to counsel those moves.
All right. I want to get to both those points with you, Bobby. First, what will it take for each side to walk away?
I think Spider put it best. But each side has to be able to say, we won something. Each side, through their propaganda arms, has to be able to convey to their own people that we're walking away with our honor intact. And we've seen this movie before. This has happened several times in this conflict, most recently in 2019. On that occasion, India struck back after a terrorist attack, hit several targets in Pakistan, but an Indian plane went down. The Pakistanis arrested the pilot. and then return the pilot home. And that was Pakistan saying, here's a gesture of magnanimity on our part. We're the bigger people here. And the Indians said, well, we were able to hit targets in Pakistan, so we've got what we wanted. That's what you need here. It would help.
Ruben, welcome to the mod crew.
Help to have a mediator to bring both sides to the table and allow them that opportunity. Right now, the most obvious mediator is a little bit out of it. The United States and the Trump administration has other priorities.
Let's talk to me about that more.
Yeah.
What has been your impression of the United States, the statements and the level of involvement from the U.S. here?
Well, it's been very interesting. The difference is this time Trump's first response was, well, I hope they sort it out, which is very different from him. He usually likes to say, I'm going to go there and fix it. Or if they have me, I'll fix it like that. This time, his first response was, well, I hope this gets resolved quickly, very passive. Now he's offering to go in there and mediate. That's different. The problem is we have no ambassadors. The Trump administration has really struggled to get ambassadors into India and Pakistan. And Trump himself clearly does not understand the nature of the conflict. He said yesterday, well, these countries have been fighting for centuries. These countries have not existed for centuries. They're 78 years old. There are old and long-standing grievances, but if you start from the assumption that, oh, these people have been fighting for centuries, that's not a good place for a mediator to start. A mediator has to understand what is at stake for both countries.
You're asking a lot of Donald Trump. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I needed to ace that history course? Oh, boy.
He has to understand what each side is prepared to give and what each side needs to take in order to walk away from the table and declare victory. And
I mean, the conflict's been going on for centuries. They already took care of the dinosaurs. You have to understand, once you take care of those dinosaurs, then you're going to get mad when somebody comes for your land.
It's not clear to me that the American president has an understanding of the situation.
Spider, what can go wrong here?
Well, both nations are nuclear armed. That's the primary concern. I mean, that's the bar over which we hope they cannot even get close to crossing. But that's the big concern. Look, those are again, very professionally manned, and there are protocols around those. So I think we should be aware of that.
Did he take down the Spider-Man? Where's the Spider-Man?
If Pakistan responds, and if then India responds, we're now into a cycle of action, reaction, counteraction. And that doesn't always have a good off-ramp.
And Bobby, it seems, I know there's an element, the word you used to me, the break, is kabuki theater to this, where India and Pakistan have gone through instances of this before.
Did they bring it back on? They bring it back on.
But it does feel as if the nations are pushing the boundaries maybe a little more than we've seen in the past. You know, the shooting down 5 aircraft, allegedly. Shooting inside the borders exclusively. Are they pushing the boundaries of what could be kabuki theater?
They kind of have to each time, and that's the risk with these kinds of long-standing conflicts. Every time there is a spasm of violence, there is almost by sort of natural law, each spasm tends to be worse than the one before. And the real concern, as Spider said there, is that because these two are nuclear-armed countries, you worry that each spasm might get to the point of no return. That's the real concern. Yes, both countries have, the leadership in both countries have a lot of experience in managing these kinds of crises, but each side feels like we've got to land one more blow, one more jab every time. And the trouble is that when one side goes too far, and then the thing really begins to careen out of control. That's the worst case scenario. We're not there yet, I should be very clear. But the trouble is, and that's the ultimate challenge here, is that even when this particular spasm is resolved, and let's hope that is quickly, the underlying problem doesn't go away. We'll come back to this place. If it's not 2 years from now, then it's 5 years, or hopefully longer than that. But we come back to this problem as long as the central problem, which is of Kashmir, does not get addressed.
Bobby Ghosh, Spider Marks, great to see both of you. Thank you very much.
Mounting international concern over the India-Pakistan conflict, as both are armed with substantial nuclear arsenals. Atomic bombs have only been used twice, 80 years ago on Japan. What nuclear risks do the current hostilities pose? This is Inside Story.
Jesus, takes forever with that graphic.
Hello there, I'm James Bays. A shooting attack killing Indian
and I'm Pep. Nice to meet you, James Bays.
Tourists in Kashmir last month, blamed by India on Pakistan, which it denies has escalated into a conflict now causing deepening international anxiety. That's because it pits two nuclear powers in direct confrontation. Each has a vast army. India estimated to have more than 5 million military personnel compared to 1.7 million for Pakistan. But it's their non-conventional firepower that's of most international concern. India began nuclear tests in the 1970s, declaring itself a nuclear power in 1998. Pakistan followed suit shortly afterwards. They've had wars before, but never have resorted to the use of their most lethal weapons of mass destruction. So what capability do they have? And is there any danger of nuclear weapons being used? We'll talk to our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Laura Khan.
This is the aftermath of a sharp and dangerous escalation between neighbours. Scores of people injured after cross-border shelling between India and Pakistan.
Pakistan resorted to heavy shelling around 2:30 this morning, so we had to run away. 4 of my houses were burned.
India is targeting...
Did they say this was in Kashmir?
...areas in Pakistan, it says, a link to the armed group involved in an attack against tourists in late April, while Pakistan accuses India of igniting an inferno in the region. But for many, a bigger threat looms. The two countries have been locked in a nuclear arms race for decades, keeping the size of their respective stockpiles shrouded in secrecy. Think tanks estimate India and Pakistan possess more than 170 nuclear warheads each. India has a no-first-use policy, meaning it will only deploy the weapons as retaliation, whereas Pakistan has not ruled out first use if it's under existential threat. Islamabad is known to have short and medium-range ballistic missiles and relies mostly on China for stocks and technical support, while Delhi is known to have longer-range missiles and a nuclear triad, meaning it can strike.
Who has 4 houses in India? What?
From land, air and sea.
Hey, Carlitos, what up?
Been buying billions of dollars in equipment from the West, including the US. And so far, the superpowers have been calling for calm.
What up? You saw Ava and Preach literally react to the Myron Pierce video. We're ahead of the curve. Yeah, we were. Although I will be reacting to their react because, come on now.
In India, the latest headlines have been ramping up war rhetoric against their neighbour.
At this point, it's just part of a series.
There are military attacks on us. There should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
And Pakistan's Prime Minister also had fighting words.
We pledge that the blood of every fallen martyr will be avenged. The coward enemy targeted innocent civilians and showed themselves as mighty and brave. But last night, by Almighty's grace, we gave them a befitting response in our own way to the enemy.
The escalating hostilities have set the region on edge. And on the world stage, the nuclear capability of both is stoking global alarm. Laura Khan, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, a very complex subject today, but you don't need to be a nuclear scientist to understand it because...
Are you in a largely populated area, I'm assuming?
We've got a panel of guests who are going to make it accessible. We're joined from Stockholm by Dan Smith, the director of the Stockholm...
That's one thing that I learned is, damn, that is a big country.
International
After
HEATS
looking
Peace
at that
Research
map, I was like,
Institute, CIPRI, a think tank focusing on global security. In Utrecht, Susie Snyder, Programme Coordinator at the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And in Washington, D.C., Elizabeth Threlkeld, a Senior Fellow and Director of the South Asia Programme at the Stimson Centre. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us today on the programme. Well, this is an issue, and on this programme we try to avoid scaremongering, Susie. But when you listen to the current rhetoric from both sides, and you...
Which that should kind of tell you something if they are prefacing that.
Realise how much nuclear firepower they have. This is a scary subject, isn't it?
It absolutely is a scary subject, because the thing with nuclear weapons is they are indiscriminate and they cause grave harm, and it's harm that that can last generations. And that is a terrible problem, and it's why most countries don't have nuclear weapons, and it's why there's a huge urge for restraint right now between India and Pakistan, because wherever a nuclear weapon is used, if there is one that will be used, it would harm both Indians and Pakistanis. And that's something that I think no one wants.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth, though, the other side of the argument is that India and Pakistan have had numerous clashes since right at the beginning, since the two countries were created on the same day. They've all ended eventually with...
Oh, wait a minute. You know what? In a mock drill, do you...
De-escalation.
I'm assuming you guys have shelters and, like, mass shelters or something like that, right?
And
proud of your Chicago Pope.
No resort to the nuclear option.
That's right. And I think there are a few factors we can point to there. One is the role of external crisis management.
Go, Cubs, go.
Managers. So the U.S.
Go, Cubs, go.
And other countries coming in to try to facilitate, pull both sides back from the brink, right? Another is the role of luck, to be honest. You look back historically, and we've had a number of lucky breaks that...
Oh, my God. Oh, no. The city, I just realized, oh, no. Oh, no.
Had they gone a different way...
Oh, dude, it's going to be all summer long.
It might have been more difficult to control escalation.
Well.
And then a third that I think we do need to recognize here is, both sides see themselves...
Just very basic drill. Lights are gone and police sirens not even in all districts.
And each other as rational actors. And I think there is an implicit sense that neither side wants things to escalate. And so what I worry most about is not that one side will deliberately choose to do something on purpose that could risk nuclear use, but instead it's that we could kind of fall into it in some way, someone accidentally, inadvertently, right? And I think that's the situation we're in and what we need to be most mindful of.
Dan, when you heard Elizabeth speak there, one of the points she made was the role of luck. Well, that's not very inspiring, is it? How worried and concerned are you?
Yes, I mean, I agree that we have had some luck in the past on this and on other issues where, as a globe, as a world, we have come frighteningly close to the use of nuclear weapons, and you could think that it is good fortune which has kept us safe. But I think it is very important to emphasize what Elizabeth also just said, which is the rationality. I mean, it would be stupid of either government to launch a nuclear attack on the other. But what might happen is through escalation in action and in rhetoric as well, that there is something happens that is misinterpreted, miscommunication, and then suddenly the luck turns against us. If you wanted me to put a percentage on it, I would put a pretty low percentage on the risk. I mean, I think it is way short of probable that nuclear weapons are used, but that does not mean it's impossible. And the hope must be that if the two countries can get beyond this crisis, then they can get to a safer form of relationship with them between each other, because the undefined border between the two countries of Jammu and Kashmir is a running sore for the past nearly 80 years, and it's a problem that really needs to be solved.
Susie, you've heard both the other panellists talking about the risk of stumbling into a nuclear war by mistake or miscalculation. Give us an idea of the possible scenarios there.
So both sides have nuclear armed missiles, but the missiles themselves are dual capable. That means that they could be armed with conventional weapons. And here's the thing with a missile. You don't actually know what the warhead on it is until it lands. And so when you're detecting the incoming missile, if you're a little bit trigger happy, or if you're quite nervous, as people are human and people are in a highly tense conflict situation, and might be misinterpreted to be a nuclear armed missile coming in. And then a response could be firing other nuclear armed missiles, and that could quickly escalate. And one of the great risks.
Well, what about whoa! Am I missing something with the countermeasures here? Where
around nuclear,
where you shoot down said missile first?
Weapons in particular, once they are introduced.
I didn't get the memo about you have to shoot down nuke with nuke.
Reduced that risk of escalation to all-out nuclear war is what is most likely. And it's what has been sort of gamed out over and over and over. And this region, because of the tension between India and Pakistan, because it's a known nuclear flashpoint, a lot of modeling has been done on what those impacts could look like. And it would not stay in India and Pakistan. And that's the thing, because what's likely is if you use nuclear weapons, they kick up a lot of soot into the atmosphere. And that soot blocks out sunlight. It has an impact on agriculture. And long-term impacts of even a small exchange of nuclear weapons between India and Pakistan could have a massive impact on food security for the entire globe. If they each use just a fraction of their current arsenal, that could affect hundreds of millions around the world. And that's a reason for everyone to be concerned. Again, the likelihood is not high, but the probability is not zero. And if the probability is not zero, we should take action to prevent the escalation into nuclear war and to make sure that things like the hotline between the two are still working, that there are good communications, and even in times of crisis, you can still communicate and commit to not introducing nuclear weapons to this conflict.
Dan, I'd like to drill down on the nuclear capabilities of these two countries a little more in a moment, but your organisation, SIPRI, looks at militaries around the world. Tell us about their conventional militaries in terms of their military budgets and the size of these militaries. I think perhaps not surprising that India, being the most populous country in the world, just above China, 1.46 billion people, has a bigger military than Pakistan with a population of 247 million. But both are vast, are they not?
Yes, I mean, I think the number that was given in your report to begin, the 5 million in Indian Armed Forces, includes a lot that one would normally think of as being paramilitary. But these are really large armed forces. They are amongst the biggest in the world. Certainly, India's is bigger, way bigger than Russia's. And Pakistan is on that scale, or maybe a bit more as well. So these are formidable armed forces. I think the additional thing to say is that one assesses an armed forces not only by the numbers of people and by the amount of equipment, and they have both got, I mean, the sophisticated military equipment, both in heavy weapons and in communications and so on. But also you assess it in terms of their proven combat capabilities. And both armed forces are hardened in combat. Okay. There has been war, internal wars in both countries. Pakistan has been on security alert for years on its northern border because of Afghanistan, and it has the uprising in Baluchistan, which has been going on for years. India also has internal security, insurgencies and uprising, internal security problems. And of course, the two countries have been at war with each other 4 times since independence. Most recently, in what you might call a proper war, in 1999, but with a continuing series of armed clashes across the border since then. So these are capable armed forces, large and with governments, states that have a tradition of being ready to use armed force if they see it as being necessary.
And Elizabeth, if you could perhaps add to that, tell us where they're getting their weapons from. Where are the main suppliers for these two nations?
Yeah, it's a key question, and one that I think we're see play out in interesting ways already on the battlefield. So over the past several years, we've seen a deepening in Pakistan's defense relationship with China. China has been a longtime partner and supporter of Pakistan, but Pakistan's acquisition of Chinese military hardware has accelerated significantly over the past several years. And China was also a key supporter of Pakistan as it developed its nuclear capabilities. And so reportedly, right, we're still seeing actual confirmation come through on this, but certainly Pakistan at this point is claiming that it used some of those Chinese assets to apparently down Indian French origin fighter jets. Again, I really want to emphasize that this is still pending confirmation. The fog of war is thick, as they say, but on the Indian side, they have a mix of military hardware, a great portion of which actually comes from Russia. India and Russia have a long-standing defense relationship, but in recent years, India has also been diversifying and bringing in more military equipment from countries like France, like Israel, and of course from the US as well. And so this is a situation, really one of the first of its kind, where we've seen Chinese origin hardware go up against some.
By the way, there's a demonstration in London. Muslims and Sikhs are in London, a defiant stand against terrorism and Modi's narrative.
Western origin hardware, maybe some Ukraine parallels there, but I think it's something certainly to keep an eye on, and that will have broader impacts for defense planners thinking about the Indo-Pacific and potential military conflict with China down the road.
So some useful information there on the balance of the two forces, Susie. Now tell us about the balance of the two nuclear arsenals. What do we know? Both countries are very secretive, aren't they?
They are very secretive, but fortunately, there's a lot of information available through satellite imagery, through different research that people have done, and I give a lot of credit to the Federation of...
That awkward moment when you realize that in Sweden, they speak better English than us.
American scientists who publishes the most definitive look at these arsenals.
They enunciate
we know
a lot
that
more,
both
and
India
I
and
appreciate
Pakistan
it.
have the ability to deliver nuclear weapons by air, land, and sea. Neither of them have a very strong component on the sea-based delivery. Pakistan's more for show, it's understood, but India is working on a second nuclear-armed submarine. But the thing that I worry about most are the missiles. And they both have a wide range of types of missiles. Some short range that go, 60 kilometers up to larger, longer range missiles up to 5,000 kilometers. And India in particular has been working on developing a new series of these missiles, but both have invested significantly in their arsenals over the last few years. And what we find is that India spends maybe $2.5 billion a year on their arsenal, while Pakistan spends about $1 billion a year on their nuclear arsenal. And they've invested significantly in increasing the capabilities of those arsenals, and that's always something to keep an eye on.
So, Dan, would you say these two countries are in a nuclear arms race?
Yes, I think that's fairly obvious. You can trace specific programs that they have where one is either trying to match the other side or counter it. So, for as an example of matching, Pakistan is trying to match India in the capability to put multiple and independently targeted warheads onto its missiles. India seems to have developed that capability. Pakistan is a bit behind. In terms of countering each other, as Susie was just saying, the Pakistan nuclear capability is quite missile heavy. We think that there are about 170 warheads in the Pakistan arsenal, and about 126 of those are on missiles. India's response is to have procured a Russian surface-to-air missile defense system for defense against medium-range missiles, and it's trying to develop that further. So I think you cannot get away from saying that there is a nuclear arms race at the moment. The arsenals are not large by global standards. 170 warheads each is a bit smaller than Britain's, that's smaller than France's, it's smaller than China's, way, way smaller than either Russia or the USA. But these are nonetheless significant armed forces, nuclear forces, technologically sophisticated and capable, as Susie has been rightly emphasizing, of doing a huge amount of damage, not just to the area where they land, but more broadly within the region. And as the radioactive dust goes up higher into the atmosphere, then it can move around the world and do further.
Random question for anybody in chat or lurking. Is anybody a vet, have any veterinary experience where they could possibly look at a cyst and tell if it's just a cyst that needs to be popped or if it's something that is much more serious?
The damage.
Elizabeth, what do we know in both countries about who can order a nuclear strike? Who has the launch codes?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that, again, as some of the others are saying, we don't have a great deal of clarity on the specific kind of nuclear football equivalent, right? The way that this works in the US is there's always an aide following around the president who has those launch codes. But in both sides, there are some interesting parallels, but also distinctions. So in India, civilian control is paramount. And so we see a stronger role for the civilians, or at least believe that to be the case in decision-making on nuclear issues, though obviously any decisions would be taken as part of a broader meeting that includes India's chiefs from across the armed forces. On the Pakistan side, Pakistan's military is hugely influential, and the army in particular. And so there are, of course, specific sections of Pakistan's armed forces that are charged with maintaining and building up its nuclear deterrent. And in Pakistan, the understanding is it's what's called the National Command Authority that would meet, of course, chaired by the Prime Minister, but with a strong presence of military officials, and ultimately take decisions on nuclear issues. And so, in fact, as part of some of the signaling, the symbolic language that these two sides will exchange during these sorts of crises, we will see, for example, Pakistan convening a meeting of its National Command Authority. And so it's worth watching closely even that level of signaling, because there is an implicit association with potential nuclear use there.
Dan, we sometimes hear...
not a vet, but I think some things to look for. Is it growing in size? Is it lumpy or misshapen? It was already like a benign cyst that was like kind of flat on her leg, and it's just grown. And now, like, yeah, it just looks poofy, but it's not lumpy. It's like big.
About the tactical,
like, honestly, it looks like a balloon.
Use
that's
of
why I'm like,
nuclear
oh boy,
weapons. Tactical nukes.
I'm
as
taking
some
her
sort
in
of
tomorrow, or hope, like, I might even take her in tonight if it gets worse.
Evil, are they?
No, in a word, I'm afraid not. Precisely because they're sometimes thought of as being a lesser evil, it makes them in some ways worse. There might be. It's arguable that one might think, a leader or a senior commander might think that this was a lesser option than a longer range missile strike. After all, you would not be, with this, you would not be hitting perhaps the capital, you would be hitting the local area where the combat is going on. But it opens the door to the next step up. And I think that one of the things to worry about in this is this idea that escalation is a process that one side or the other can control. It's actually really referred to as escalation originally because it's a process that might get out of hand. That's what the problem is. And Elizabeth just mentioned signaling, and people have talked and written for years about nuclear signaling and signaling with the use of nuclear weapons or with the deployment of nuclear weapons. The point is not what your intention is in the signal you think you're giving. The point is how it lands in the minds of the people on the other side. And then they think perhaps that this is, worse than you thought it was, so they escalate further. And you now think, wow, I mean, we did something really modest and they've hit back really hard. We need to show them that we're serious. And I think if there is a place in the nuclear arsenal where it might be most possible for there to be an ill-thought-through action and miscommunication and misinterpretation, it could well be in the shorter-range nuclear weapons.
Farewell, Genie Battle. I will see you tomorrow.
I think the one sort of thing that
4 o'clock.
I've been looking at, nuclear dilemmas and nuclear problems for decades now. And one of the kinds of weapons that most worried me was nuclear artillery. And thankfully, there is no nuclear artillery between Pakistan and and India. That doesn't mean there's no risk, but perhaps the greatest temptation for using nuclear weapons is perhaps a little bit removed. But yeah, tactical nuclear weapons, not an easy option, not a soft version of nuclear use.
Susie, I'm sort of looking at this and also looking at the historical timing of this, because in 3 months' time, it will be the anniversary of the last time nuclear weapons were used at the end of World War II in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And as you know, I know you were there in Oslo City Hall at the end of last year. I was there too when Nihon Hidankyo, the survivors of those attacks, were given the Nobel Peace Prize. Have we learnt any lessons at all?
I would like to think that we have, but that it's taken quite some time. Because if you think 80 years ago, nuclear weapons were invented, and they were invented, the first detonation was in July in New Mexico. And they were used twice in conflict, but they've been tested over 2,000
I'm pretty anti.
times. There are populations around the planet
No
who are
thanks.
suffering the ill effects of the use and testing of nuclear weapons. For the second generation, the third generation, one of the most profound things I thought in those events in Oslo was hearing not just from those who miraculously lived through that atomic bombing in August of 1945, but their children, and hearing
Peace
how
and love. Peace and love.
they too have suffered from those weapons. You would think that we have learned, and we have learned enough to reduce the total numbers. We have learned enough that nearly 100 countries are on board a comprehensive prohibition, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, outlawing anything to do with nuclear weapons.
But Susie, none of those that have nuclear weapons have signed on to that, and that includes all the members of the UN Security Council. Dan, I mean, if you look at what happened in 1945, just compare for us. We don't know what could be used in any conflict. Let's hope there is no conflict. But compare that with the firepower that India and Pakistan have. What is the comparison?
If you took the total firepower, I think you would say that both India and Pakistan, each of them has
oh God, they probably think that way.
in the vicinity of 80 times more firepower than was unleashed on Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. Of course, both of those attacks were deliberately on, or uses of the bombs, were deliberately on civilian targets, and so the towns, cities, and so the numbers of killed were then very high. But yes, Hiroshima,
he's had bad gas the last 2 days, so yeah.
Bomb is a modest size nuclear weapon in terms of the physical damage that it would do. As we've been saying, there are limitations to our knowledge about exactly what weapons India and Pakistan have, and some of them may be of a smaller nuclear yield, less power than the Hiroshima bomb, but they're in that vicinity of them, and they have 170 each, whereas the USA used 2 in 1945.
It's all very grim, Elizabeth. Try to give us something a little bit more optimistic at the end. Where do you see the possible off-ramps are? And briefly, which countries could potentially help mediate this?
Yeah, I think fundamentally the onus is on both India and Pakistan as parties to this crisis and potential conflict to recognize that neither has an interest in escalation. So both are facing security challenges, India from China, Pakistan from Afghanistan and threats on its western border. And there are also economic imperatives here. War is hugely costly, and Pakistan has only just stabilized its economy, while India is seeking to build its out and achieve a global role. And so with those interests in mind, I think this is an opportunity that we have now for both sides to take a step back, to recognize
Deb, Bedonim Deb.
that
Your Twitch is filled with Pakistan glazers. Just want to point that out.
Enough has happened, enough has transpired that this is a potential window of opportunity to step back from the brink. And I was pleased to see reports coming out that communication had been established.
This is an open forum. I just wanted to let you know that.
Between the national security advisors on both sides. And we're also seeing the U.S., Gulf countries working the phones, calls from restraint.
I surprise people when I'm just like, oh, yeah, I also, welcome people who disagree with me. So.
From China and Russia.
As long as they are not being just, if they're not breaking TOS or they're not insulting you, then...
I think in the bigger global picture right now, there is so much going on, strained bandwidth and crises around the world. And so the last thing that we need is the situation like this to escalate. And so my hope is that essentially cooler heads will prevail because this is a very precarious situation.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our guests today on Inside Story, Dan Smith, Susie Snyder and Elizabeth Trelkeld. Al Jazeera continues its coverage of the latest developments from both India and Pakistan around the clock. If you want more context and analysis, please visit our website, aljazeera.com. If you have any comments on this issue, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or post them on X, where we are at AJ Inside Story. From me, James Bays, and the production team here in Doha. Please stay safe.
Enough for
Bye-bye
me.
for now.
Hug boxy. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I got a live shot of, or a live update. Let me grab that. Oh, what? Damn it. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize this one was from that propaganda machine. Yeah, we got to be careful about that. I'm always skeptical about any channel that's just like, yeah, you know what? Russia good. It's like, and not just Russia good. Like, they're just like, no, we love them. It's like, yeah, I'd prefer not to do that. Here, let me do this.
India embarked on a diplomatic blitz. The first to move was National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. He dialed all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. That is the US, the UK, France, Russia and China. Each call delivered the same
Engage
message.
the echo chamber? Well,
The strikes were measured, targeted and
I'm
non-escalatory.
seeing what the propaganda arm has to say.
India was responding.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like overly critical, but holy shit, I have watched enough of this one to be like, wow, blatant propaganda.
Okay. But Doval did not stop there. He also spoke to other close partners like Japan, the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Then came External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. On Thursday, he met the Iranian Foreign Minister. He is the first foreign dignitary to visit India after the strikes.
Welcome back.
The Iranian FM called for restraint, and Jaishankar made one.
All right. We'll keep you there for now.
America decides, as we mentioned before we went to break, tensions are rising in South Asia. 2 weeks after India accused Pakistan of launching a deadly terror attack in Indian-administered Kashmir, India says it fired missiles into terror camps into Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. They're not the same thing, and to put it mildly, they're parts of points of friction between the two countries. And overnight, these two nuclear-armed neighbors exchanged gunfire. Our Chanel Call spoke with the Indian ambassador to the United States for more perspective, and here's part of that conversation.
So, Ambassador, let's talk about what happened in the last 24 hours, because yesterday you said the Indian government is seeking de-escalation. Then, of course, overnight, Pakistan launched their own attack on India, and then India fired right back. So is de-escalation still on the table, or is India now at war with Pakistan?
Sure. So what happened was, after we launched our attacks on these terrorist facilities, in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir day before yesterday. At that time itself, we had made it very clear publicly, as also to our interlocutors in the US and the world over to our partners, that there was terrorist attack on India on 22nd April where innocent civilians were killed. We have carried out a response to that. That was the original escalation, original trigger.
Let me guess, you're a woke left.
We have carried out our response to that day before yesterday. And we were clear that insofar as our response to terrorism is concerned, that part was closed at that time. Until, of course, we did say that if Pakistan chooses to carry out any further escalation into our territory in support of terrorists. I think yesterday what Pakistan did actually conveys a very clear signal to all of us and to the rest of the world that they actually stand with the terrorist, not with the rest of the civilized world. So when they did yesterday a small action to engage our military, we carried out a proportionate response to that. I'll repeat that, proportionate and measured response. That's what it was day before yesterday to the terror attacks, where we very deliberately and consciously excluded the military facilities, excluded the economic infrastructure, excluded the social infrastructure. We were very, very careful about that. We were very measured and responsible about what we did day before yesterday. But yesterday, when Pakistan and terrorists tried to engage our military facilities, we carried out, again, a proportionate response to that yesterday. So we have always, we didn't start this. It was started by the terrorists on 22nd April. We did respond to those terrorists, excluding military, economic, social infrastructure. Pakistan tried to engage some of our military facilities yesterday, and we carried out a proportionate response yesterday.
But at what point does the escalation back and forth become a war?
I think you have to ask those who carried out the original escalation. From our side, I've repeatedly mentioned, just now, that when we carried out our action day before yesterday, there was that degree of finality to our action to the extent it was aimed at the terrorist. But then if Pakistan decided to escalate yesterday along with those terrorists, then naturally we had to respond. Day before yesterday, we exercised our right to respond. And that was, as I said, final. But if Pakistan chooses not to see that as a finality, then that's a question I think you need to direct to them.
So then let me ask this, Ambassador. What is India's objective here?
Our objective is basically to neutralize the terrorist and convey a very clear message to Pakistan. And I think the rest of the world is also conveying that to Pakistan. This morning, we understand from a readout of Secretary Rubio's call with the Pakistani Prime Minister that they have also conveyed. They have called upon Pakistan to stop their support to the terrorist attacks from their soil. So I think our objective is very clear. Our objective is to hold terrorists accountable and bring justice to the victims. Our action day before yesterday,
he does have an interesting nose.
Yesterday was about bringing accountability to the terrorist and bringing justice to the victim. That's what it was about, and that's what is our objective.
So, Ambassador, if the objective is to target the terrorist camps, the terrorist sites, are there more of these sites that India is aware of? Are more attacks imminent?
It's like a lemon shark.
Yeah. Look, I will not be able to,
to
speak to the operational details about
what
else is available with us and what exactly might happen in days and weeks ahead.
Oh my God, I can't unsee it.
But I will repeat, and maybe I'll add a point of amplification for you. Everybody seems to have a frame of reference in which escalation is a predominant aspect. People keep saying that Pakistan is denying that they ever were behind these. Look, Pakistan has a long history of supporting terrorism, not just cross-border terrorism that is aimed at India, but also, frankly, terror at other destinations across the world.
Chanel Call joins me now. Chanel, so good to have you with us. Great work on this. It's a super important story. From your engagement with the ambassador, your reporting, any signs of an off-ramp here?
Well, you know, Major, it does appear as though there is a lot of international attention on this, and we've heard from President Donald Trump. The White House is watching this closely, and they would like to see some de-escalation here. In fact, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been speaking with folks on both sides of this in India and in Pakistan. Today, we know he spoke to Pakistan's prime minister, but it appears as though the U.S. is sort of towing a line here. They're asking both sides to find a way to create a peaceful resolution. But at this point, Major, it doesn't appear either side are backing down.
Every administration I've covered worried about these two countries and escalation. So I know it's a big story. You can't get to all of it, but briefly help our audience understand the complicated history between India and Pakistan.
Yeah, it is a long and complicated history, Major. It all started in 1947. That's when British rule ended in India, and then this partition happened where India and Pakistan became two different countries. India, majority Hindu, and Pakistan, majority Muslim. But this area where the terror attack happened 2 weeks ago, Kashmir, this remained a flashpoint between the two countries. And if you haven't been there, this used to be a tourist hotspot. I've been there myself, and I can tell you, Major, you know, there are hills and valleys. It's a mountainous region. Bollywood movies were filmed there often. This remained a very contentious area. Both sides have fought multiple wars over the years over Kashmir. Tens of thousands of people have died. So many people have been displaced.
Chanel Call, thank you very much. And just for the benefit of the audience, we are very hopeful to have the Pakistani ambassador to the U.S. on this program, quite possibly as early as tomorrow. Again, Chanel, thanks so very much.
Jeez. Okay. Here.
The Prime Minister is meeting the National Security Advisor. The U.S. State Department.
Well, I have to go. Thank you. I do enjoy the stream. Oh, thanks, Robin. If I can listen later, I will be back.
Has issued a statement on the conversation between S. Jaishankar and Marco Rubio earlier today, with the Americans highlighting the importance of immediate de-escalation and calling for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan.
Okay. So we're getting some updates, actually, from them, surprisingly. Sorry, man. I have not felt this way since, like, RT, where it's just like, damn. I heard they were moving towards Karachi port. Is that true? So some are saying that Karachi port has already been hit. But then there's other reports that are saying, no, it's quiet. Reports claim TTP has stolen Pakistani Air Force fighter jet. If that is true, it marks a shocking breach of military security. Wait, what? What? All right, that'd be wild. I won't trust our social media. We got huge propaganda. Yeah, the thing is, that's kind of the thing. And like Twitter, it went from being the most reliable place to go get this information and actually see like live on the ground footage, especially from Kashmir. Not anymore, man. Like, there's the media blackout that happened, which I did have it confirmed that there was an internet blackout, and that's also why we're not getting any more live shots, which is, you know, like, it sucks, but it explains like what was going on and why there was like a bit of a blackout there. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. I mean, technically it's... Huh. Did you just nan-nan a boo-boo? All right. I mean, it's like the double dog dare. It's like, okay. Guess you gotta respect the old rules, you know? So once you do nan-nan a boo-boo, I guess argument's over. Shit. Maybe that's what we've been missing all along. That's how we stop Trump. He's such a child, like in the way that he thinks. You go, nan-nan a boo-boo, and he'll go, wait, you did not just nan-nan a boo-boo me. I was gonna nan-nan a boo-boo you. Nan-nan a boo-boo. Oh my God. Has he actually ever said that? See, now that's the saddest part. I actually have to think about this. I think, no, there's no way he's gone that meme happy. It looks like the U.S. could profit from this war. Oh, no kidding. You're telling me that the U.S. war machine, especially, like, the first thing they were talking about was sending in independent contractors to go and do security over in Kashmir, which, yeah, like, immediately I was just like, oh, great. That's, you know, you guys should definitely grain of salt that one. Because that could definitely turn away from them protecting it. Like, dude, oh my God, like, execute Order 66. That could happen very quickly. France, India-Pakistan conflict is none of our business. What? Really?
The intensifying deadly conflict in Kashmir tops our world lead today. Today, explosions and a total blackout in Jammu, an Indian-administered city in the hotly contested Himalayan region, while officials in Pakistan claim the military shot down Indian drones across the country and killed dozens of Indian soldiers near the line of control. This afternoon, Vice President Vance weighed in. Take a listen.
India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of a war that's fundamentally none of our business.
We're going to cover this now from India and from Pakistan. CNN's Nick Robertson is in Islamabad, Pakistan. CNN's Matthew Chance is in New Delhi. Nick, you visited the line of control recently. You hiked into Kashmir. What is the situation on the ground right now?
Yeah, right now along that line of control, there's intense shelling.
No, are they doing that pink, like, thing for cancer or whatever?
People are beginning to,
is there, like,
flee.
Or is that just like his new aesthetic? Which, if that's the case, then all right, Jake.
The border area and
appreciate a dude that's like willing to rock the pink. You know, he's got
some of the locals there are describing it. So that's pretty hot, pretty active. JD Vance describing it as a war. That's going to sound right to those people here.
Jeez.
In the rest of Pakistan, 29 drones over the past 24 hours came over from India. They went to Karachi in the south. 4 soldiers, 4 military personnel injured in Lahore. That's the massive city, 30 million people, just 13 miles from the border with India. And just down the road from here, 10 miles away in Rawalpindi, where there's a massive cricket tournament going on. Foreign Minister saying the stadium there was hit by one of those incoming missiles. The country's on edge.
I heard all like the soccer games or upcoming soccer seasons also being like reconsidered.
The schools are closed here in Islamabad.
Football.
Tomorrow, major
sorry, American.
Across the country are being cancelled in Punjab, along the east of the country here, border with India, of course. Schools all closed there. So there's a real feeling that this is rolling on in a way that the country has not experienced before. These drones, this is different. And as far as the sort of cross-border that Pakistani officials here are telling us about what the Indian government is saying on their side, they're saying India is mounting a phantom defense. So not just drones, not just rockets, not
they don't have a football league?
Just artillery.
Oh, then I might have misread that.
Just gunfire.
Was it the cricket league then?
The war of words ratcheting up too.
And Matthew, Indian officials say schools in Punjab, just south of Kashmir, will be closed for the next 3 days. It sounds as though India and Pakistan are prepared for the possibility of even more escalation.
Yeah, it does sound like that. You're right. Schools in Punjab are going to be closed for the next few days, as are schools in Indian-administered Kashmir and universities as well. Also, the Indian government has cancelled all leave for civil servants in the country in preparation for what it says is a potential emergency response. And so that all gives that impression that the country is sort of bracing itself for further escalation within the past couple of hours. You mentioned it already, but you know, we were hearing these reports. We can't go there ourselves, unlike Nick over there in Pakistan. But we're hearing reports that the city of Jammu, which is one of the main cities in Indian-administered Kashmir, has been plunged into darkness. There have been explosions in the skies over the city. It's not quite clear what exactly has been going on, but there have been repeated drone strikes and aerial strikes against locations inside India, at least reported by the Indian authorities. India has since then accused Pakistan of striking 2 military bases in Indian-administered Kashmir and one in that neighbouring state of Punjab as well. And so, yeah, you're right. Look, tensions incredibly high on both sides of the border, Jake.
Back with more in our world lead and the conflict between India and Pakistan. And joining us now, Pakistan's ambassador to the U.S., Rizwan Saeed Sheikh. Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. So U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke separately with top officials from India and top officials from Pakistan today. The State Department says Rubio told your Prime Minister, Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif, to, quote, take concrete steps to end any support for terrorist groups. This comes as India is accusing Pakistan of harboring terrorist groups. What is your response?
Well, in this heavily securitized history of this region, where the two countries have actually fought 3 wars, and the history has expressed itself in a security idiom, you know, presumptuous pretexts like the Pahalgam attack having taken place from Pakistan without a shred of evidence, I think is preposterous. And nobody in this situation, in this region, which has a nuclear capability, wants to set a template of...
I'm Indian, but I'll be honest, most of these Pakistani leaders on media seem to be nepotism hires. They need better representatives. I mean, the thing is, just like, again, as an outsider looking in to this conflict and then seeing the representation from both countries, the Pakistani representation has been a lot more like indignant as far as like going to like world news and then just like kind of getting like even getting angry at them. We watched that happen on Sky News yesterday, and then on top of it, their messaging is just not exactly
going
like for it's not cohesive, and on top of it, it's just like attacks, man, you guys, your delivery is
aggression,
questionable on both ends, because then you got this guy that's just like
aggression that has been taking place over past 48 hours, actually more. Started by India, escalated by India. It's the 3rd night. Pakistan has exercised its right to self-defense. But basically, this is not the kind of simplified version of the security situation in the region that I think the world wants to see. So whatever has to be said has to be supported by evidence. And Pakistan, at the leadership level, has certainly offered to conduct impartial inquiry, independent inquiry, neutral inquiry, and we would be participating in it.
So Pakistan has called for this investigation, as you note. There's this little-known militant group or terrorist group called the Resistance Front. It's linked to Islamist extremists, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and this group claimed responsibility for the attack on social media, though local reports also say they walked it back. Do you know which group was responsible for the terrorist attack that killed 26 tourists on April 22nd in the Indian-controlled part of Kashmir?
Well, the 26 tourists killed in the Indian illegally occupied part of Jammu and Kashmir were basically an attack that took place 230 kilometers plus from the line of control. So we are asking for inquiry because we want to know. Why would we know? If had we known, why would we ask for inquiry? And just going ahead and exercising provocative aggression on an arch rival is something that Pakistan has bearing with a degree of restraint thus far, but
Okay, so he does kind of bring up a good point there where it's like, if you guys were exercising this degree of caution with everything, especially in this this contested zone, then it is kind of like, well, then why were you so quick to just be like, nope, it was totally them, and then
out that we would.
I mean, had the Indian authorities come out with evidence that, I mean, we aren't seeing here?
Not be the ones going for escalation.
Actually, here.
India did. Now the responsibility for de-escalation is on India, but there are constraints on restraint. Pakistan reserves the right to respond back. There is enough pressure from our public opinion on the government to respond, and respond we will, because this aggression has been going on now for too long.
Earlier today, CNN interviewed the Indian ambassador to the United States. Take a listen to what he said.
When we did this day before yesterday, our assumption was that we have
I mean, even from the Indian side, it says no conclusive evidence.
Completed what we set out to do ourselves vis-a-vis the terrorists. We from our...
They say that the Indian side is saying that 2 Indian officials have identified 2 Pakistani nationals among the suspects. Pakistan denies any involvement and accuses India of orchestrating the incident.
Perspective had brought a certain finality to it. But it was, of course, subject to whether Pakistan has brought finality to it. Pakistan chose to escalate it further. Now it's duty-bound for us to respond to that.
They say they were responding to the terrorist attack that killed 26
there is no situation like responding to the terrorist attack by attacking a sovereign country. Is that a template that the international community would want to set going forward? Without
I'm just saying what they say. They say...
Yes, I mean, they can say what they want to say. But attacking Pakistan and expecting us to sit back like sacrificial lambs and not responding is something that they shouldn't even have thought of. And whatever is being done, it's the 3rd night, has on each night been initiated by India. And Pakistan has only been responding in self-defense. Our civilians have been killed, 30 plus civilians, 57 plus casualties. What kind of terrorist infrastructure they were attacking? Civilian lives have been lost. Why did they attack a cricket field? Where is the terrorist infrastructure expected in a cricket field?
Is there any conversation going on at all between India and Pakistan right now?
I think there have been contacts at the level of NSAs, but then this escalation, both in terms of the actions that have been taken and in terms of the rhetoric that is coming out, has to stop. We do not expect lectures from a regime that is operating on the basis of Hindutva philosophy. I mean, that is preposterous. I mean, look at the record of India. They have hegemonistic designs for the region. Whatever they have been doing in Sri Lanka, in Nepal, why is that this is the only country which has problem with every other country in the region?
Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, says that Pakistan needs to, quote, take concrete steps to end any support for terrorist groups. You don't think you need to?
Well, what terrorist groups? Pakistan followed the FATF requirements. All those structures that were there have been dismantled with a degree of finality. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten out of the grey list under the FATF arrangement. So what, I mean, without evidence, how can just you finger point and then start an aggression in a nuclear neighborhood? How responsible is that? I mean, and what kind of precedent we are setting in this kind of a neighborhood situation?
Pakistan's ambassador to the United States, Rizwan Saeed Sheikh, we appreciate you coming here and taking our questions. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, everything is still quiet. It's 6:30. Oh no, it's about to be 7 a.m. In New Delhi, so things seem quiet. Keep an eye on Twitter. All right. This is a little bit less consequential, but here, apparently Trump got caught in a lie again. So let's go through that, because that's always fun.
With me now, Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the University of Michigan, Justin Wolfers. Justin, good.
I just made the best deal, the greatest deal you'll ever see with the UK.
Good to see you. Look, a source telling
I'm going to spill the tea. Oops.
CNN tonight that Trump is going to announce a trade deal with the UK tomorrow. Is that something you would consider a major trade deal?
No. So let's get some numbers and some context for the people at home. The United Kingdom, wonderful country, lovely people, love myself some fish and chips, don't mind their beer, but they're our 11th largest trading partner. They account for 3% of American trade. And if I took off all my
I need to drink more Australian beer apparently, because they really they are
shoes and socks and
they got some confidence behind that.
4 more people in the room, I'd be able to tell you that leaves 97% of American trade are absolutely up in the air. Now, Laura, I want to tell you one more fact that will blow your mind. Go back 6 weeks ago. The average tariff the United Kingdom charged to countries around the world was 1%. That's the stakes here. So the best we can do is knock the United Kingdom down from 1% to 0, and it's already clear we didn't get them to 0. And along the way, the president is imposing a 10% tariff on the United Kingdom, making it harder for Americans to do business with trading partners over in the old Dart.
So why do you think he's announcing this with the UK? What is the game plan here to suggest that this is much bigger deal than you say?
Oh, the president's a showman. He's going to tell you that there's all sorts of wonderful things about it. This is a country with a king and a queen, and they have beef eaters and all sorts of things, but they're not remotely central to us. The other thing to realize about the United Kingdom, bless them, but they're sort of the guys who walked away from trade very recently. They're particularly looking for friends.
I was about to say,
you might have been at high school once, and there was someone who told their whole group of friends to go stuff themselves. That's the United Kingdom. And once you do that to your friends, you very quickly go looking for another friend group, and you'll find that other friend group wherever you can. And we probably shouldn't be surprised the country that went Brexit now comes back and goes Trump.
Here's to all the kids carrying their lunch tray, wondering for that new group of friends. I'm not saying I'm not one of them. I just like your analogy, Justin. But the Fed chair, Powell, warned something today. It is possible to imagine, it's a quote, the economy losing steam. Now, Trump is insisting tonight the economy is going to boom in a way never seen before. How do you see it?
Look, it's somewhat interesting how I see it. I don't believe him. It's more interesting to tell you what the consensus of economists tells
I like that.
There's not an economist alive who thinks that the economy isn't facing enormous and unnecessary risks. The really important thing Chairman Powell said today is he said, we're risking 2 things here with tariffs. We're risking higher unemployment and higher inflation. Normally we get one bad flavor or the other. We're talking about getting both of them at the same time. That's not my forecast. That's Chairman Powell,
and that's
the Trump appointee and head of the Fed. Sorry?
And that would be stagflation, as it's known.
That's the word for it, stagflation. 2 words, stagnating economy, inflation. So both bad things happening to the economy at the same time. The chairman was clear to say it hasn't happened yet, but that's what's in the minds of the Fed, and that's what they expect going forward.
President Trump announcing what he calls a major trade deal between the United States and the United Kingdom. This would be the first deal that he has actually locked in since starting his trade war. And details of this deal, though, set to be revealed in a 10 a.m. press conference in the Oval Office. Now, the UK, like every other country, is right now subject to a 10% baseline tariff from the United States and a 25% tariff on steel, aluminum, and on autos. CNN's Elena Treen joining us from the White House with much more on this. So it's more of what we don't know, I guess, this morning ahead of this announcement, but tell us what we got.
Right. Well, as you said, we got our first trade deal, Kate. We are going to learn more about it at 10 a.m. when the president gathers in the Oval Office with some United Kingdom officials for this, as the president is touting it, major trade agreement. Now, of course, this is welcome news to global markets, but even more welcome news to the White House and this Trump administration, which has really been facing increased pressure to announce any sort of progress and movement on these different trade negotiations, particularly as we continue to, see the economic turmoil from the president's tariff policies. Now,
okay, this is like a little too glazy because seriously, this isn't going to make any impact. And honestly, Like, wow. Talk about like putting a Band-Aid on a fucking, like.
This trade agreement comes almost a month to the day.
We just hit the iceberg and they're just like, here's some duct tape.
That the president was forced to roll back his reciprocal tariffs because it had sent different markets spiraling.
Yeah,
and so this should ease some of that. Now, I do want to read for you because we've really seen the president. He is posting up a storm this morning, Kate. I want to read for you one of his latest posts on this. He said, quote, "The agreement with the United Kingdom is a full and comprehensive one that will cement the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom for many years to come. Because of our longtime history and allegiance together, it is a great honor to have the United Kingdom as our first announcement." He says many other deals, which are in serious stages of negotiations, will be to follow. Now, just to be clear here, despite his rhetoric and the administration's rhetoric that this is going to be a full and comprehensive deal, we know that trade agreements, real trade agreements, actually take a lot of time. They are complex negotiations. They go over the minutia of different, tariff goods, non-tariff barriers, et cetera. And so what we're likely to see today at 10 a.m. is some sort of memorandum of understanding. They'll probably lower some tariffs in the time being, but it'll take longer likely to really hash out the very specific details. Now, as you mentioned, we don't actually know a lot of what is going into this agreement, but the Financial Times actually had a great story earlier this week laying out some of the parameters. They say that Trump is lining up tax breaks for tech giants, cheaper access to UK car and agriculture markets for American exports, and in return, the president is expected to lower steel and automobile tariffs. And so that's likely some of what we're going to see at 10 a.m. when they announce this agreement, Kate.
All right, we'll be there with you. Thank you so much, Elena Treen at the White House for us. Joining us right now is Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon. He's the top Democrat on Senate Finance. He's also been leading the effort in the Senate to try to stop the president from unilaterally being able to impose these tariffs. Senator, thanks for coming in. A trade deal with the UK. Have you heard anything about it over there on the Hill yet this morning?
Not much, and about 2% of our imports, Kate, come from Great Britain. So put me down as kind of skeptical that there is much there.
However, the Warhammer community collectively let out a sigh of relief.
I can tell you at home in Oregon, our farmers are hurting, our small businesses are hurting, people are concerned about their 401ks. I don't think this is going to do much for that.
The Financial Times this week reported a little bit on what is potentially in it, that the UK deal would exempt the U.S. from some non-tariff trade barriers, like the UK's 2% digital tax on tech companies. And in exchange, then the U.S. may ease the tariff burden on the UK, perhaps reducing or exempting the country from the 25% on aluminum, steel, and autos. If that's what this deal is, would you call it a good deal?
It's not much. The digital taxes, for example, are something that we've worked on for years and years. In terms of the companies, I can tell you, you saw the headlines this morning, we have companies that after a couple of months are hemorrhaging profits. I can tell you when I talk to the Oregon farmers, the wheat folks, they tell me that prices are down, input costs are up, and they're just literally begging for some predictability and some sense that the chaos is going to subside. And my sense is we're going to get more of it in July when the pause stops.
Really, finally on this one, if it's not a finalized deal, instead it's an announcement of negotiations or announcement of a framework to be negotiated over coming months, because context is it often takes years to negotiate big trade deals, what do you think the impact of that is?
I don't think it's going to be much. And I think your earlier comments said we're looking for leadership, particularly in Asia. And it just looks to me like things are pretty stalled out there. That's where we really need the relief.
Okay.
The world is stunned. India just struck Pakistan with missiles in a massive retaliation that has caused tensions to skyrocket between two countries that have historically been enemies for decades. And here's the kicker: India just struck a nuclear power. Worse yet, it's a nuclear power itself. The world needs to pay attention because Pakistan is outraged, and we may be seeing the beginning of a war between two massive military powers in South Asia. On May 6th, NPR was among the first outlets to report on India launching a large-scale missile attack against Pakistan. It says that India struck several regions in both Pakistan and Pakistani-controlled Kashmir and Jammu, in what represents a dramatic escalation of the tensions that have always existed between the two nuclear-armed nations. India even has a name for the assault: Operation Sindoor. India's military says that Operation Sindoor targeted 9 sites across Pakistan, Jammu and Kashmir, with all 9 supposedly being linked to terrorist cells that have carried out attacks in India. India followed up the strike by publishing a 5-point statement to X. It claimed that the strike was in response to a terrorist attack carried out in Jammu and Kashmir a little over a week earlier, which we'll get into soon. India had to strike, the statement claims, because it was expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. In other words, Pakistan didn't
looks like
do anything about a major problem.
Fortifications from the new Gundam series.
For India. So India decided to take matters into its own hands. The statement is also clear that India's strikes were meticulously planned and hadn't devolved into the country simply randomly attacking parts of Pakistan. India's actions have been focused and precise, claims the X statement. They were measured, responsible, and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. India points out that it only targeted known terrorist camps, with the mention of the strikes being non-escalatory serving as much as a warning as it is a statement of intent related to the missile strikes. India is telling Pakistan that it shouldn't respond. Whether it'll get its way is yet to be seen. India also claims to have had direct contact with the United States, particularly Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in the wake of its attacks. We don't know much about what that conversation entailed or what the US thinks about the missile attack yet. The US is keeping quiet, likely because it doesn't want to rush into another global military issue when it's already embroiled in the Ukraine and Yemen situations. Pakistan, for its part, seems to be disputing India's claims that the missile strike didn't have any impact on civilians. The Pakistani military's inter-service public relations team has already shared early statistics, claiming that 8 people were killed in the Indian missile strike, one of whom was a 16-year-old girl. Another 35 were wounded, per the Pakistan media outlet Geo. Al Jazeera provides more details about the strikes. It says that the majority of the targeted regions are in Pakistani's eastern Punjab province, with other strikes hitting Kashmir and Jammu. Specifically, the cities of Kotli and Muzaffarabad were key targets. According to one Pakistani military spokesperson, 5 specific locations were targeted across these regions. The spokesperson didn't elaborate from there, beyond claiming that India's missiles devastated a pair of mosques. It gets worse. Pakistan isn't taking any of this lying down. Despite the Indian military's claims that its attacks were designed to be non-escalatory, we're already starting to see some hints of escalation. Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif says, "Heavy shelling has now resumed on the line of control that separates Pakistan-administered Kashmir from Indian-administered Kashmir. That line is essentially a border formed in 1949 as part of the Karachi Agreement that ended earlier fighting between India and Pakistan. Though initially created to spur negotiations between the two nations, it has since evolved into a fortified region, with both India and Pakistan refusing to give up any ground. For instance, India fenced its side of the line of control during the 2000s to prevent cross-border terrorist attacks in the regions of Kashmir and overseas. It appears such fortifications haven't worked. Beyond limited shelling across the line of control, Pakistan also claims to have shot down at least 5 Indian warplanes, along with taking several of the country's soldiers prisoner in retaliation for the missile strike. Bloomberg reports that Pakistan is using similar language to India by claiming that the downing of 5 planes are not hostile acts, but rather examples of Pakistan defending its own territory after those planes encroached. Pakistan's Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, was also quick to condemn India's attacks while promising retaliation. Pakistan has every right to respond forcefully to this act of war imposed by India, and a forceful response is being given, Sharif said in the wake of the missile strike.
Yeah, the next few hours, I'd say like the next 3 to 4 hours are crucial.
The Pakistani nation and the Pakistani armed forces know how to deal with the enemy. We will never allow the enemy to succeed in their nefarious goals. There can only be one conclusion from all of this. Tensions are seriously heating up between India and Pakistan, to the point where the nations may be teetering on the verge of going to war against one another. But how did we get here? That's a complicated question because the answer combines a recent catalyst with historical tensions that have existed for decades. On the catalyst front, India's massive missile strike is a direct response to an incident that took place on April 22nd. On that day, terrorists stormed India-controlled Kashmir, leading to gunmen killing 26 tourists in the region and injuring several dozen others. This is the terrorist attack that India claimed it expected Pakistan to respond to in its X statement. India wasn't shy about throwing blame around in the wake of the attacks. NPR says the country directly accused Pakistan of involvement in the Kashmir attack, which the outlet says is the worst one to target Indian civilians in over a decade. The attack was serious enough to prompt an early US response, with Rubio calling on the leaders of India and Pakistan to cool their tensions to maintain peace and security in South Asia. This hasn't happened. Instead, tensions erupted, and both India and Pakistan are now directly attacking one another. The brunt of the issue is being felt in Kashmir, where residents are now dealing with both sides shelling one another across the previously mentioned line of control. CNN's live tracker covering the situation includes several reports of what's happening right now, including one from a 30-year-old civilian who says, "We have been tense and anxious and glued to the television channels. This is the first time I've heard shelling this intense over my village." That's worrying. Small acts of aggression between India and Pakistan are nothing new across the line of control. However, if this civilian is accurate, what we're seeing now is more intense than any conflict that has occurred between the two nations within Kashmir for around 3 decades. Other Kashmir residents claim that explosions started happening at around 2:30 a.m. and continued for several hours. Another resident said, "We spent sleepless nights because of the heavy shelling. There were cries of women, children, and it was a desperate situation." Simply put, fear reigns in Kashmir right now. The region's citizens know that Kashmir will be the epicenter if a full-blown war erupts between India and Pakistan. That brings us to the historical tensions that contributed to what we're seeing today. The April 22nd terrorist attack in Kashmir,
right where they're flying over, was where we were watching.
Kashmir wasn't an isolated incident. India and Pakistan have contested one another over ownership of the territory for decades, with the crux of their disagreement arising out of the wake of World War II and the creation of the 1947 partition of British India. The partition, which was one of the first steps the UK took to extract itself from India after several decades of ruling the country, established a Hindu-majority India and Muslim-majority Pakistan, according to the Council on Foreign Relations, or CFR. That alone may not have been a problem. Each of these countries gained sovereignty and defined borders. The issue arose from the fact that the UK essentially washed its hands of any responsibility over the fates of Jammu and Kashmir. Rather than assigning these territories to one country or the other, each was given a chance to choose which they would accede to.
Got a statue of Luisa from Encanto?
Therein lay the problem. The Jammu and Kashmir situation created competition between India and Pakistan, ultimately leading to the situation we see now, where there are Pakistani and Indian-controlled regions in Kashmir. Clashes and tensions are relatively common. Tensions on the borders established by the 1947 partition of British India were partially behind India and Pakistan entering full-blown war in 1965. The two countries engaged in another brief war 6 years later, this time over East Pakistan. India won that conflict, leading to the separation of East Pakistan from mainland Pakistan and the creation of the country of Bangladesh. In 1972, India and Pakistan made an attempt at mending fences. They jointly created the Simla Agreement, which established the line of control that's currently being subjected to shelling, along with the official splitting of Kashmir into 2 administrative regions. However, the simmering down of tensions didn't last long. By 1974, India revealed that it was testing nuclear weapons. Pakistan took that announcement as a direct challenge, sparking a nuclear arms race that has led to the two nations joining the world's select group of nuclear power. By the late 1980s,
Here's the thing. Do you think they wish they could take that back?
1980s, tensions had risen again.
We might have actually kept that on the DL.
Not aided by Pakistan providing support to several resistance movements operating in the Indian-controlled portion of Kashmir. Violence became more common. Crossing the line of control sparked conflicts, and though India and Pakistan have ostensibly maintained an official ceasefire since 2003, there are regular skirmishes across the line of control along with attacks on both sides of Kashmir. What we saw on April 22nd was just one example, albeit one of the most devastating instances of these types of attacks. This time, India decided that it needed to respond with heavy missile strikes. April 22nd was the catalyst for the eruption of tensions that have existed between India and Pakistan for decades. The attacks on civilians and tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir was a step too far for the Indian government, though it hasn't gone so far as to declare all-out war against Pakistan yet. The same is true of Pakistan. Though it's already responded by downing Indian aircraft and promising retaliation for India's airstrikes, it's also stopped short of declaring war. The two nations know how damaging such a conflict would be, not just for them, but for the entirety of South Asia. Still, we have to ask the question, what happens next? Right now, the conflict is on a knife edge. Pakistan's information minister, Atullah Tarar, claims that India resorted to aggression against Pakistan with no real evidence that it had anything to do with the April 22nd terrorist attacks in Kashmir.
We've actually seen all of these interviews.
Tarar claims that India has taken the unfortunate step of attacking civilians, even if that step was unintentional. So I think Pakistan, as a responsible nation, defending its honor, defending its territorial integrity, has responded back, Tarar tells Al Jazeera. That response includes the downing of 5 Indian aircraft mentioned earlier, along with Pakistan destroying 1 drone and several of India's quadcopters. Still, Tarar says that the ball now lies in India's court. We will not strike first, Tarar tells Al Jazeera. But if India resorts to aggression, Pakistan will respond, and Pakistan has responded. The message is clear. As long as India doesn't follow up its May missile strikes with more of the same, there's a chance that tensions will simmer down and the two countries can resolve their dispute diplomatically. Of course, that approach isn't being helped by instances such as Pakistan claiming that Indian troops on the line of control have raised the white flag in the conflict ongoing in that region. Tarar posted to X claiming, "First they fled from the investigation, now they fled from the field." Such thinly veiled accusations of cowardice on India's part might prompt a response, as could scenes from Hyderabad in Pakistan, where demonstrators have been photographed burning the Indian flag. Ideally, May's Indian airstrikes and Pakistan's response will mark the end of direct conflict, with the two nations opening discussions in the aftermath. But what if that doesn't happen? What if we're seeing the beginning of an all-out war between India and Pakistan? If that's the case, then the entire global community needs to be on notice, because these two nations maintain some of the most powerful militaries in the world. According to Global Firepower, which ranks 145 of the world's nations based on the power of their militaries every year.
I actually really appreciate this video because we are learning a lot of what we have missed. So
India has the world's 4th largest military, with Pakistan having the 12th strongest. That alone tells us that a large-scale conflict between the two wouldn't be a small war. It would involve 2 heavy hitters throwing around an enormous amount of military might. India seems to have the advantage in most areas, should such a conflict ensue. On the manpower front, India has a much larger military, no matter which way you swing it. The country's 1.455 million active personnel dwarf the 654,000 who are part of Pakistan's military. On the reserves,
is that all active personnel and not just like with reserves?
India maintains around twice the 550,000 reserves Pakistan has. Pakistan can't even rely on paramilitary forces, which are typically militant groups independent of, though aligned with, the goals of the country's official military. To even the manpower odds, Pakistan has 290,000 paramilitary forces, India has more than 1.6 million. India also spends around 10 times the amount Pakistan spends on its military annually, and that's seen in the disparity that exists between the two on the equipment front. India has around 1,000 more aircraft, including nearly 200 more fighter jets than Pakistan, over 4 times the aerial transports, and a much larger stock of helicopters. On land, India brings 4,201 tanks to a ground battle compared to Pakistan's 2,627. It also has over 120,000 more armored vehicles, though Pakistan has a slight advantage when it comes to self-propelled artillery and mobile rocket projectors. India can afford to allow that advantage, given that its aerial power is substantially above Pakistan's. We also see a similar story on the naval front. India's navy has around 140 assets compared to Pakistan's 109. With the potential difference makers being India's pair of aircraft carriers. Pakistan has none, meaning India has the option of parking its carriers near the Persian Gulf to use them as a launching pad for aerial bombardments into Pakistan's west, while more attacks come across the border the two countries share to Pakistan's southeast. In a conventional war, the numbers suggest that India should come out on top. However, a fight between India and Pakistan will be far from conventional. Why? Because of the issue we mentioned earlier. Both are nuclear-armed countries. While it's very unlikely either country would resort to using nuclear weapons for the same reasons we don't see them used elsewhere, namely mutually assured destruction, they can't be discounted from the potential battle between India and Pakistan. The two nations are essentially neck and neck on the nuclear front, according to Bloomberg. Each has around 170 nuclear warheads, meaning any difference between the two might come down to delivery systems.
Denuclearization of this whole planet would be very smart.
Both are working on developing infrastructure that allows them to launch nukes from land, sea, or air, though neither is fully ready in all 3 departments. India certainly has the advantage when it comes to range. Its nuclear-capable Agni V.
But we also know that's never going to happen because nobody's ever going to try. Like literally, it's going to be like, "Oh, we did it." Wink, wink.
Missile can travel up to 3,100 miles, meaning India could use it to target any region in Pakistan. The closest missile Pakistan brings to the table is the Shaheen 3, which is believed to be capable of traveling 1,708 miles. That's still more than enough to hit most Indian targets, though Pakistan is held back by the fact that this missile is still in testing. So despite each country having a similar number of nukes, there is a similar disparity to what we see on the conventional front. India comes out on top. That alone is a concern for Pakistan as it casts itself in the role of a nation defending itself from a more powerful threat. But therein lies another problem. A war between India and Pakistan wouldn't be limited to those two nations. As the Atlantic Council points out, any fighting between the two always has the potential to spill over into other regions of South Asia. Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and several other nations would have to navigate a difficult political climate. That's especially the case in Bangladesh, where anti-Indian sentiment is running high amidst the recent removal of a pro-Indian government. Would Pakistan call on Bangladesh to aid it in a fight against India? How would Bangladesh respond to the prospect of fighting against a far more powerful country? These are the questions to which we don't have the answers. What is likely is that a war between India and Pakistan would cause plenty of political jostling elsewhere and, in some cases, such as Bhutan's, could lead to rising Chinese influence in the Asian continent. But perhaps all of this talk of war is premature. Both India and Pakistan have tried to mix in mentions of not wanting to escalate the conflict further, even as the latter, in particular, reinforces its right to respond. Plus, as the Atlantic Council notes, there's also a potential off-ramp in this conflict that could lead to tensions lowering: a water deal. Claims that the terrorist attack on April 22nd and India's airstrike response aren't surprises. If anything, they follow a predictable pattern of escalation that the world has seen before, meaning it's likely that de-escalation will soon follow. It points to similar Indian strikes in 2016 and 2019, both of which were responses to similar incidents as the most recent attack in Kashmir, showing us that India's approach is typically to respond with a show of force before bringing tensions back down. Srujan Palkar, who is the Atlantic Council's Global India Fellow, says that water may be the key. A key method of dialogue could be the renegotiation of the Indus Water Treaty, which was signed in 1960 and does not take into account modern climate and technological changes, he writes. Such a renegotiation could allow the US to exert its influence and contribute to the calming of tensions in South Asia. If a dialogue is opened about that treaty, which has no end date and is antiquated in today's climate, it could pave the way for territorial discussions in the future. But for now, we can't say for certain what will happen. All we know for sure is that India launched precise missile strikes in response to a terrorist attack in Kashmir, and that Pakistan has responded by taking out several Indian aircraft flying in its airspace. What do you think will happen next? Let us know your thoughts in the comments, and remember to subscribe to The Military Show for more commentary on the latest developments in the emerging crisis between India and Pakistan. Now go and check out why China and India are going to war, or click this other video instead.
What? China and India? What? What? Here, actually, you know what? Screw it. I embed the link there, right?
Yeah, are going to war. What happens if India and China actually get into a fight? Has anything like this ever gone down before?
I had heard passing mention of this yesterday where they were talking about how, like, this is actually like the real hot button issue, and this is also why it's kind of like a proxy issue for China right now.
Let's take a closer look into the complicated relationship between India and China.
Sounds like clickbait.
Especially focusing on what happened on June 15th, 2020.
Yeah. Now that you said it. Damn it. They got me. They got me with the clickbait. All right. Well, let's move on. As I said, I'm going to keep live updates on as far as getting... Here, let's get some more news here. India's... Okay. He did not say what if in the other video. Okay, that's fair. All right, well then I'll watch that one on my own time, because yeah, what if videos, yeah. Right. Bear with me. All right, let's get a little news on this Pope situation.
Annuncio vobis
I announce
gaudium
to you
magnum.
a great joy.
Habemus papam.
We have a pope.
Eminentissimum.
The most eminent
Ac reverendissimum
and a
Dominum.
reverend.
Dominum Robertum Franciscum.
Robert
Sancte Romane
Francis,
Ecclesiae.
Cardinal of the Holy
Cardinale
Roman
The first
Church.
American Pope has been elected, Cardinal Prevost.
Qui sibi nomen imposuit.
Who has chosen the
Leonem
name
decimum
Well,
quartum.
Leo XIII, a Pope of Catholic social teaching, of Catholic social doctrine, a Pope who stood up for workers, a Pope on the side of the poor, and Cardinal Prevost, Pope Leo XIV, I should say, has chosen that name. That is a big statement. That is really an extraordinary moment. We all thought, people were thinking it was going to be an Italian.
Yes.
They thought they were the front runner. But as we said, as I reported, an American
Age 69. Nice.
was not ruled out. They were
Gotta,
looking at American.
gotta, damn it. I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't.
Everyone said, well, it must be an Italian. But let's just say this again. Cardinal Robert
Oh, shit.
Prevost,
Here, let my dog
now
in.
Pope Leo
All right.
XIV,
We'll move
is
on
an
after this.
American, currently Cardinal from Chicago, and is now the first American Pope in history. Let's watch Leo XIV coming out. Let's watch.
Shout out to all my Chicago homies. Is that what we said? And I now declare Mr. Beef as the best beef in all of the land. And that ketchup will never be put on a hot dog. I've said what I said. Hope you didn't miss much. He looks young. I mean, 69. New Pope, 69 years old, from Chicago. That's wild. And pineapple shall never touch pizza. All pizzas must be casserole style now. I admit it. I admit that the deep dish is kind of casserole style. All right. But if we have to admit it, then come on, get with it, Detroit. What are you doing? What are you doing? You even made it shaped like a damn casserole. Oh, I hate the Vatican. It is so gross. Okay, well, as I said, he looks pleased, but I don't know, man. Anybody getting like super, like, I don't know, evil vibes from this guy and this guy? I don't know. I don't know. They seem, it's kind of sus, in my opinion, just in my humble opinion. They got that major villain look. Ooh. Kyle Kalinske has a viral moment for us that we can check out. Unlimited power. Oh my god, they do kind of look like the Praetorian Guard. Bless thy homies, America's Pope. As I said, only blessing thy Cubs fans. If he sees the Sox hat, and he's just like, oh, no, my child. Well, bless you, my child, but don't bless you. Sucks. That'd be so funny. Sucks still suck. I love everybody except the White Sox. I don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but I don't get it. The pure tribalism, but they had to. They just had to go put two, baseball franchises in the same city, and honestly, on separate sides, which is like, all right. Although it is more like West Side, but whatever. Ooh, the Lindy Lee thing. You know what? Screw it. Let's have some fun. I should probably change the title for this one, because this is good. This is good. MAGA mad about Epstein. Oh, you know what? No, I want to keep that. But Lindy Lee, screw it. We don't need to change the title for her. But we do get to watch her flail, so let's do that. I cut out the first 15 minutes of this and just got to the good part where Tara Palmieri, who I'm not really familiar with her. I think I've seen her on I want to say CNN, but that's like really like the exposure that I've had to her. So, but yeah, Tara Palmieri had on Lindy Lee to talk about her upcoming book, which I mean, guys, like, how interesting is Lindy Lee's story, being a political operative and switching sides on a dime. They're definitely going to cover that. Well, let's see how she responds to just basic questions.
Back. So I felt a sense of, as an immigrant, I felt just so grateful to know a kind man like him, like this, this basically
someone's going to get a Cubs hat.
Vice president who gave me the time of day. And in 2019, I didn't think that he was in cognitive decline. Like, yes, he was slowing down, but
Then my biggest question is, then why were you part of the campaign?
I think that there was anything seriously wrong with him. It was in 2022 that I was like, wait a minute. And then I started talking with reporters. There's one reporter.
Her head proportionately to her body is like, it is scary how large her head is.
That I was talking to, actually, from Politico, because she's from Philadelphia and I felt comfortable with her. Mm-hmm. She used to work. I don't want to, I mean, you probably know who it is. I don't want to drag a private individual into this, but she used to work for the Philadelphia Inquirer and covered me when I was running for Congress. So I felt comfortable with her. And I had been talking to her about Biden's age for years, longer than anyone knew, because this has been a recurring concern for me.
But a first-hand account is way more powerful, which is why I think also your book will be more powerful if it is a first-hand account, you know what I mean, on the record.
And there are things that haven't been discussed in the public arena, like just pure deception and manipulation of donors.
But that's why you know that your credibility is going to be so important for this story. And that's why this conversion that you've made from Democrat to Republican is going to be, it's going to call into question.
I'm actually not registered as a Republican. I'm a conservative. I feel more comfortable being described as a conservative.
But you went from being like Kamala Harris campaign, she loses, conservative. So, people are going to look at this. They're going to see the whole
just call you out as a grifter.
Body of your story, of your work, and they're
going
to
I welcome them to, because 5 years ago I did the same thing. I went to war with the leftists. So this is not a conversion, so to speak, as more of a revelation, as like a liberation, emancipation. I can finally be who I am. 5 years ago, I tried to do the same thing. I tried to get the party to moderate, and then AOC shamed me and made my name trend on X for hinting that I would prefer Trump over Bernie Sanders.
She's actually just a Substack creator.
Like, this is not new for me. This is
And she's younger than me.
just who I've been. And
But
I've
it
been
happened
louder and
after. It happened after November 5th, crucially. So,
AOC?
No, your change, your switch. You're more.
What I'm saying is that
Oh man, she's
I've
already
been-
starting.
I've had conservative leanings for a very,
Lindy.
very long time. And that
Busted.
was demonstrated most visibly in 2020 when I basically came out as
And now
conservative.
it's even become even more visible in 2024, 2025.
Okay, sorry, I'm
You
what's
were
your-
there. You were. I'm asking you why you became
Not
more
the fluff
conservative
piece.
after Kamala Harris lost the campaign.
Sorry.
I mean, you were
Oh,
there.
I've just been conservative. Oh, you're asking why I became more conservative?
Well, you were working for the campaign for arguably very.
By the way, I wasn't working for the campaign, never got paid for anything.
You were a
I'm not a
fundraiser.
staffer, or I'm not a campaign staffer. Let's be
Okay,
very
so
clear.
you were a surrogate. So you were doing free work for them, and you were.
I
a
was also on
fundraiser.
their national. I was one of their biggest fundraisers too. I raised millions for them.
You were an ally of the campaign. You would call yourself. How would you describe yourself?
I served in many capacities. I was in leadership roles too. So I wore many hats. But I was on their national finance committee, so I raised millions for them. But I wasn't
They were very large.
paid for anything.
Ah,
right.
Got it.
But after the campaign, after
And
you
I
raised
still,
all this
after the
money,
campaign, nobody paid me. No one has paid me.
I'm a liberal conservative woke MAGA dude. She kind of just did that whole like, yeah, I was a conservative, but I was a Democrat, but not a Democrat. I was an independent, you know.
after the campaign, now
She
you're
really did.
conservative,
Holy
but
shit.
during the campaign, you were not.
I was still a conservative.
You were conservative, but now
I can
you're.
point you to a Fox News article wherein I describe.
Oh yeah. I saw the front like part of this with Matt Bender and Brandon on the Majority Report today. But yeah, I wanted to go deeper into it. Once I saw that it was a 42-minute interview, I was like, ooh. So I watched the front half, decided that it's like this is not worth anybody's time. And then they got to like once she dropped that where she's like, but that's why you need to be consistent. And that's where it took a turn. I was like, ooh, we're gonna stop here and play from there.
myself as a Democrat, as a conservative Democrat. I've been
really?
describing myself that was
Here.
in June 2024. I
Enjoy
am
my
a-
And why
dog.
did you support Kamala Harris? Because she's not a conservative Democrat.
I didn't want to support Kamala Harris. We were handed Kamala Harris.
But you kept you stayed
You
with them.
stayed,
and
but
continued
also you stayed when you knew Biden was too old.
to be a
Because I was a
surrogate for her.
Democrat. I didn't, Tara. I'm not going to justify every single bullet point of my life. I've been on a trajectory towards the right for years now. I mean, we can go.
Dude.
You may.
Oh my God. Like, Piers Morgan called her on being a grifter, and she has the just. Is she really that up her own, ass that she just doesn't understand that she is coming off horrible and that she's essentially being used as like, hey, you want to know what a grifter is? Meet Lindy Lee.
You may not believe me. You seem to take a dim view of what I'm saying anyway, but it is the truth.
It's just a convenient time to become a conservative or to come out or
Yep.
come
What I
out
mean is,
against.
can we go to the article? June 2024.
Good job, Tara.
This is before the art. This is before Fox News. Look up Lindy Lee.
Lindy, even if you did become a conservative, you worked on the campaign. You were a surrogate. You sent out those tweets. You called Democrats, Republicans murderers.
In 2022, right?
Yeah, it's very your
People
trajectory
can
is very
change. Are you
confusing.
saying that millions of people changed and that's why Trump won? Are you saying that Americans aren't allowed to change their
Did
minds?
you
and
vote?
aren't
Here's the
allowed
question,
to
though.
evolve?
Lindy,
I was assaulted on the streets in the past year,
vote
which
for?
definitely shifted my ideology.
The question
There's so
is,
many
who
things
did
that
you vote
happened to me.
for?
The person
did
that
you
I
vote
love most in the world is a Republican. He's a gun-toting guy from Georgia.
Who did you vote
people
for?
change, evolve over
It's
time. You
fair.
just
People
don't-
can totally change, but
Yeah, like leftists and the whole like.
the question is,
Yeah, we're kind of cool. The pew pews now.
you worked for a campaign.
I didn't have a choice because I was a
Nobody has to work that.
You're not getting
come
it.
on. All right,
Politics is
I'll be
my
right back.
entire
She's-
life. What do I do without politics?
So
you don't
my
believe
entire
what
world.
you're doing?
Are you like? Should I become a teacher or something? Are you asking me to change my profession?
I actually think that if you're gonna stand up and speak for other people as a surrogate, if you're gonna work for a campaign, you know, and now you're gonna come out with a book, like you should believe in what you're saying. Like if you didn't believe in it then, how are we supposed to believe you now?
This is my truth, take it or leave it. I don't need you, Tara Palmieri, I don't need you to believe me. This is just my truth. And I have the receipts. It's up to the American people. And I know that people know that I'm telling the truth. Like I have the receipts, and every single day, the facts and reality vindicate me. Just yesterday, I think it was LeBron James came out, someone dug up a payment that he received from the Harris campaign. This is what I've been saying all along, that they were paying people to show up. And they lied to us about it during the campaign, completely concealed that element of it. There's no way that donors would have given millions of dollars had we known that this would have happened.
That the fact that they were using the money to pay
all celebrities. They completely concealed that. They completely concealed the role of Bully Pulpit International and all of those 3 other media firms.
Why did they do that? Why did they pay celebrities?
Because they thought it would work. And also she wanted to take care of friends and, you know, throw her weight around and it's just like.
Who were the friends that were connected to these celebrities? Like who are her friends? Who are her friends that were connected to these celebrities that were making money?
I have to put something on that.
She thinks like Beyonce and Oprah, these are her friends, you know, just to, and also this is a Jen O'Malley Dillon sanctioned strategy. They really thought it would work. They learned nothing from the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign. I think it was like a Hillary Clinton campaign redux. But the worst of it is that they completely concealed that from us. Like we
from the
had
fundraisers, you didn't know that those celebrities are being paid.
Absolutely not.
Well, now, were they actually like being directly paid, or were there like production companies being paid?
Yeah. But I mean, come on. But
okay.
But so like every time we would go to these donor retreats, they would tell us.
Was it the staffers who were making sure though that like the music was working, that there was a set when they were performing, like that the sound and the lighting was right, like because that's kind of expensive.
I donated. My family donated buildings to the campaign, and we filed that as an in-kind contribution.
Yeah. So you're saying that these celebrities, if they really believed in her, they would
have just taken an in-kind contribution. Exactly what I did. We accepted $1 that we actually didn't even collect on. They could have done the same thing. Like Harper Productions, which is Oprah's company, they could have also filled out the form. They chose not to. They chose to take that $2 million reimbursement, whereas my family chose not to take any rent. You make a choice.
Right.
No one forced them to take the $2 million. But as I was saying, like the staffers, at the donor retreats, they promised us that our money would be used on like GOTV and canvassing and really, surgically precise ad buys. And very conveniently left out that it would also be spent on celebrities and all of that. They went into such detail about how the money would be spent, but then somehow forgot to mention, like Cardi B.
That's how you think they burned through $1 billion through all of these celebrities.
That was a huge part of it. And also stupid stuff like ice cream and private jets and like spending $500,000 a night on the Las Vegas Sphere, putting Kamala Harris's mug on the Sphere.
Oh, wow.
I don't know who that was supposed to appeal to.
Well, Vegas is Nevada's a swing state. Yeah, but she lost. I do want to talk about your role. Okay, so we said surrogate, which means basically, for everyone who's not aware of that, it means you go on television and you promote the campaign and what it's doing, or you go on podcasts, etc. You were also a fundraiser. You said that you raised $37 million.
No, that was a placeholder number.
Oh, how much did you actually raise?
And that was a draft of the book that I told your producer not to share.
Oh, no, I found that online, actually.
No, really? Then I never said 37.
Oh, okay, well, let's say it again. God. How much money did you were a fundraiser and you were a surrogate. A surrogate, for everyone who is just listening, is someone who goes on TV and supports and promotes.
She really, dude. Okay, so I think this is the part that Majority Report played, but I feel like that was also somehow different.
The candidate, the party, or on podcasts, etc., radio. But fundraiser, how much money did you actually raise?
Because does she bring up the producer twice?
For Harris and the Biden campaign.
Millions, and I didn't just raise for the campaign. I raised for the.
Oh no, she brings. Yeah, there's another time. She brings up the Lincoln Room, so this is a totally different time.
Super PACs too, and not just for 2020.
She's throwing her producer under the bus because she knows that this interview is going horribly.
Or also for 2020.
Did you have any access to the candidates? Because a lot of people raise money, but they don't necessarily have access to the candidate.
Yeah, I did, and I have anecdotes of my access and what was said and all of that. I introduced Biden to the people that I care most. Like I was able to bring
Early Pop calmed down, needs a gummy or
my
something.
entire family and give them access as well.
Which is something that often fundraisers do. They get invited to the White House as like a thank you to events. Was this outside of that, outside of an event that was a...
Well, I think the context you made, like, you know who this is, right? You know that she worked on the campaign. She was on Piers Morgan. She made a name for herself going on Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan actually called her out for being straight up a grifter.
Thank you to fundraisers.
And that's what's kind of leading her on this tour. Like, she really wants to just be like part of all of these circles. Like, at one point, she says it
I'm
here.
sorry, what do you mean?
Like
I got
White
invited
House.
many different times at the White House. So, which
Well,
one?
because when they do this often, where they invite fundraisers to
You mean Jeff
Christmas
Katzenberg's
parties,
tours? Are you
the
referring to
Easter
that? I'm
egg
just asking.
rolls, that kind of stuff.
Are you talking about Jeff Katzenberg's tours?
No, I'm talking. Well, obviously, he had unprecedented access. As
Yeah,
well,
and what he
Biden's-
did was also just like really bad.
I'm just wondering if you got invited outside of events where they open up the White House to their supporters, fundraisers, donors.
I mean, probably. Like there were certain times where we were pulled aside, and I was able to meet my dad, and my brother was able to meet President Biden. If that's what you mean, like a pull aside, a clutch, or something. Is that what?
Well, no, I was just wondering if they were like, Lindy, you're invited to the White House. Like, because you wrote in your book that Biden became a personal friend as a result.
Yeah,
of
I
your
was
work.
like, I've been to the White House during his
Are you
term
serious? We have a frost advisory tonight?
more times than I can count.
Oh,
And I
give
brought,
me a
on
break.
several occasions, brought my mom or I bring somebody else. And each time
I
he
gotta
would
go
take
throw
time
some
to
stuff
meet
over my plants.
with my family.
Like not in a group setting, like with other fundraisers?
Not in a group setting, no.
Because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having free reign of the White House?
You could go to places that were usually cordoned off.
Like where?
When you go there on a tour, it's usually roped off. Or, at Christmas parties, it's like,
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Areas are you just not allowed there. But
like what parts?
Why did she just literally look at her like, bitch? Like,
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know the specific the names of the parts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm just curious because I saw in the book you also wrote that
Frost from Chicago, Pope selected from Chicago. Hey.
that you could
Right.
call
I
from the
asked
Lincoln
your
bedroom.
producer not to
Why-
share
I know, but like, why are you being sensitive about a book that you're putting out?
because it's in draft form right now. It's not even done. So you're sharing a form that's like
Okay.
really rough. And I specifically, he promised me that
Oh my God, I'm glad you said that. We have a frost advisory too.
you wouldn't be sharing this.
Well, I'm glad that I could help.
Rough
Yeah,
trip.
because I got to go outside and I got to throw some towels and just like whatever I got over my plants.
Draft with
It sucks.
it's not ready to be
Damn it.
published, and you're sharing a draft that's not.
Dude, I just planted that garden for my mom's memorial. Oh,
Done.
man.
But if it's like a fact, it's a fact. Like if you wrote it, you were probably going to publish it, right? Like, that's
No,
Why
not
not?
necessarily. I didn't.
Why wouldn't you share that? Like, why would you write that and not publish it?
Because
which, by
I'm
the way,
working
guys,
with
here.
somebody else on writing that book, and I know what you're referring to, and I didn't write that line.
It was on a PDF that looked very like pitch book style. Like, it's gonna, if you're coming out with a lot of really big claims,
Tara,
which I don't doubt.
I'm working with a ghostwriter. That was his first draft. I did not write that line.
He just made that up.
No, he didn't make that up. Tara, that is just not a version. And again,
He just made that up. He either made that up or he took what you said and then put it in a book.
your producer said he wouldn't share it. It's in draft form. It's not. My book isn't out yet. It's not even available for pre-orders. Okay, it's not ready for public.
I need to learn to do what to. It's actually just it's pretty simple, man. Just grab whatever towel, blanket, and just make sure that you just cover them
Consumption.
so they don't get kissed by the frost.
We are still writing the book.
It's interesting to me because I don't usually write things down, like.
I didn't write it.
Share things that.
Yeah, you definitely need to if you have a frost advisory attached to, because those flowers, those will wilt immediately.
Would be pitched or written.
Very temperamental.
It's not. It's in draft form. It's not even.
That doesn't
We're writing
matter. That doesn't matter. You're here to promote it. Wait.
Book.
What?
Yeah.
This is a very confusing interview. If it's not even for pre-order public, like, what is she doing? Why even talk about this? This is lowbrow.
Okay.
I'm enjoying it.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you to. So you know.
You just here
Oh damn! It's mid-May. Yeah, I know
to
exactly.
ambush
Thank
me?
you.
Like, what is
I'm
going
not
on
here to
right
ambush
now?
you.
That's why I was like, oh wait a minute. There's a frost advisory. What?
It's Lindy. If you're going to have a book that comes out firsthand, claiming to expose the party and the
Oh, set a bowl of hot water next to the plant under the sheet.
and Biden, which you are fair to do.
This lady's so cringe. Was she on Valuetainment with Anna Kasparian? I saw that video and it was insufferable. Yeah, she was, and I haven't seen that video. So, Bloodstone, if you want to send that one through Discord, then I can watch that later.
Do so. Listen, there are a ton of books out there, but you're saying that yours is different.
She moved back from the camera.
Right, you have firsthand access.
She mad, sassy.
You've made
She's
this rapid
sassy.
conversion from being a.
Again, I dispute that. It wasn't rapid. I've been a conservative Democrat for years.
You went from
A
being
conservative Democrat. She's been a conservative Democrat for years. Now she's going full MAGA.
on the campaign to then calling the DNC a cult. Like you gotta have to explain to people why they should trust you in your book.
Yeah.
It's a really.
I've explained again and again in every interview. It was so hard to leave because it is a cult. I voiced concerns about the Harris campaign and the spending, and they excommunicated me for it. They call me a all day long. You can read my replies. They're still doing that.
You have that in text messages. Like who's saying that?
Just search
random people on the internet because you're not a public figure, Lindy. Like, oh my God! Breaking news, guys! People are mean online.
Lindy Lee and then
oh my God, she's break. I didn't
whatever.
know
Like,
this.
she should be deported.
Well,
These are people that are associated with the campaigns or the
Tons of
people are meanie bobeanies.
Influencers who are associated with the campaign.
It's a conservative
She should
Democrat. I'm glad that even Talon's just like, what?
be deported. Like you've probably seen the mass cancellation campaigns.
Oh, what?
I didn't see them against you. I haven't really been paying that close attention. But like, are they working? Like, are they officials? Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, Jamie Harrison. Yeah, Jamie Harrison repeatedly called me names. The chair of the party. All sorts of things.
On the record or on background?
On his X account.
Oh, let me see what he said.
Ooh.
I didn't know that.
Ooh.
What do you think that's
Spice.
in your book that's different than what's already?
Yeah. Oh man, she's mastered looking at the camera and also keeping maintaining the interview while also doing research.
Than what's coming out or what's going
Wow.
out there.
Good for her.
A lot of things.
Like what?
A lot of things that haven't been said.
I can actually learn from this. It's like maintained.
Former DNC chair destroys MAGA turncoat Lion Lindy Lee. He called you Lion Lindy Lee. Okay, so you're saying a lot of things, but what are those things?
You're just gonna have to read my book.
Do you want?
You mean the one that you can't read now because you asked your producer not to read it, or that she shouldn't read it because you sent it in a draft, but it's only a rough draft and you're.
I understand why some people might say that this is
Sorry, my head
an
hurt.
opportunity to seek fame. Again,
No, I have an obligation to prevent this current iteration of the Democratic Party from ever regaining power again. I feel like there's a lack of trust here. I'm not particularly comfortable with sharing anything extra, but I have an obligation to prevent people like Harris and Newsom
They don't care about her. They just want her info.
and
Oh yeah.
Buttigieg from ever regaining power.
Oh no, she doesn't understand how dangerous of an idiot she is.
you think that Newsom and Buttigieg were full.
But on top of that, it's also been conflated how important she was to the campaign. Dude, apparently she was like just a donor and not even like that big of one. She was just one of these people that wants to literally just be like, look at my picture with the president. She's a clout chaser. Like, she's the ultimate political clout chaser.
Fully aware of Biden's condition, without a doubt.
But they were like you, like they wanted him to win rather than Trump.
Newsom
I think your husband's home.
he's particularly culpable, though, because he not only did he defend it, he was the #1 defender of Biden's condition. He was so vocal and he was like the tip of the spear defending Biden.
I feel like everyone was defending Biden.
Newsom, most of all.
How so?
He was out there aggressively. He was the one who debated DeSantis. After the debate, he was the one in the spin room rallying the forces.
I gotta check on my dog.
Rallying the troops.
What was Obama's influence on Kamala Harris being?
He didn't want her.
Yeah, I think that's been made public.
It's without a dispute. He did not want her.
How do you know that?
Because I talked to people who worked for him, people that you would know.
Yeah, and what did they say?
Bros.
Like, why did he not want her?
Because everyone thought she was a loser. And I mean, I wanted to give her a chance because I knew her personally. I gave her a chance. And I stopped fundraising for the campaign quietly. I didn't say anything. I didn't declare it, but I stopped fundraising towards the end of September. Kind of. I don't remember the exact date, but around that time, I just didn't want to do it anymore because I didn't believe in her as a candidate.
But you were at the Conrad Hotel on the night of the election, right? Which is where where her party was technically, right? Or her donors.
Yeah, I left. My brother and I left.
But you were on the BBC that night to talk about the campaign as a surrogate, right?
I was, yeah.
And then you went to Howard University to also be on TV to talk about the campaign enthusiastically.
At that point, no, I didn't. I did not talk about the campaign enthusiastically at Howard University.
Did you go to Howard to go on TV?
I went. That was where the party. We were sent to Howard. We were shuttled there.
You know, you claim that some of the top officials like Anita Dunn, Mike Donnelly, and Steve Ricchetti, they were in the White House. Like, how so? How did they do that?
They were. All the donors were told to go through them. Every time we had an issue, we would email them. Biden was not involved in any discussion. They got stuff done. Anita Dunn got stuff done. Like, you wanted something done, you go through Anita.
But isn't that arguably like kind of what he...
So, did she just say her name was Anita Dunn and she got stuff done?
He shouldn't have to deal with that stuff anyway, though. He's the president of the United States.
What I mean is like big stuff too, like Israel level stuff.
Israel level, you mean? Is that what you meant?
Like Israel policy.
What did she just say?
They would email. Like the Power Rangers guy, the donor, he emailed Anita Dunn.
The Power Ranger? Oh, Saban?
Because Anita Dunn was the decision maker on
I am Saban? He sucks.
this.
And not Biden. And she
Not
wouldn't relay
Biden.
his decisions. Interesting.
Like he was he knew the broad strokes of what was going on in his administration. But the real power was Jill Biden and Anita Dunn and Steve and Mike and Anthony Bernal, actually. His name isn't really bandied about, but he actually had tremendous power as well.
Yeah, he worked for the First Lady. So you said that like you became aware of Biden's decline. He was a friend of yours, a personal friend. How did that become clear to you?
In 2022, I just felt like something was off. He wasn't as quick as he was before. I'd spoken to him extensively over the years, not just on politics, but the cancer research stuff that I mentioned earlier. And like at events, he would need note cards for simple things. And there would be teleprompters for like 10 people. There was one event that I hosted for him in February 2023, and there was a teleprompter and literally like 10 to 15 people in the audience.
Okay, Trump does the same shit, except
not even.
I will admit he draws a bit more of a crowd.
In a group. I think there were more staffers than donors.
Yeah, that was a feature that he apparently was.
And it was so bad that Jamie Harrison screened our questions. We weren't allowed.
How did
it
he
was a small
screen
group
them?
of people, and we couldn't even ask questions.
Wait, how did he screen them?
You would tell them beforehand. First of all, not everyone could speak. They confiscated my phone. They put it in a Ziploc bag.
You mean like Joe Rogan does for every one of his comedy shows?
And they pre-selected people who could speak. And of those pre-selected people, they pre-selected the question. the questions that they could ask.
Does she not understand that she's literally torching her career like live? Like she may have gotten that talk show, but she also got it because she's an idiot.
So, and then Biden,
And like a traitor, and they understood, like they knew that putting her and Anna Kasparian on the same panel or like the same talk show would eventually it's gonna blow up because even Anna can't stand this level of grift.
assuming got the question beforehand.
Even though we'll see.
Because it sounded very rehearsed. Everything was carefully orchestrated, and I posted a still of a dinner we had with Biden and Cedric Richmond and James.
I mean, if they're actually worried about this shit, then Hannibal Lecter. Are we just forgetting about Hannibal Lecter? How about the blowjobs that I was giving the microphones at the very end?
Harrison.
I was going like this,
And I was told to
dancing to
take
the
it down.
YMCA.
It was an Instagram story. It was like a still.
It's almost like I was trying to tell him something, but nobody listens.
It wasn't a video. There was no sound or anything. Like there was nothing private about that photo.
It's a beautiful dance. Beautiful dance.
But they didn't want it taken. And part of the reason why White House donor photos took so long was because they didn't want him to look bad, because he looked really old. He looked really old, so they had to make sure the photos looked.
Breaking news, guys, from Lindy Lee. Joe Biden was old. Did you guys know that?
Not like he was knocking on death's door. There are photos that I have of me and him which make him look really bad, like really, really old.
Do you have any regrets about all of this? Like any regrets at all?
About
just being a part of it all and not doing anything at the time?
Trust me, I do all the time. It causes me agony.
What do you think about the Trump administration?
I like what he's doing on him. I love what he's doing on immigration, actually. I hope he's actually more aggressive. When I brought up the same issue in the campaign, they call me a bigot. So I'm a naturalized immigrant.
When you say they, who is they?
Just every time I hear that and then somebody like her says that shit, I'm sorry, guys. Like that one does, it actually makes me go like, oof.
Staffers.
It's like, all right, make sure she's next at least.
Finance directors that I would speak to, I was like, don't you think this is a losing issue for us? They wouldn't say that you're a bigot. They would say that's a bigoted view. I mean, that's essentially calling me a bigot. I'm sorry, what was the question? What was your question?
I said, what do you think about the Trump campaign?
Oh, yeah, I love what he's doing on immigration. I love that he's slashing spending. I'm a huge fiscal conservative. I grew up with nothing. So my attitude towards spending is if I don't have to spend, I don't want to spend. And that's the attitude that I bring to everything. I am concerned about the environment. I don't think
Guys, she's a certified R word.
Democrats should have a monopoly
She
on the
really
environment. I mean, after all, the EPA was founded under Nixon.
The fuck are you talking about, Lindy?
And
she really is. So, like, god damn it. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, to see this level of stupidity just play out in front of you, and like to see this woman just kind of like she's a great journalist, but this is where I'm different. I'd just be like, Lindy, stop.
Democrats shouldn't have a monopoly on clean air and clean water. This is something that Republicans should adopt as well.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why I'm advocating so hard is the environment. I feel it's just something that's deeply entwined.
Okay.
She doesn't care about shit. She literally doesn't give a damn about anything that doesn't benefit her.
Before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about something that a senior official on the Biden and Harris campaign said. They accused you of capitalizing on this right now, on this moment where there are all these books coming out, and that you are seeking fame. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that. I mean, you did say that media exposure.
This woman should not be given the attention. It's mental illness.
Matters. It's political capital.
No, because she does need to be a case study in this. I don't think that she's honestly going to benefit from this the way that she thinks, and I think that she's doing more long-term harm to herself and her career than than she'll ever know.
Leverage. What do you say to people who are going to say that?
Because she's also, again, a naturalized immigrant, and she's going to learn just how you thought that they were bigoted against me. The Democrats were meanie bobinis. You're about to learn something really, really harsh.
And who are already saying that already.
Trust me. What I want to do is I just want, because like this is one of the nice parts about just being a white guy is racists tend to just be super okay with just being like these immigrants, and they say every racist thing, and then like they just go off, and I'm like okay. And then sure as shit when an immigrant comes into the picture, or they like I have seen this actually happen live where it was just like, oh shit, you guys changed your tune real fast, where all of a sudden oh yeah, oh hey, we don't talk politics here. It's just, oh well, just 2 minutes ago you were.
I have an obligation to do whatever I can to make sure that
and man,
this Democratic Party never returns
they assume you're safe.
to power.
Oh, I know.
Never. Ever.
Trust me,
they
I
need
know.
to just burn everything down and start over. This is just bad.
There's been a few times that I just go, oh, you just talked yourself out of a sale.
Like every day they're out there doing something utterly ridiculous, like this Obrego Garcia stuff.
Or just
too.
walking. Oh my god.
Completely lionizing an illegal immigrant, and
You mean one that was giving? Dude, I'm sorry, man. This naturalized immigrants talking shit about immigration really does make me just go.
Yeah, people like Harris and Newsom and Buttigieg, they're definitely going to run again. So I have a responsibility to say what I know, and I have a unique perspective on it. Like at the convention, I was literally sitting in the front row. I had a front row seat to a lot of these events, a lot of these.
So she's literally just going out and just saying it, just like, guys, I got the info. I'm an infiltrator, and now you guys can use me. Use me up. Use me. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. Pick. Oh my God, that's what she is. She's the ultimate pick me.
Moment.
She's the ultimate political pick me.
And I have an obligation to say something. I made the mistake of not saying it earlier. I'm not going to make the same mistake.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time, Lindy. Appreciate it. And best of luck with your book. I hope it gets published, and keep us posted.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Thank you for watching the Tara Palmieri.
Okay, bye. Yeah, she was disgusted by her, which was kind of funny to watch. I gotta say. Seeing her husband walking up reminds me that I'm like, oh man, I really do not look like your average, like, damn near 40-year-old. I'm going to take that. Lindy. Some naturalized citizens are so annoying. Oh, dude, they're the ultimate door slammers. I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones. They're the bad ones. They didn't do it right. I'm one of the good ones. Yeah. Here we go. Here, let's finally get to this majority report bit that I saved for today. This was too good not to cover with you guys.
A reveal. Yep. Full-on reveal of what's underneath. Cranial reveal. All right, let's check out what's going on with Laura Loomer. This is sort of fascinating. The idea that we're talking about Laura Loomer is bizarre to me.
She's like the Bannon of this administration.
But the fact is that she literally got the most senior national security advisor fired, and multiple other people in the national security apparatus fired from their jobs. She's a lunatic, but somehow, and even though they kept her off of the campaign at one point, it was Milo Yiannopoulos' job, he said, to dig up stuff on her, to pry her away from Trump. He can't quit her. And so she's come in and basically listed off who's going to get fired, who's going to get retained in the national security apparatus. And now she's out there slamming Pam Bondi for not releasing the Epstein videos documents. And I can't help but wonder if she doesn't wonder why Pam Bondi's not doing that, if there's maybe her boss has an issue. But here is Laura Loomer unleashed
Benny Johnson was asking James Comer about the Epstein files and whether or not we could expect to see the Epstein files come out.
Well, she has a giant screen with all of her comments on it. That's
And usually you hear all
pause
these.
it for 1 second.
What the what?
Speaking of files and Benny Johnson, when are we going to see the Benny Johnson files? Let's just go on here.
Not we could expect to see the Epstein files come out. And, usually you hear all these canned responses from politicians that just go ahead and defend Pam Bondi, right? And they say, oh, Pam Blondy's doing such a great job. It's like, all this fucking circle jerk bullshit. Oh, yeah, she's so amazing. Oh, my God, she's so great. Blah, 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 right? Yeah, she's not so great. Trust me, guys. She's not really doing such a great job. We were promised that these files were going to be released on day one. Day one promise. Well, what is it now? Over 100 days into the Trump administration, have we seen any Epstein files? No, we haven't received any Epstein files. Then she goes on Fox News. I mean, honestly, every single day, Pam Bondi is on Fox News. She's on Fox News more than she does her job. And other people are starting to realize it. We have a video.
Isn't she like 20 something or like damn near just like turned 30? She looks like she's almost 50.
Video clip, and we'll play this after the fact, right? Or maybe we should play this video clip before.
Somebody had recently said they're just like, why do you it seems like you've been attacking people's looks more. I'm just like, oh, after this whole I don't care anymore.
We play the Comer clip so that you can see all the different statements that have been made by Pam Bondi. I made this video clip.
No, because that's like the first thing they go for. So
Compilation, probably like 2 months or so ago, to highlight all of the discrepancies in Pam Bondi's statements. First, she said that the files were on her desk, right? And then she had that ridiculous Bindergate situation at the White House where she made all these crazy binders that were not even full of Epstein documents and had these influencers essentially run a state media campaign for her where they waved these binders around pretending like they were given Epstein files by Pam Bondi. Well, it turns out there's really nothing in them.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like she's like pissed off because Pam has Trump's arm, and has the attention of the president and is respected more than her.
Binder. Then she goes on Fox News and says, "Oh, the
hate ages you quickly.
The files are on my desk right now." Then she tells Mark.
Yeah, that's the bitch that they don't tell you about Emperor Palpatine is that he was only 33 years old in that movie.
Levin, that the files are being delivered to my office in a truck. So they were on her desk, but then they weren't on her desk. And then they were delivered to her office in a truck. And they
fell off the truck
to her about the real Epstein documents. And then they were going to be released at a later date. But now, right, we don't know, because Pam Bondi also came out this last week and said that there's no set deadline for when they're going to release the Epstein files, even though we were told she already released the Epstein files. Remember when she gave out these binders, right? Bindergate. How could we forget Bindergate? So look, I think we need to just have a come to Jesus moment here and realize and admit that Pam Bondi is a liar, right? She is a full-fledged liar. She has, in my opinion, little to no credibility as a result of her lies about one of the most high-profile criminal cases ever, the Jeffrey Epstein sex scandal, human trafficking scandal, sex crime, pedophilia scandal. Something that has captivated the attention of people, not just here in the United States.
Okay, we get it.
Get to the point.
Pam Bondi is lying. Brandon, who do you think she might be lying on behalf of? Why wouldn't Pam release this?
I really cannot imagine. Maybe Pam Bondi just, lost them, or maybe her boss, the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is one of Epstein's most famous compatriots.
Well, don't forget, some of it might be self-serving too, because Pam Bondi did oversee the Jeffrey Epstein, the case that he actually got tried for in Florida. She was involved with that, so maybe it is a little bit.
Wasn't it Acosta who was the former labor secretary of Donald Trump, who was actually the AG who signed off that in Florida?
That's true.
But wait a second. Donald Trump is going to address whether he'll declassify it. This clip was from when?
Before the election in the summer, I think it was.
Yeah, before the election. Is this with Pete Hegseth was there too? Even I think. No, is that Hegseth? No.
Is that Hegseth? I can't tell. He's not asking the question.
Okay.
Though.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would.
Yeah.
I think that less so.
I think that less so. I don't want to hurt people's feelings. We definitely don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Maybe.
I think I
would. Put it out there. A lot of it could be phony.
I forgot how funny that was.
I wouldn't trust anything in it, if that's what you mean. But maybe.
I mean, yeah. Well, no, maybe. I don't know.
Again, just to play
I don't want to hurt people's feelings.
devil's advocate, we all know Donald Trump is a very loyal guy. And he would never throw one of his own under the bus to save himself.
Oh, never.
Maybe he was protecting Pam Bondi and Acosta. I mean, that could be part of it.
Yeah, it's not fair to them. That's why I'm not doing it. It's not fair to Pam Bondi. I just want to protect her. That's it.
But I mean, I don't even think Laura Loomer actually cares about that. Like, I think she just really, first, I think she really dislikes Pam Bondi. And second, I think she's gone mad with power with the Trump administration kind of like bending to whatever suggestion she has about staffing. This seems to be her.
Yeah, and I'm honest, like, I think there might have been like, I don't think Pam Bondi likes Laura Loomer. I would go out on a limb and say that.
Platform. I don't know if Trump watches Unleashed, which I guess is different from the Luc Besson movie starring Jet Li and Morgan Freeman. But yeah, like I don't know.
Forgot about that movie.
If he watches this show, but it's seemingly she's talking to the camera in such a way that leads me to believe that she thinks he might be watching it and might be taking cues from what she wants. It also reminds me of the kinds of reality TV show aside interviews that they have on things like The Real Housewives or even The Apprentice, and that is very gossipy. The Pam Blondie thing, very, very mean-spirited.
She seems like a jealous mistress, like jealous of Trump and Bondi's relationship and trying to get Trump to perform for her so she can feel a little bit more validated or something.
But isn't there, I mean, the interesting thing to me is that none of the sort of the right wingers are talking about anything. Oh, no, yeah. It is all sort of like War on Christmas equivalent right now on the right. Like they are desperate to find some type of grievance, and it's very difficult to do, right? I mean, you've got to complain that there's a trans singer at a Bernie rally where there might be kids there saying something lewd about God to get to your grievance. That's a long way to go, it seems to me. You've got to be like, complaining about Blondie not releasing the Epstein files. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world.
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of these far right hosts got their audience into the idea of Trump as a viable solution. Not
Trump lies to his own people too. He doesn't care. He will throw them under the bus.
Just to culture war problems, but to the rising cost of goods and services in the United States of America. And now that it's become kind of clear, even to people who otherwise might be convinced of Donald Trump's many virtues, that he's not doing that with these tariffs, they have to sort of sheepdog their audience back into line by referencing all of these like petty culture war things, referencing all of these conspiracies that like keeps their audience like engaged and together without having to actually reference like what Donald Trump is doing. I do think that the Epstein one is a bit of a double-edged sword because, anyone who looks into Epstein for like 15 minutes is going to find Donald Trump is involved.
Yes.
You don't want to Google Donald Trump Epstein.
But that was him working as an undercover agent. That's how they.
No, I had to do it. I had to do it for the kid. I did it to save the children, put them in the Miss America pageant.
I had to go into those dressing rooms, and trust me, I did not want to be in there.
No. I just kept thinking, what if one of these was my daughter?
God, the fact that he did that shit, man.
But I do think the culture war point is a great one. Like they are literally like foaming at the mouth for something. Like they're literally giving $500,000 to some white woman in Minnesota who called a young black child a racial slur.
Yep. Here, actually, you know what? To that point, we're just gonna go for this. All right. Oh wait, I said Ava. No, this needs to be fun half. Sorry, guys. Where Hold on. I just realized that we're about an hour away from the fun half. No worries. Just right. God, what was that? Is that Outback Steakhouse? No worries, just... Yeah, that's what it is. No worries, just right. Or wait, is that Foster's? Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I might have just mixed it up. Buyer's remorse, Trump voters. Here we go.
The markets. We've had these recession fears. We have a lot of Americans concerned about what they're living through, what they're feeling in the problems with Donald Trump's trade war and tariffs. There's new polling that actually shows this is not a left-right issue anymore.
I'm going to play the video that Bloodstone sent me of Anna Kasparian talking to Lindy,
not one
Lindy
that goes
Lee on the talk.
Half and half. This is 75%, a big majority of Americans concerned that the tariffs will juice prices. 61% want businesses to actually say when the tariffs are affecting prices. Again, that's something the Trump administration has opposed. There was some back and forth with different retailers about it. Trump was angry and posting specifically about Amazon and Jeff Bezos about it. Ford raising prices on 3 different cars today and saying that the trade war will cut into their profits by over $1 billion. These are the examples of what's been going. If you follow the news, some days it's the top story, some days there's other things going on. If you turn on the financial news or read the Wall Street press, it's every day. Toyota says the decline's not going to be a couple points here, but rather 20%, a fifth of their total profits, all because of Donald Trump's decision to stick to these tariffs. So it's not going well by all of those measurable ways to look at it. The American businesses that we hear from, small, medium, and large, say the tariffs are bad. Most governments view this as a kind of a very Trumpian specific escalation, not something that was inevitable or the normal course of trade this year, just something that Trump barreled right into. In fact, when I show you 75% of Americans concerned about the tariffs, you have to look around to find people who still think this might be a good idea. Here's Fox News' Laura Ingraham.
No one wants what Trump is doing except, the MAGA crowd, the reset crowd. Wall Street doesn't want to do this.
That's part of how she was teeing up the issues to, of course, one of the Trump officials who's involved in all this. Trump is trying to sell austerity, but that's at odds with everything that he said during the campaign, right? That we would get prosperity, and right away. Trump's Treasury Secretary says kids might have fewer dolls, but they'll get in exchange economic freedom, which has become a national punchline.
Yes, if there's one thing children love, it's the concept of economic freedom. They're raising prices on Barbie. Even she has to cut back. She had to move out of Barbie's dream house and into Barbie's dream studio apartment with 2 roommates.
Yo, shit. I have to fast forward this part.
The Barbie jokes can kind of give us all a little moment to exhale, but the punchline there that works, and it works regardless of who you voted for, or people who wanted a change from Biden, or people who thought Trump would bring prosperity like he said he would. This isn't really about the partisan imprint from last year's election. This is now about the governing of President Trump and how it's actually going. And people don't think it's going well. The punchline is there isn't really a good other side of this debate. MAGA figures are looking at the trade deficits. And remember, it's complicated, we've heard from economists, but by the Trump plan, meaning what he said this was about, was dealing with the trade deficit countries, China, Mexico, Vietnam. Those are the big countries you see there where he says we're getting the raw end of the deal. That's what he and his allies have fixated on.
With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal because you're a president who needs a result at a difficult time?
I think that it's a great deal for both parties.
Now,
the world has been coming to the U.S., and China has been the missing piece.
China wants to do something. And Look, they have to at this point. You know, essentially, they made $1 trillion a year. You know, we almost had a deal with China where we're going to open up China. It was almost done.
China has taken over 60,000 of our factories, over 5 million manufacturing jobs. The conflict we're having with them cannot be understated, and we have to be clear-eyed about that.
All right, so as far as Trump aides are concerned, including Peter Navarro, who's been on this program, can't be understated or overstated. It is just the biggest deal to go after China and those other countries I showed you where you have this gap. So that's the whole priority. If you hear Donald Trump pop up today, tomorrow, or next week talking about other countries and other stuff, by his measure, forget anyone else, by his measure, that is not what the trade war is about. It's not why he started the tariffs, because, again, he wanted to make up for the big deficit countries where basically
I think I just pooped myself.
He says America's getting a
Everybody poops themselves. Anybody who's cool poops themselves. That's why all of my supporters are wearing diapers. Don't you know?
raw deal because we're buying.
Dude, have you guys here? I
More
gotta
than we're
find
selling,
this.
yada,
Here,
yada,
Fox,
yada.
There's a Fox news clip where they put a towel down because they have a white couch.
That's his metric. Now, in addition, I can tell you, if you want to get into sort of the economics of fact checking, and it's not black and white, but most mainstream economists have said, economic experts, economists, professors, and people in the markets who do this day by day, they say that you actually don't think of trade deficits as automatically bad. Indeed, there are many occasions where you want to run trade deficits. To pick a very simple example, if you're a country that doesn't have the weather to make bananas, then you're going to have a banana deficit because you want to ship them into your country. That deficit isn't good or bad. It's just a product of reality. You don't make bananas. You can't grow them here. People want them. You buy them. Add 100 other products and you get the idea. But again, Trump says these tariffs will deal with what he calls these concerning trade deficits with those countries like China and other countries in Asia. So keep that in mind when you learn that.
I think that I said it here, that it's literally the Billy Madison, just like everybody pees themselves. Everybody who pees themselves, they're cool.
This week, you may have seen this if you've been on your phone or the internet today, Trump has announced a relatively small partial agreement, but it's not with China. It's not with Vietnam. It's with the United Kingdom. And the United States, if you're using the Trump measure, runs a trade surplus with them to about $12 billion last year. This kind of handshake trade deal does not end all the tariffs. Bloomberg reports the framework basically leaves many key details for later. Key issues unresolved. Apparently, the goal is to get some sort of claim of a deal or a partial deal headline out there and save the hard stuff for later.
Yep.
Paul Krugman, the Nobel-winning economist, says that.
No, like literally what that reporter said to him, to his face nonetheless, that guy had cojones. He was dead on.
Pretending to fix what's broke seems to be the order of the day, and it may or may not happen. He also
look, I put my big boy jacket on and I made a deal.
Calls this the
even though it wasn't exactly a good deal.
Tariff equivalent of concepts of a plan.
Yeah.
One of the Trump campaign gaffes when he couldn't really say what the healthcare plan was last year. Now, in this new framework, 10% tariffs on many UK products remain. So, as I'm telling you, it's a deal, but not a deal that ends the ramping up of his trade war with that and other countries. The tariffs would be reduced, they say, for cars and steel. No final UK deal. No agreements with the priority countries. And obviously not only no deal.
Hamburgers.
But not even the concept.
Right. I forgot he said hamburgers.
The step of an initial set of negotiations with China, where the big Trump tariffs are at 145%, where supply chains are disrupted, where we've had experts say the shelves in America may run bare. And no amount of Bloomberg headlines about partial deals with England are going to change that reality that is barreling at American consumers and voters. We are joined by the Reverend Al Sharpton, the host of Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, a man who's known Donald Trump for a long time and is fresh off the Met Gala. Catherine Rampell, host of MSNBC's The Weekend and a Washington Post columnist. Welcome to both of you. We'll get to the economics because I walked through why this wasn't the deal that they had promised. But what do you think of what they're selling? Because
I like how China just sent us empty shipping crates.
Rev, this is Trumpian politics first.
Well, those aren't even coming in. Actually, they've been selling these shipping containers.
You want headlines?
They don't have use for them right now. And trust me, even one day, like 1 day disruption, they're just like, nah, we're done.
It's about some kind of deal before the actual trade negotiators reach a deal.
And to say that you want some kind of deal is absurd. I mean, he promised on day one many things he hasn't delivered. And now I think you said it best, to sell austerity rather than prosperity is something that is miles away from what he told his own constituents, but I think, or his own supporters. But I think what is even more important is that he does not have a deal. There is no deal. He's announced something with England today that we really don't know what that really means. We don't know what's going on with China. They can't even agree with who called the meeting. And in the interim, we have Mother's Day coming up Sunday. Flowers are up. He's telling kids that they can't have dolls. I mean, this is the worst of Trump fumbling the ball. And I think that a lot of the voters that supported him are starting to get voters' remorse or buyer's remorse.
Buyer's remorse, yeah.
Because I think that he clearly has not only not did what he said, he's doing the opposite. Is causing inflation, is causing it to stay where it is or rise, and is going to cause a lot to his base, farmers and others that depend on a lot of the things that he's putting to.
Yeah, he's just going to subsidize them, though. That's what he did last time.
Tariffs.
Yeah, and Catherine, we've seen that in the new polling that the tariffs are getting less popular the more people hear about them. We all cover stuff, right? There aren't a lot of 75% issues in American politics, really. I mean, you tell people, well, Biden did it or Trump did it, right away you start to get a fissure. 75% and growing is the concern. And I want to be clear, that doesn't mean that those Republicans are turning Democrat in the midterms. It just means they were rooting for Trump, they do like him, and they're still mad and concerned about tariffs. Where does the deal fit into that?
Well, Trump is essentially demanding wartime sacrifices from the American people, even as he's giving himself a military parade that will cost tens of millions of dollars. He's saying that we're going to have higher prices not only on dolls, he's acknowledging higher prices on all sorts of baby goods, strollers. He was asked about that explicitly in the NBC Meet the Press interview over the weekend. Today, he even said maybe we'll raise the tariffs on Mattel even higher. Mattel, which is the company that makes Barbie and Hot Wheels and a lot of other popular kids' toys, which he mistakenly thought was a country somehow.
Yeah, you know what? We'll play that.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Mattel, I don't know. I'm not so sure. They also said they're the only country I've heard. They said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's okay. Let him go, and we'll put 100% tariff on his toys, and he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said, well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long.
I have no idea what any of that means, except that it's going to raise prices even higher.
Well, if you're a fan of He-Man toys, this could be an issue. As long as it's not Hasbro. If it's Hasbro, then we're fucked. Gotta love it. Will Ferrell? Oh yeah, that's right. Will Ferrell. He's the the CEO in Barbie. Good poll. Good poll. All right. Here. Huh. Buyer's remorse. That really wasn't like they said buyer's remorse like once, and I think it was Reverend Al just like, yeah, they got buyer's remorse. It's like, unruly fan, first stadium worker. Ooh, okay, let's take a look.
So this is one of the more wild fights that you will see because it involves a fan who's attending a stadium getting in the face of someone who works at the stadium.
He looks just like someone I know.
And you see he just touched caps.
The white guy.
With the security worker or worker of the
He
stadium.
kind of looks like Mike Figueredo.
And although this man has his hands...
Take both the guys' stories, then the one guy that didn't fight notices the camera while seemingly stating they didn't do anything.
We had, so let's get into it. According to KDKA News, the fan and his friend allegedly harassed a woman who was working at a concession stand in the ballpark. Thus, the game day employee is said to have stood up for that concession worker. And he attempted to divert their attention away. Clearly he did. The Pirates would release this statement. We are aware of the unfortunate incident that occurred following the conclusion of yesterday's game between a PNC Park game day employee and a guest. The employee's behavior was entirely unacceptable, and he was immediately suspended, rather. This incident is currently under further investigation. The Pirates are looking at security footage of PNC Park. We have not heard yet from the team. One bystander would claim the unruly fan was asked to leave, and he refused to do so. That bystander said the fan should be prosecuted for their actions. Pittsburgh Public Safety spokeswoman Eliza Durham told the press that no charges have been filed at this time. So I do find that to be rather interesting. What I'll say is this. It's fairly obvious that no employee, unless it absolutely requires them to punch a fan. It's clear. It's obvious. Unless you have to, by any means necessary, to impede and limit an unruly fan's actions, this is not the way to go.
No.
It just isn't.
I hate to say, the way he was because he started swinging pretty early on, man.
It's not going to look good.
Him spitting blood alone is the reason to be arrested. Oh no, he should definitely be charged with assault as well.
Now, does harassment mean that you punch a guy in the face? No, there are many other ways that.
But the fact that the supervisor didn't come, the fact that security was so sparse, that is a problem.
They could have gone about this.
Because think about it. When you're at a ballpark and somebody says, you got to get up, you got to go, then they know what's coming next.
That he could have gone about this, in my view, with the limited amount of intel that we have. What I will also say is, why are you allegedly harassing workers, female workers, within the confines of a ballpark? Just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, since we got Strom up, let's get his take on the Ethan Hassan thing.
Probably tuned in to the Haas Ethan Klein debate, and I'm just going to give my 2 cents here very quickly. I truly do believe that Ethan Klein has a role to play, and he got exposed a few times. Now, granted, Haas made a claim about Ethan Klein being in conversation at one point or another with the ADL. There was a clip that was circulating online where Ethan said he did communicate with the ADL. What gets me as a Jewish American is that Ethan Klein is not helping the cause. I believe that he is making people like me less safe. And
oh my God, can't escape Hassan Ethan.
What also puzzles me,
it's one of the biggest things on the internet,
is that he'll talk about his time in Tel Aviv and how everything was just great. There was nothing going on. Everything was fine. I had a great time. Yeah, there's atrocities going on, but I was great. I was awesome. Which speaks to the problem. And it speaks to the lack of empathy. Because if our neighbors are not safe, then are we safe? If they are being slaughtered, should we stick up for them, or should we say, you know what, screw community. I don't really care about other people. I'm going to continue playing my role in this unjust apartheid society. And it was rather shocking to see this over and over and over again. Some people on Reddit will pay attention to his mannerisms. I think that makes you a very shallow person. I don't agree with any of those critiques. And I think if you're doing that, you have the comedic humor of a school child. But what I will say is over and over again, I thought Haas was...
Biggest thing on the internet, excuse me while I exit stage left.
Quality, honestly, in his approach. And whether you agree or disagree with one of them...
My God. Oh, you're telling me that during a damn near 8-hour stream that he covered a 9-minute video.
I think what...
about some internet drama that does pertain to this community.
Kind of showed themselves.
Have fun.
Was when Ethan would bring up something that is completely unrelated to the point of this entire debate, if you want to call it that. And it was, he's bringing up thumbnails of creators that Haas wasn't even on the video of, had no creative control over, and he's asking him about that. He's asking him about hummus.
Whatever.
It just felt childish. And to go even further with that point...
Haven't I said it on this channel before, where it's just like, oh...
What felt...
It was a joke about you leaving the frame. I'm still here.
Unwarranted was...
Oh, my bad.
When Haas would simply... And I've seen this on ESPN, when someone, let's say...
I read that as you were leaving.
On NBA Today.
I was just like...
Malika, or Sports Center, when Malika Andrews...
Haas, because he's friends with them.
Will ask them a question... Or Hannah Storm will ask them.
And people call him Haas.
A question.
Like Hassan. It's short for...
They respond by saying, well, Malika, well, Hannah. And they just go in.
Although it is a southern thing that... hey, how's it going, Haas?
Into it, and that's how they reset. When Ethan would press Haas, he would say, well, Ethan, or Ethan, and then you'd go into it, and then you would hear Ethan.
It is a little distracting that he won't just say his full name.
Ethan Klein mock Haas for the way that he's answering. And if he... See, this is my problem personally with debates and why I don't partake. I have been offered to do them, and I just think it's a way to manufacture content over and over and over again in bad faith. Let me be very clear.
No, I'm not sure if I told you guys because I was recording that segment. No, the cyst actually burst, so I'm keeping an eye on her.
What Ethan was doing when he didn't get an answer that he wanted to a question, he would conclude that point by saying, well, you know what? No one cares anyway. Let's move on. No, let's move on. Let's move on. When he was the one who asked the question. So that I thought was wrong. And then another very, very weak point was when Ethan would continue mocking Haas when he was trying to get into the weeds in the debate and give detailed answers to any questions that Ethan had. And as someone who watched it and listened to it while I was working, I gotta say, man, it did not make him look good. It made him look very, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
It made him look like a very weak, childish individual.
Well, I mean, it's Ethan.
And one of the closing points was when Haas said, first off, Ethan pretty much said that he thinks Haas is a POS, something of that sort. And Haas said to him, look, man, I hope that, you know, we found some common ground, and I hope that good ideas were exchanged. But then he said something after trying to end on a high note, something of that sort, which was, Dan, who works for Ethan Klein, Dan, he needs you more than you need him. And as someone who is online, admittedly too much, we have seen this podcast, H3, and this show go from an incredible, inclusive, hilarious thing where a lot of people have fun to the numbers going down. That is just what I've personally seen. The live stream numbers were massive. Excuse me. But I think how Bill Parcells said, you're only as good as your wins, something of that sort. I think the numbers speak for themselves. And it is sad to see because I did like Ethan Klein and then he exposed himself. So I'm saddened. But I also think that it is wise of us to use our platforms for the greater good, to speak up for our fellow man, and in the end, for peace to ring true. It was not a good look for Ethan. I thought Haas was very measured. I thought his approach was fantastic. And in the face of a man throwing every insult under the sun at him, he remained very, very composed. However you feel about this, if that is not your takeaway, then I truly do not know which debate that you are watching. I wish both of them the absolute best. I hope Ethan Klein starts to see what is going on a little bit more. But if it is because of his history, his family, if it's because of, the military that some people may have served in, that he feels he has to bend the knee in this way, then it is what it is. I don't really have anything else to say on that front. But if you want to watch the debate, it is live on YouTube everywhere. And yeah, I just thought Haas was very measured, and he took a lot of insults over and over again that were not warranted. And he still looked pretty good. There were some weak spots that
I was about to say, don't glaze him too hard, bro, because
overall,
the general consensus that I've seen from other people too that aren't necessarily in either of their communities was saying yeah, Hassan came off really bad at the beginning, but right about halfway, he did make it, he made the turn and he kept Ethan on point, and each time he was making Ethan look worse and worse. So that, but there's something to be said. What was it, 5 hours? I mean, it was a long
Ready? We are going to...
All right, here we go. Oh, God. 22 minutes of this. Let's do it. Oh, boy. God help us. Oh, who's this on the end? I forgot that it's oh, dude, this really is the worst. Anna just putting on the red dress and doing the blonde hair now. She really is trying to get that Fox News gig, guys.
Start with Judge Hannah Dugan. So, Anna, you want to set this one up for everybody? What's going on here?
Sure. So this story is definitely catching a lot of attention because of the fact that a judge got arrested by the feds because of the fact that she was unwilling to cooperate with ICE, which had a warrant to arrest and detain an undocumented immigrant who was actually being heard during this hearing because of the fact that he had severely beaten.
Right.
Why are you doing this to us? Because I have to cover content that I don't necessarily like sometimes, and that's what this is.
Someone by punching them 30 times.
One was a woman, right? The guy's girlfriend he punched out.
Interestingly enough, there was two people tried to intervene as he was beating the crap out of this guy. The guy apparently asked him to turn the music down. He had, the man in question is Eduardo Flores Ruiz. Entered the country illegally not once but 2 times.
Right.
And the reason why he was in court is because he severely beat someone, punched him in the face 30 times because the guy asked him to turn his music down. At that point, his girlfriend tried to intervene to stop it. He then proceeded to beat her, and then a third person intervened, and that third person was also assaulted by this guy. So basically, ICE
kept the real fair and balanced.
Showed up. They had a warrant to detain him as he was in court. But the judge, for whatever reason, thought it would be a great idea to assist him in evading ICE, allowed him to leave or exit the building through the juror's entryway, and then ICE basically had to chase the guy to detain him. A week later, the federal government decided, no, she needs to face charges, and they arrested her.
This is absolutely disgusting. Can we please show a picture of what the judge looks like so everyone can see who is masquerading as a servant of the justice system? This person is subverting everything in the name of, frankly, an illegal alien who should not be here. Look at
She really just goes right for it, huh?
her.
Is Anna going to say anything to her?
I mean, come on. This is just, it's a complete...
Like, again, does Anna want to play this naturalized citizen game? I mean, with her parents, like, and all, like, seriously, like, what the fuck? Like, I gotta be honest, man. Like, what the fuck?
Desecration of everything that we believe in. And I'm speaking as a naturalized immigrant who came here the right way. I'm insulted.
There it is.
My family waited years.
God damn it. She's not even, like, man. The griftiest of grifters.
Years to come here. We, like you, actually, like my friend.
Oh my God. Okay, that's it. Guys, I got the side view. She does have a pan face. Oh my God, look at her. Like, she literally looks like a fucking frying pan that you just flipped over.
Amy, we both did things the right way. We didn't hop the line.
Yeah.
We didn't storm the southern border,
It cost
right?
a lot of money. It took a lot of time, and
came through JFK Airport. My family created hundreds of jobs. We weren't parasites or leeches on the system. This is the way it should be done.
Wait, so you're telling me that you had to overstay your visa, though, in order to even do that? Because that's kind of one of those little tricky things they don't tell you about the whole thing, is that the legal immigration process takes a long time. So you actually do have to be illegal for a little bit. It's this weird little halfway point that they really,
Well, look, I think
they don't like bringing that up.
This particular case goes beyond someone simply entering the country illegally.
Right.
I also don't love using words like parasites to refer to human beings, but putting that aside, this is someone who has
because they had a lot of money and a lot of time,
committed violent crimes, who has no problem.
Likely also had a family member already here.
Problem literally punching someone in the face 30 times. Like, I get that left-wingers, Democrats want to always do the opposite of what the Trump administration wants, but let's take a beat and really reevaluate what's being defended here by Democrats.
And why is it being defended? That is more so my
Yeah.
question. We understand that sometimes, just like legal citizens of this country, immigrants do terrible things. I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe the parasitic label is going a little too far. However,
I don't think so.
Where is she from that she says "der"?
So in the case of wife beater,
I understand that, but I'm saying labeling immigrants overall. My question for you, being somebody who's more so on the left side of things, what is with the left's position to want to
Where the fuck is she from? I cannot peg her. Like, dude, she literally sounds like a Star Wars alien.
defend these people literally till the ends of the earth when parasitic behavior, and I'll give you that label for this
Australia.
person, is
Australia.
fully on display. Why do they want to defend it so much to the point that they're literally concealing and trying to get this person out of the judge chambers through a backdoor
I got it.
entrance?
I
It's
think
insane.
She doesn't have the upspeak that most of the time that I associate it with.
Country had a problem with hyperpartisanship prior
You cannot peg.
to Trump, but Trump basically took that issue
Behave.
and now it's on steroids.
New York. I'm from New York.
And so when your brain is so broken that you're unwilling to agree with the Trump administration on something that's totally agreeable.
Kaz, let's be real, bro. Just because we can't hear it, other people hear our accent.
Which is bringing this
I've had people out here bring it up where they're just
guy
like,
who's here illegally to
That's why I have the Chicago AF.
Justice and deporting him. You've lost the plot, right? So I'm in favor of immigration. I think that immigration is what makes this country great. Obviously, I want legal immigration. I also understand that some people are going to try to enter illegally. There are people here with undocumented status who have been here for decades, who have contributed to this country, who have contributed.
Oh, there's that empathy that she has to actually bring out. Oh, it's the old bits of Anna that are going to wrestle with her new grift.
Been productive members of society.
I think we need Native American.
Yeah,
and literally, right?
Yeah, and
Armenian parents,
Armenian
immigrants.
parents. I mean, my parents came in legally, but look, I just think we have a broken immigration system, and I think we need to make it easier for people who want to come here and build, not only build lives for themselves, but contribute to making this country great. We need to have avenues in which they can do that legally.
That doesn't really exist right now.
It doesn't.
There
It
is
doesn't.
no
But
middle
that doesn't
ground.
address
What's the hardest one for you to understand?
the fact that you cannot have these judges who are
Like when you hear English from these accents, and my accent included, which one's the hardest one?
placed in positions of power.
Because one of the broadcasting secrets around like the world is that they do train with like a Central American dialect because it's the most easy to like enunciate and oh God, what's the word? Emulate.
Acting like these like vigilante warriors. It's just so inappropriate. And Trump derangement syndrome is real.
Okay.
The hardest hardest accent.
Play devil's advocate for you here, though, for just a moment, because I happen
I see what you're doing. You're not funny.
to agree with all of you regarding this particular
Is that
incident.
Mitch McConnell's wife?
However, I could point to several others. For example, a Trump-appointed judge, okay, and her name was, I believe it was like Stephanie Garrett. Does this ring a bell? She had a kid who was 20 years old, who crossed the border
First is the hardest.
as an unaccompanied minor, forgive me, and they
Understand.
struck a deal with
I was asking bun number one.
DHS, where they said, listen, these kids are now applying for asylum. You can't deport any of them right now until their asylum case can be adjudicated.
Right.
The kid is not a gang member.
Right.
He was arrested once for drugs, not dealing drugs, doing drugs. And out of the country he goes, and a Trump-appointed judge was like, no, bring him back. Then you've got the gay makeup artist, who I briefly referenced yesterday. And this one, guys, I'm with you on 99% of this. But this is where Trump goes off the rails.
I agree with you on that. I agree
All right,
with
there's
you.
a kid.
Lindy. Lindy. Look, she's just like, I want to give my true take here, but I can't break the grift.
His name is Christian. He's a gay Venezuelan makeup artist, a theater enthusiast, comes over from, as mentioned, Venezuela, all right? And he gets scooped up by ICE because he has 2 tattoos that actually mean mother and father.
Correct, yeah.
But they misinterpret them as gang tattoos. He applied for asylum upon entering the country. They deport him to El Salvador, that's not his country, to a prison. He's not a criminal. Then it's ordered to bring him back.
But again, it's one of those situations where they're conflating the fact that he was here illegally. That means that, yeah, that's a crime, even though it's a civil infraction.
Right.
Every lawyer that I have talked to has said how ridiculous it is that that's even a fucking talking point if they understood how this is actually tried in like court.
And not just any prison,
They
in mega
won't
prison.
do it. And this is where I would say to anybody who's 100% for this mass deportation, what about that?
Find your
Why is
humanity?
that happening? Someone answer that
Because
question
the
for me.
process is so slow right now that mistakes are bound to happen. Like I think it's like a few 100,000.
There's the kid.
He's
There
deporting.
it is. That
Trump-
kid is gay.
Can
Does
I-
that
can
look
I
like a
give you-
friggin'
Wait,
gang
can I finish?
banger
Can I
to you?
please finish this?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
So,
Go.
like, right now, Trump has made immigration his end-all, be-all, but the rate is so slow because of this judicial slowdown.
No, it's actually because they're not finding a lot of, like, they can't meet the numbers and the quotas that they set up. So they have to artificially inflate it by doing just this, where they go after people who were illegal, who did have protected status.
Right.
He's in.
Lindy, let's be real. The only reason that you think you're safe is because you're Asian, and they haven't. You know what? They haven't said anything about the second. I'm just gonna go there. The second that Trump goes and says, you know what, the Chinese, we gotta get rid of them. They're taking advantage of us. The Chinese immigrants, they're infiltrating us. We gotta get rid of them. If he says that, watch her flip real fucking fast.
He's encountering so many impediments, so he's trying to accelerate the
Kung flu. We gotta give him back the Kung flu and kick him out.
process, and by virtue of that, mistakes are going to be made.
Can we just say that again? Certified banger. Kung flu. That one actually, like, I remember the first time I heard that on TV, like, and it came from Donald Trump's mouth. I think I did a spit take where I was just like, what?
But his base doesn't care. They don't care about a gay.
Let's talk about the mistake, though, Lindy. Let's talk about the mistake for a second, okay? Because we're talking about
But look
a
how gay
guy
this kid is.
who came into
This
the
is not a
country.
gangbang.
Shut up, Julian.
Through
You're not helping.
legal means, okay? Applied for asylum, did so through legal means. He's gay, and the reason why he fled Venezuela is because he was terrified that the Venezuelan gangs in Venezuela were going to kill him because he's gay. So hold on, let me finish my point. He had a legitimate asylum claim. And if you want to talk about like, oh, well, mistakes were made, we're talking about a guy who was sent to an El Salvadorian prison where he's probably being abused in all sorts of ways because of the fact that he's gay.
We don't even know if he's alive. Okay, can we just take a step back and ask a broader question? I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party, because my views on immigration have been shifting right.
Just say it. Just say it, Anna. Say what you really think about Lindy. Come on.
Why is it America's responsibility to grant asylum? Like, why? Why is it our responsibility to take people
It's written into law.
I mean, and it's
like,
something
why
that
do
was
we need to?
revoked, right, with the new administration.
I agree
However,
with
but what
that.
about the people who were already here? And like,
See, she kind of gets it because she's just like, well, you know, technically they could go through my paperwork, and I guess they could theoretically see me as the same.
Grandfather them in.
Yeah, but he came in here on legitimate asylum claims.
Exactly.
And on, we have
If you don't like, honest to God, it is one of these situations where it's just like, if you don't flaunt an American birth certificate, you're gonna have some issues.
this conversation.
Like, seriously, at this fucking point, it would be more fair. Like, if Trump did that, like, because that's what's bothering me about this, like, whole disingenuous thing is the fact that they're all brown people. They're all brown people. And nobody's just saying it.
At dinner, and you were telling me about this. I nearly didn't believe you. I'm like, are you like?
That's also why, again, Lindy, this like any of these people, they are so brazen with this shit.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't do anything wrong. No,
and
Jillian, I know. I went home and I did my own research, and honestly,
tell me if I'm wrong.
I'm really saddened by this case, and we need to have some type of recourse in place where it should be measure twice, cut once. But in the instance where there are mistakes, we do need to have a system in place and recourse,
100%.
and especially for and there's many people who are speaking out about this.
But again, you just tried to conflate it and say, oh, it's a different. Like, you literally tried to have a different argument there. It's not about getting this guy back. Now you're just like, we need to fix the system because it's too slow. It's too slow. But then you don't mention how Trump kneecapped. He literally got rid of judges. He literally kneecapped the entire system. He shut it all down. What the fuck is with this whole mindset where they can genuinely be this like disingenuous?
Yes,
like, holy shit.
Stopping you from saying, okay.
She's from Jersey, final answer. I mean, seriously, that is one of the dirtiest freaking Australian accents I've ever heard.
You've got a big task at hand.
Because you can't pin it. She literally sounds like literally half from Jersey, half from Australia.
And you can even smear the Biden administration as much as you want. They let
Lindy Lee is her name.
300,000 people in a month.
We will shame her by name.
Millions came over, tons of gotaways. If 1% of them are criminals, which I was told by Brandon Judd, who previously ran the border, that's too many. 140,000 criminals, Chinese national, like terrorists. We get it. Gang members.
How many of our criminals are, what did Trump call them? Homegrown? The homegrowns.
No good. But when someone goes, yeah, no, that guy, gay makeup
that are white
artist, mistake, oops, sorry.
Yeah.
Trump's whole mission is to throw
And that's the thing. That's the thing that I don't really understand about this administration, because in the areas in which Trump was actually seen favorably, right, on immigration, for instance, he's actually now losing a lot of goodwill among Americans, independents in particular, who are like, yeah, this immigration issue under Biden is untenable and we need to do something about it. Trump comes in.
Who's the Wish version of Melissa Etheridge?
He has a high approval rating when it comes to immigration.
She's the chick from The Biggest Loser.
Policies. Because of these mistakes and the administration's unwillingness to right these wrongs and take ownership of their mistakes, he's starting to lose favorability on the areas in which he's most popular.
I think people are just so angry about what happened over the past 4 years.
Let's talk about why. Why don't we lay out why that's so bad for everybody? The difference of illegal immigration and legal immigration.
Exactly. Let's be honest about what happened here.
Right, very different.
And again, because coming in as a legal immigrant and coming in as a refugee and seeking asylum, completely different.
Let's talk about what happened.
Because why would you use the word parasite? Elaborate on that.
Well, I'm talking about why people are so angry right now.
I get it.
Because Biden fucked up. He truly did. And he lied to everybody saying that we needed a bipartisan immigration bill.
79K views on a 6 million subscriber channel. Not doing well.
No, we needed a president who was willing to actually, close our borders to make sure that we had a sensible immigration system. Biden just didn't do any of that, and he let all these millions of people in, and they're a drain on our resources. And I live in a big city, so I see it literally every day. You cannot tell me this isn't happening. I live in Philadelphia.
It is happening.
It was
We're
one of
seeing
the
it in
top issues.
California with Gavin Newsom finding some sort of a loophole to use taxpayer dollars, which is meant to be illegal.
Yeah, I mean,
how did he figure this out?
He wanted to provide health care to undocumented immigrants in California. And honestly, he totally underestimated how much it would cost. And right now, the state's in a lot of financial trouble, partly because of that, partly because of mismanagement of funds. I mean, the state can't account for $24 billion they allocated for homelessness.
Insane.
Yeah, I mean, the state is a complete nightmare right now.
But when you're taking those dollars,
right,
and you've utilized some sort of a loophole, which I can't even fully understand. I looked it up once. In the future, we'll be on Grok. But he somehow, because technically, I guess federally, you are not allowed to do it.
Correct, right. But these are state resources.
That's
so
how
he's
he
using
did it.
state
So,
resources.
Jillian, you
this.
asked me why I use language like
agree
that
with you
because they
there.
are a drain on our system, and Americans need so much help right now.
Yes, I see
really very want to take care of our own people because they're ailing. Our kids are going into deteriorating schools. We lack the resources to take care of our own people, and that's just my point of view.
I agree. You can't pour from an empty cup,
Yes,
right?
you
And
use
it's like
that
we need to.
phrase
I said that last night at
there we
dinner.
go.
We need to focus on ourselves and get ourselves in a great position where we are able to once again open up to asylum seekers and bring people over and help them. But if we can't even figure out what's going on in our own house, how are we meant to help everybody else at the same time? You brought up the bipartisan.
Can we just admit that him calling it grok?
Border bill.
Like grokking.
I think that is an
yeah.
important thing to touch on because
That
so
was
many
such a
people
lie.
like, hey.
It does. Dude, we lost Twitter and tweeting. Like, this dumb motherfucker didn't see the value of what that was.
The Biden admin really.
And if someone is, like, this is what really pisses me off. If somebody could just pay him off to buy the name Twitter, I'm telling you, and then they buy Blue Sky and just rebrand it Twitter, that would legit shut it down and everybody would go back.
He tried to sort out the situation. I'd love to know what you think as someone who comes from the left, because wasn't that like an omnibus bill? And there was a bunch of like aid for Ukraine and a bunch of other things wrapped up inside that bill.
Yeah, they did include all sorts of provisions that weren't really related to reforming our immigration system.
Right.
Okay, so I'm actually of two minds on that issue because I think that the Biden administration totally neglected the border until it became a political liability. And then all of a sudden, he's reaching out to Republicans in the Senate, begging them to pass immigration reform.
Why was that necessary, though, when by the swipe of a pen,
well, okay, let
Trump
me explain.
shut the border? And we should give him credit for that.
Sure, let me explain why, though. Let me
do.
explain. Because, yes, it is true, and we saw it happen. The executive branch has the unilateral power to make some pretty significant decisions at the border. However, as soon as a Democratic president gets elected, he or she can reverse all of it. That's why it's important for Congress to pass legislation that has staying power.
I understand.
You know?
But the thing is, it was such an emergency in my eyes, and in the eyes of millions of Americans around the country. We needed to stop this like flood of migrants coming in. And I can't believe I'm playing this role, but I'm about to say something controversial again.
Do it.
Shocker.
So,
you're kidding.
The great replacement theory that they call neo-Nazi ideology.
Okay, explain for everyone what that is.
So for those who aren't familiar, it's the idea that Democrats are letting in millions of people from like South America, Central America, like random parts of the world, Africa, whatever. And they want to bring them into these Democratic strongholds, and they're registering them as voters to create this permanent.
Hey, actually, whoever said that they know about how to take care of the flowers during the frost, should I use a tarp or should I use a blanket?
Illegitimate electoral majority. And when Tucker Carlson said this, when other people said, when Elon said it, they labeled him as Nazi, as Hitler. I actually think it's happening.
I mean, you look at the state, when you look at all of the states that Harris won by sweeping majority, Pretty much all of those. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's all of them were states that don't mandate any type of voter ID. And I'm really happy that, like, the SAVE Act, all of these things are, it still needs to go through the Senate.
What's wrong with voter ID? I just don't understand
nothing
what's
is
wrong
wrong.
with voter ID.
Absolutely nothing.
Question.
TARP will hold heat longer. Okay.
And I
that actually works out then.
see that completely. However, as far as I understand it, and
I accidentally bought 2 supersized tarps, so this will work.
everyone correct me if I'm wrong, there's absolutely no proof that illegals were voting.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory.
Registering them as
Is this the view? It is like it's the Wish version of the View.
There's evidence. I'd love to see the evidence.
No thick plastic. Oh shit.
Hold on. That's not what I meant. I mean, like, they have them in the country, and over the course of years,
right.
You know, I'm not saying
I'll just use a blanket then.
overnight they
Lindy,
become citizens.
These immigrants tend to be far more socially conservative than the Democratic Party is. In fact, increasingly so.
I mean,
But
a lot of them, yes, especially ones that are fleeing communist countries.
Yes,
However, but that's
they don't know that.
Nah, but you know what? Hey, you know what?
You really think that's a sweeping majority?
If this is what you're doing, then hey, by all means.
I do actually. A lot of Latin American
When they come to
immigrants,
Philadelphia,
yes.
I mean, all the migrants that they're being shipped to New York.
They're all very
But they
religious.
don't know that. They think that
You're all stupid. This is all total lie being dressed as an argument. Yep.
they don't know.
White replacement theory is so dumb. Once people start bringing people to other places and then teach you tech gives you planes and cruises. Yeah, it's so dumb.
Like, in their minds, they haven't been educated in the difference.
I think the Democratic Party wants to, they're the party of so-called do-gooders, and they want to feel good about themselves, and they want to feel like they're saving they want to believe that. I think that's really the motivating factor behind this, and more importantly,
why don't you just say it? I can speak because I was one. I used to be one.
as soon as Donald Trump went down that escalator and started talking about Mexican and immigrants,
rapists,
that triggered Democrats, and they wanted to brand themselves as the party that's going to protect immigrants from Donald Trump. That's really at the center of this.
Bullshit! Bullshit! I was watching TYT at that point. You were railing against Obama's immigration policy, calling him the deporter-in-chief, telling us how it is such bullshit that fucking Obama could even try to be claim that he was leftist. You and Jank were totally on that. Do not sit there like you got this fucking smug attitude like you had never said that. Bullshit.
It's like the idea that they're importing people so they can.
This is why I hate it. Is because Anna can this is her part of the grift, pretending that she doesn't have hours upon hours upon hours of content, literally doing just what she's saying.
Stay in power. I mean, obviously it hasn't worked out.
Holy shit, that actually really got me mad. Because for real, that was what kind of radicalized me against fucking Obama. Like when
Deporting people, letting them in. They were going to come anyway.
I was
just
not
letting them
expecting
in.
that to happen and her to fucking turn like that hard.
And Democrats realized they spotted this as an amazing opportunity to solidify electoral gains.
Lindy, let me tell you something about Democrats, okay? And you should know this
I was
better
part
than
of leadership,
Hold
and I'm
on,
telling you.
exactly, which is why you should know this better than anyone. The idea that they're thinking ahead and they're plotting and they're like the smart people who are like figuring out ways to stay in power forever is laughable.
It's a very obvious
They
thing
were
to do,
headed
by the way.
toward a freaking iceberg in the 2024 presidential election, and they were totally in the dark about it.
They're still
in the dark about it.
But wait, hold on.
This is not a savvy party at all.
I just want to ask you guys one thing, though. Have you not seen the graph that shows what the turnout for voters in the 2020 election was like compared to all previous elections, compared even to the 2024 election as well, because obviously people were more on
voters,
guard.
right? Millions more people voted.
Millions of more people voted. Do you think that just
She has a dialect coach. I just caught that.
millions of more Americans?
She has a dialect coach, but she's working on certain words.
So the argument for a potentially, which I personally, I've seen no proof of it. However, the argument for a potentially rigged election.
Anna knows as long as you affirm right-wingers bullshit, they won't do research. That is true.
Election in 2020, meaning Trump was robbed.
And she's probably going to enjoy that part.
By the way, he has not
good
provided
point.
any evidence of that to this day.
Wait,
hold on. Is that okay? And you'll have your chance. is that millions more people voted in 2020, which is what shifted the vote towards Biden.
That is a large part of it. That is a large part of it. There could have been other mechanisms through which they cheated, but that is definitely a large part of it. You look at even California. The last time California was a red state was before a legislation was enacted that basically said if you come from an asylum-seeking family, migrants.
There is something profoundly annoying about these people talking about how bad immigrants are, and then while speaking out the other side of their mouth about American history, like they're like somehow authorities on it. It is fucking. I'm sorry, man. It's very annoying.
You will not be entitled to any aid unless this
This is actually what it feels like to be a comic book fan, and then somebody would watch, Endgame or Iron Man, and then they would come to me with knowledge about comic books, and I would just be like, So,
Democratic bill passes, and since then, California has been a blue state, and we are creating incentives within this country.
What are they gonna I was gonna read that as being sexist until I realized you were making fun of The View and the fact that they have cooking segments.
Bringing people in who aren't coming in. I agree with you. There
Press X to doubt her claim about Cali voting.
are a lot of immigrants who are hardworking people who are going to contribute so much to this society. Exactly. However, the incentives are wrong. And now they're bringing in people who, when they look at the two options, one party saying, we're going to kick you out, and one saying, we're going to give you a $10,000 card.
Who do you think they're going to
spend as you will.
As I hear it now, as a Jersey local, she's a scam artist from the shore, Australian, my ass.
Who are they going to vote for?
So hold on.
She's, dude, literally, she sounds like drunk Snooki.
And what is the caliber of people?
You just gotta be they're sure.
People that are going to be attracted into the country when that is the main.
Can we just all acknowledge that the photo of Snooki getting arrested is still so iconic?
Messaging.
I mean, hold that. I want to add to that and then let you answer.
Okay.
So then in continuing with that thought process, the argument is that in some states you can vote in
Sorry, Bloodstone, you're never escaping that.
local elections.
Y'all produced that.
Some places, if you're illegal, you can vote for a mayor or city council.
Not Kaz.
Now, we all saw Obama come out and lobby for Karen Bass. I'm not saying where, I'm not sure where, but it is a thing in some states. If you're illegal, you can vote in city elections.
There are some instances, I think in New York City.
Keep going, though.
They potentially wanted to, and I don't know if this actually went through, allow legal residents who might not have full citizenship status to vote in local elections.
Hang on, I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
And then you don't need the voter ID, so everyone's saying, well, that's highly suspicious. Why not? Which is why not? I'm
so sick of the voter ID debate. Let's just do the fucking voter ID and get I'm done debating it. It's so annoying.
It's not a debate. The argument is this is why people think they're gaming elections.
Yeah.
Why do
the thing is, you're also just I get it. You're tired of it, but Anna, what else will you capitulate from the fucking Constitution then?
No, I know. Just do it.
Because that's the crux of this whole argument is it's unconstitutional to do that.
There's one more thing I want you to consider, only because I personally have a hard time contending with it. I'm also under the impression, and everyone correct me if I'm wrong, that you get more seats in Congress based on the size of your...
No. She says no, no.
That is true.
That's Australian.
It's true.
Okay, so then
based on the census.
Like NAUR, NAR.
Based on the census, illegal or not, so you could technically make any president in power a lame duck if you control Congress, right? So that's the argument, although there's no proof
Jillian, that is no, but Jillian, you have the proof, though. You have the proof because they are fighting so hard to commandeer the census and the way people are counted. You hit on a jackpot unwittingly because these Democrats, they are trying so hard to make sure that illegals are counted in the census. Republicans are doing the exact opposite. You see what I mean?
That's the tough part, Anna.
But back to Anna's point about these immigrants actually leaning right and how the other, is she Australian or is she from Jersey? She even said that, oh yeah, they're fleeing communist countries. They would actually lean more right. Most of these like immigrants do lean right when given the opportunity, until they are alienated by the very party that they're trying to cozy up to, because you guys can't get over the fact that they are a different fucking color.
And that's the part where I'm like, it does seem pretty friggin' conspiratorial.
Also, bring that up. The fact that this immigration bullshit doesn't target Polish people, doesn't target Ukrainians, doesn't target anybody who's just happens to be white.
I mean, why have all of these things? Like,
holy shit, like,
on in. If you open borders.
I'm actually, like, the fact that I just said that, and like, I've not heard that. I haven't heard this point made by anybody.
Just because we can't get a bipartisan bill, baloney. No,
I'm a trendsetter.
ID. Why? Weird. Oh, here's all these incentives: free healthcare, interest-free loans,
free hotels, free cash.
Bizarre. And who's the party giving it away? The Democrats. And then,
if I couldn't escape it in college, I couldn't. I can't outrun Snooki here either.
By the way, you get more seats in Congress. It is a little bit like, I get it's tin hat because we don't have hard proof of it. But there's a lot there.
There's a ton
and look,
of
it depends. Like, what we're
levels.
talking about is state policy, not federal policy.
They're all coordinating. Alec
Because
is
there is a
coordinating with the
federal
Fellow
ban.
Society. They're all
Hold on,
coordinating.
Lindy. Because there is a federal ban on public dollars going toward undocumented immigrants. But on a state level, yeah, you're right.
Newsom giving away health care.
So I
didn't
agree
understand.
with you when it comes to states like California. Yes, it is incentivized to come into the country illegally. I agree. Yes.
Thank you so much for watching Her Take. If you like the show, can you?
I don't. No, and I'm not gonna like that. No, I'm actually gonna dislike it. This is one of the rare times. Nope. I don't need more of this. Alright, guys. Let's get some takes. Number one, I gotta say, man, that was one of those moments where it's like, oh, you pushed me. You pushed me. It's like I was trying to be the bigger man here, but Koi Snore, the scannable that can be changed. SS cards don't have pictures. Yeah, social security cards you can't even laminate. Like, that's the fucked up part. They give you this like little cardboard thing, and they're just like, here, make sure this lasts forever. Like, come on, man. I learned Australians call chickens kooks. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. All right, guys, we're in the fun half. It's time. Let's go. Kois, I'm so glad you're here. Also, Mitesh, I'm so glad you're here because this one is for... I think this is for us. It's special. Yep.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly.
Okay. You
I
should
am
be
so
ashamed.
excited
Shame
to
is
get
not
their
a
takes
bad
from this.
thing. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid, 5-year-old, who can barely talk, and then call them a bunch of slurs? There's a trending story coming out now that...
Hold on. Actually, you make... Wait, no, I just backed out. No, I would have to give it another view. Fuck that.
Some lady
Sorry.
who was at a park was... slurring. Yeah, was using slurs against a 5-year-old black kid who's autistic, because I guess...
Did you call him
a
child?
Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
After the fact, the video went viral. She claimed that her life was being severely impacted by it, so she made a GoFundMe, and it's raised over $500,000. Yeah. Okay? Now, people want to draw parallels with another case. There's a lot of stuff happening. But I want to play for you, like, a Piers Morgan clip, because, like, people went online to either defend the lady or go against what she was doing, or the GoFundMe. And this is one of the ladies who was just there talking.
Why would you want to support
a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country. if you
That's
have...
fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I'm surprised Piers doesn't know this, because this girl went viral for doing that. She's one of those people who went viral on Twitter because she's like a white lady who likes saying the N-word a lot.
Everybody I know who's married right
Oh, this dipshit.
now, they're married to broke-ass.
The fact that Piers doesn't know what his guests are
Well, he's
known
on
for.
your side.
He's on the other side.
But no, he brings on the guests. So he has like people that run through their background and find out what these people are about.
They don't always know.
Well, that's the basics.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're perfectly right. He should have known.
Should have known.
But in reality, yeah, whenever you go to these shows, like, they know the gist of it and go. It's not everybody that read all the notes and stuff like that. So
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
really,
this isn't even the bare minimum. Like, if I'm having a topic on racism, and the reason why this girl's known is it's like not knowing what the Haktua girl's known for when you interview her. That doesn't make sense to me. But
you're 100% right.
I do, quite frankly.
You use the M word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Some would say I am.
If you use the M word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Myron's like, she's hot.
Sorry, but just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if
I love that girl on the end that's like, she's not speaking for me.
It's appropriate.
Oh no, I'm also you brought me here and juice. Oh no.
When would it be appropriate to use the N word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
My best friend called me today and told me that his wife moved out and he's getting divorced. I'm low-key excited as fuck. Is that wrong? No.
Well,
no, it sounds like your friend is finally going to be able to be like themselves outside the relationship, and sometimes that's great. I have had that happen with people in my life where it's just like, oh hey, now you actually get to be you. That's awesome.
Do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about
I still love her on the end. Just
Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually.
By the way, guys, if you haven't hit that like button, please do.
Actually, for most people to have to watch, and shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Oh, okay, but she don't care. You can repeat it. She don't give a damn. Yeah, there's gonna be people. I'd rather like that. To be honest with you, I know it's maybe gonna be a hot take, but I'd rather see people like that, cause I know what the hell I'm dealing with, and I know what not to deal with that person ever. I know that.
Then a Lindy Lee who would pretend.
They post it. They say it. They like, this what I am, this what I don't like. They're not trying to please people, and then you end up working with them, and then you find out later, and then they've been backstabbing you. No, that person is upfront. I'm not commending what she's doing or how she's thinking, but for my safety and for what I know, okay, that person is a racist. I know how to handle that, which means I'm not.
I almost agree. I think I agree with him on this.
I'm not going there. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
I said something similar yesterday, but I kind of agree with
I'm not
this.
fucking that with someone else's dick. It's just that the racism that we have right now, the racism that we have right now is very, we don't know. It's like, I'm always like, am I sure? It's always speculation. Now I know. It's clear. That person is like that.
So you see somebody racist, and your first thought is, oh, I'm just glad they're open about it?
I'm just glad. It's crazy. There's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? But at least they are exposing what they are.
No, and then you get to expose them for what they are, because you have their words on record. That's the part that you should definitely keep with this.
I don't want to have to deal with some.
Nah, I'm with you.
You don't.
It's weird. I see both their sides.
No, you're doing service
because I could tell I was not too happy about
someone,
that.
And you're like, you're interacting with some people, and you're unsure about that person, but you cannot really. I can't pinpoint it.
But you understand that's all you said. All you really just said right now is, I'm glad that she's out and she's saying what she's saying.
I said, at least I'm glad that she's out. I'm
not. But you've not said anything else about the topic.
I said, I'm not.
No, you didn't.
I'm not happy that she's doing
I'm
that.
actually with him on that because I'd be pissed too. I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not understanding.
I just think it's interesting that you're seeing someone who's unabashedly racist and out here endorsing.
Joel Quenneville just got hired by the Anaheim Ducks as their coach.
The idea of calling a young
if they win a cup
kid a 5-year-old,
I'm gonna celebrate that just as much as I celebrated the Blackhawks.
The N-word a bunch of times, and all you really had to say so far is, I'm glad she's open about it.
Sorry, guys, I got some breaking news.
That's pretty much most of what you said.
Yes, that's pretty much what I said. But I mean, of course, c'est sous-entendu que It's not good, of course. It's not a great thing. I'm not happy that she did that. It's crazy that she did that, but she did something that's not legal. Legally, you can't do much about that thing. It just goes back to, I'm probably the problem, to be honest with you. Like, it just reminded me of how things were back then. And when I was playing it, like when you were playing in the park, you would encounter these people. Like you would encounter these people, and you would go in a park. You would be groups apart, and then there would be altercation with people that didn't like you because of the way that you look. At least you know either not to go to the park or at least fight back. But that's when we were kids. Things kind of change while being an adult.
Same team.
And I wouldn't even know how to handle that.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, so I went to Comic-Con about a month ago. Emilio Estevez was there for a Breakfast Club reunion. I didn't even think about it. I could have bought just one of like the private like signings, and I could have totally gotten like a Coach Bombay, hockey puck. Like, dude, I'm so mad about that.
I don't even know how to handle that. I'm happy I know where to stand.
Like, that dude was like legit a coach to me. Like, there were things in that movie that I legit applied to my life on ice.
Man, that's the thing.
Although the flying V's bullshit and that would be so easy to see.
Is that there's been so
even like, especially as a goalie, it's just like boom, 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 boom. All right, he's taking the shot.
many years
They didn't even bury who's taking the shot.
that you didn't know. You always you're claiming something, and everybody's saying like, no, it's not.
Sorry,
that.
not trying to ruin the
You're
movie.
like, no, I'm pretty sure it's that. I got signs, but I can't clearly tell you but it's really the feelings that I got. I'm not saying I'm super happy about what she did. Again, I'm just saying that's clear. We have that clarified. This is happening. That little boy, it's really unfortunate that it happened. That a little boy has autism. Unfortunately, he's going to be live and you're going to encounter people like that. It's really unfortunate. It's really bad. But you know what? I don't have an answer to this, and I don't even know what to do in those cases. And I don't even know what is the thing. What is the thing to do? What I have to say? Because after the 43 years of me in my life, I feel like I've been talking about it. I've been on shows. I've been talking about it. I've been talking to people about it, talking against it and stuff like that. I've been doing all these things. Not that nothing is done. It's very slow, and I know all these things take a lot of time. But really, I'm asking you, Dan, what is to be done? You got that person in the park doing that and saying that, which is the police is going to show up and be like, well, shit. Don't do that, or else we're gonna come back and slap you back on the wrist and then leave again. The person's not harassing the kid. She's just saying blah, 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 blah. When the person came back and confronted her, I saw a bit of the video, she's leaving, and then she's keep asking the questions. Like, okay, I understand the confrontation, but there's nothing, I don't feel like there's much more that you could do about that, except what we're doing and what they're doing, talking about it, and after that, people are gonna choose a side. My point of when I'm saying I'm glad she's so, at least she's saying it's really just a part of the whole life that I've been through. Is I'm happy that shit is clear and I can clearly say, hi bitch, okay. I'm not crazy. You are that, you claim that you're that, you're not like trying to hide behind something, you're saying that. So I know that when I see you, you're a giant red flag, I'm not gonna interact with you. But I'm not happy she said that, you know what I mean?
And I guess my point wasn't that I think you're happy she said that. I'm asking you what it is that you feel. What is it you actually think? That's all. And I think now I understand a lot better. I was just saying I only got one glimpse of it, and I get where you come from. I don't disagree.
Sure.
I think
it's just the rest was very, of course, you know what I mean? Duh.
I mean, it's okay to say what's of course, because you know what? Common sense is not common to everybody.
Sure,
and sometimes until they hear it from you, they don't know how you feel.
Fair.
You know? So that's one of them ones where better to explain the things instead of assuming that people understand it.
You know, I follow trends and stuff like that sometimes, like with the clothes and stuff like that. I like things that look good and that in the moment. I never in my life bought Doc Martens. And my mom back in the days bought me like the low Doc Martens, and they were not the real ones, right? But even then, since then, I had PTSD because I was told when I was in school that I couldn't wear that because I was black.
Just a heads up, guys. I posted a picture of me playing hockey.
Some black people, when I came in, and when I went in a black school, they all said like, "Oh shit, nah, B, that's a no." And I still get PTSD when I see high-rise Doc Martens, especially if you got red, if you got white laces. It does something to me. If you got a bummer jacket, EBGBs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I used to fight those people. We used to walk around with our belts around our knuckles. And then it switched to people being scared of just saying it. They were that, but saying they were, they had to fucking not say it in order to be able But now I'm not glad. I'm not like, the good old days of racism. It's not that. It's just that.
It's easier to identify.
At least I know what to deal with.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
Well, go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
say.
speech.
Go on, say the M word. Go on.
No.
Hang on.
Invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So
That's actually.
please don't invite her berated to call me the N-word because that's basically what it's going to be.
Yeah.
I agree with them.
Yeah.
I don't want you to start telling other people to call me a slur.
It's like,
Because then I'm going to look at you.
Yeah, no, I'm revising my take from yesterday. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, you're
I
crazy.
understand what Pierce is saying. He's like, oh, if you're really that, then just come out and say it. But
but now that I'm seeing like the meltdown, yeah, that's what I was judging yesterday. But
no, it's
tripping.
But no.
Coyce, I don't know. Do you think that though? Like,
it's the fact that she said I'm comfortable into saying it. You don't have to say it.
There's a bunch of white people up here.
Because that's my problem is that fucking Myron sitting there just like, got him.
You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word.
Facts. He's an Uncle Ruckus, bro. This dude, I've never heard someone who let it like throatingly slip that they want to be white so bad, other than Myron Gaines.
I've noticed with black dudes, they don't like doing that shit. White guys, we're all like, yeah, well, I said we. Yeah, but not
He's white, Justin. Read the caption out loud.
The boys plus our token. Golly.
What the f***? I heard that some of y'all were raising the salute, so I decided to come back.
Uncle Ruckus never slipped in his knife.
You know.
Maybe one time she was a white lady. Her name was Roxanne.
And to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist. And I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there.
I mean, the fact.
Shout out to Pierce. At least he accepted it. Okay.
Yeah, at least he was like,
at least. She said something. I said, hold up. Let me just make sure I got her words right.
He was trying to get him to say
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly.
Okay. You should be ashamed. Shame is not a bad thing. Not always. You should feel shame. You should feel shame for looking at a 5-year-old who went through your diaper bag and then calling them a bunch of slurs. Absolutely. The idea that this is somehow some kind of virtue is crazy. I don't know. Twitter is basically the place where a bunch of adults go to be edgy teens and essentially use every slur in the book because they think it makes.
Oh, you're saying that about Pierce. Okay,
cool. And they talk about like it's a bastion of free speech. Listen, I have no problem with people wanting to be able to say these things anywhere they want to say them. Fine, say it. But don't act like it's some virtue that you're saying it all the time. No, you just want to be edgy and you think it's cool to be yelling slurs every single day, every minute. That's all it is. Now, going back to the original lady, right? When we were talking about the topic of shame, the idea that she's going to make $500,000 from this incident and everyone supporting her. You know, these are a lot of the incidents that make me super comfortable with saying I will never be a conservative in my life. You will never. Ever. When I'm seeing all these conservative creators donating to her thing, talking about, oh, we just want to be able to take our place back. So let me, growing up for me, a conservative person embodied a lot of traditional values. They embodied the ideas of chivalry. They embodied the ideas of being well-mannered, of being God-fearing, a lot of these good things that I thought in a lot of ways could be very good. Okay. And we get to 2025 and it's just like, say the most offensive things you can at every point. Have the biggest potty mouth possible. If you get a chance, yell at children and call them all kinds of slurs. It's so bizarre to me how much that is flipped, right? They used to say the irrational crazy ones were the basically SJW types. And now you have grown women yelling at 4-year-old slurs because they went through a diaper bag. It is crazy how things have changed. But then to have conservative creators in mass defending a lot of this nonsense, it's just like, oh yeah, that's why I'll never be anywhere near this shit. And for all the people who will be like, oh, you guys are the dumb, you will have to be a fucking idiot to sit there alongside these creators who basically look at you as third-class citizens. You know what? I bet you anything if these motherfuckers were still in power, they keep you Negroes as slaves. That's what I really believe. Because the way that they talk about y'all is nuts.
No, for
and they
real.
don't even do it in hiding. You know, watching Myron sit up there.
No, and then to see them try and be like, but I want to be I want to be part of this, like Lindy Lee.
Here and talk about, oh, we have to take back our country, and then having the white supremacists look him dead in the eyes and be like, yeah, but when we do, you means you gotta leave.
Myron, you were in my space the other day, and I said, you're doing a great job calling out these Jews, but if we take this country back, we want it for white folks. And would you go home? And you said, I was born here and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand? Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country? This is the issue with whites working with non-whites.
We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into, this whole white thing. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
This whole white thing is what built...
Why would I ever...
And he's still trying to defend it.
And he's still trying to defend it. It's like, they don't want y'all there, but y'all be begging for scraps. It's crazy. So... this kind of stuff, when I see the whole GoFundMe, all this other stuff, it's just more reason to stray away from all these conservative folks, because you recognize that a lot of the things that they embody don't have space for people that look like me. And I have to say it very clearly. They're going to say otherwise. They can yap about it. But until they start condemning the people who say all that nutty shit, I don't want to hear it. Until I start seeing creators on that side of the spectrum coming out and actively speaking about that, the way they speak about fucking blue-haired feminists that nobody really cares about, I don't want to hear it.
Funny thing about what you just said is that it's crazy because they're fighting it like when they finally take over the country, you're going to have a special place in the House.
And we need to have a majority of white people, and white people need to be running America.
You're not going to be in the fields. You're going to be in the House. They're going to shoot you back in the fields. They don't want you in the House.
You guys should feel shame. Absolutely. Shame is a good thing. Right. Shame means that you're not living to the values that you profess to have, or not living in a way that's becoming of the bare minimum of somebody who's part of society. Yeah, you should feel shame. You out here talking about, I want to moon kids, or I want to yell slurs at kids. You should feel shame. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid who can barely talk and then call them a bunch of slurs trying to destroy their self-esteem? Are you mad? Of course you should feel shame. You should feel shame for donating to that fucking thing too. Absolutely. And I don't want to hear this is equivalent to like the whole, the whole case with the stabbing. There's no relation to it. If you feel the need to donate to some just because there's a self-defense claim that's being funded somewhere else, these things are not parallel at all. They're not analogous. You can say, I don't agree with that kid, what he did to that man and stabbing, killing him, he deserves to go to jail. Fine. Why are you donating to a in contrast? Why? Because people did a GoFundMe for his legal fund? To me, it's so bizarre what I'm watching. And to watch grown adults trying to convince me these things are the same, or that, because one person or these people did bad, I'm going to go and yell at a 5-year-old and support people. So you guys just basically said it's great to go up to kids and yell whatever you want at them. That's what I'm understanding. That you should go up to kids, and if you want to call them the most foul things as an adult, that we're going to financially support you if you have any backlash for that.
They do understand what shame is. They're just hypocrite about it. Because they're the same people that say, oh, we need to bring back bullying. That is their version of shame. They want people to be ashamed of, you have to be ashamed of certain, so they do understand it. But they don't understand it when it doesn't fit with what they feel. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just being hypocrite about the shame thing. They understand that. They want to apply it to others, but not to them. They want to have a lack of accountability with the shame as well.
Yeah. I will say, also, people on the right are much better about being loyal to each other, irrespective of what the other people do. Because you don't see leftist creators will spend a lot of time talking about trans people, talking about how crazy a lot of this shit is. Very comfortable. I mean, I've done it on this channel for the longest time period. And then I realized at one point, I was like, oh, while we might do that in terms of talking about what's going on our end of the spectrum, did you ever see them spend time talking about racism?
No.
I don't think I've ever seen them condemn it a single time.
No.
I will never ever endorse a movement that means that me, my kids, my community would be exiled out of here or treated as second-class citizen. If that's what you're about, you can get the fuck up out of here too. So when I see this goofy shit online, it's getting more and more popular, hey man, keep that shit away from me. But that's all from me.
That's all from me.
Yeah? You don't want to say nothing about the Lady of the Kids?
I said what I said, bro.
Okay.
Like, I'm not fazed by anything, and you're going to say, well, you're not fazed by anything anyway.
That's facts. You
are, but I've seen a lot of these. It's the same shit repeating itself. You understand what I'm saying? If we walk in the street, right? We walk in the street in Brazil, and you see someone with a gun, you're gonna be like, huh? No, you see, I've seen that. I've seen that before. We were in Haiti. There's some fucked up shit that happened. It's like, yo, you went what? Yo, I've been through shit like that. Not that you were unfazed, but you were like, I know what this is. I know what this is. I know the way they're looking at me. The way you looked at me and you said like, hey, if they jump here and you jump over, that the mechanism that you had is because you've seen this shit before. So it's not so much that I'm not phased about a lot of shit. It's just, I've seen shit. I've seen that. This whole situation screamed 1988, 1993. It's that. And I was 6. It's very familiar. That's it.
All right. Well, let us know what you think in the comments below.
1993. It's that. And I was 6. Where you looked at me and you said like, hey, if they jump here, we were in Haiti.
That's facts. You are too. So when I see this goofy shit online, it's getting more and more popular. Hey man, keep that shit away from me. But that's all from me.
That's all from me.
Yeah, you don't want to say nothing about the lady of the kids?
I said what I said, bro.
Okay.
Like I'm not fazed by anything, and you're gonna say, well, you're not fazed by anything anyway.
That's facts. You are like that.
Yeah, but I've seen a lot of these. It's the same shit repeating itself. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he didn't really elaborate. All right. Yeah, the Mediaites. Give me 1 second. Hey, I hear you back there. There we go.
A lot of people have asked me why I called the tour flowers, and obviously flowers are cool, and I'm covered in flowers or wearing a flower suit or whatever in some of the pictures, but the real reason is because
right back. I
when I look
actually,
at people,
speaking of flowers, take care of my flowers.
I see
from
people
this,
obviously,
frost
but I also see like a garden, and gardens are built out of what you nurture, what you plant there, and what you help grow. And it's the mission with flowers to build and bring as much community as possible, bring it to people who feel like they don't have it, and nurture it in the places that are already doing a great job. And so, you know, whether it's me doing something, or it's the flower girls, or it's just like the staff as a whole, you know, we're all striving to leave a mark on every place that we go, to make it feel a little bit more unified in any way that we can. I mean, this tour is special to me, and it's the first time I'm able to really do what I want to do and move how I want to move, as far as all the parts that go into it. I can't wait to see you there.
You ready for your headliner? You seen him on the Daily Show all over YouTube. Put your hands together for Josh Johnson.
I don't know about y'all, but I just paid my taxes, and they got me. Oh, they got me good. Oh, they got me real good. I was wondering if they would get me, and then they were like, "No, we didn't forget about you. We think you're special. We would never forget." And I know they charged me extra. They got me charged me extra because they know I won't survive jail. So they're like, he gonna pay it. Just write a number. He'll make it happen. It's been great traveling this week. I've been able to go to Milwaukee, Madison, now Minneapolis, and everything. When I was in Madison, there was something sort of curious that was happening. You know, I like being in Minneapolis because y'all smile an appropriate amount. You smile when something good is happening. You know what I mean? When I was in Madison, there were so many errant smiles. There were people just looking forward like, huh. I've never been in a city. I told them this too. I told them this to their face. I was like, y'all all walk like you walk into the light. Like, this is crazy. I try to be a jolly person, but this is insane. Nah, man, what? It was wild. And when I was there, I like when people are happy. I hope to make people happy, but when people got a little bit too much of it going on, I do have to get to the bottom of it. You know? And so I did do a couple things. It's something I like to do in any city when I see too many people smiling when I get there. I immediately go to that city's Yelp. Because I'm like, there are problems here somewhere. We just have to find where they are. You know what I mean? Not everything is a 5-star experience. Not everybody gonna give a 5-star. And it didn't take long.
Whiskey, yes, what up?
I found a 1-star. I won't name the establishment, but the review simply said, their old fashions taste like barbecue sauce.
We actually are we did the politics and we're doing a little comedy, get some levity in our lives.
Let's be clear about something. You have to have such a fundamental understanding of how old fashions and barbecue sauce taste to take a sip of alcohol and go, no, that's Sweet Baby Ray's. I know that's Sweet Baby Ray's. When I taste it, you not slick just because you thinned it up a little bit.
Oh shit, you're in a red zone? Did you guys do a mandatory drill?
Wow, it's tough too, because when you're dealing with some of this happiness in different places, you wonder, did y'all get taxed? Do you know what I mean? They must have skipped over y'all if y'all so happy all the time. And I think sometimes taxes feel extra difficult because when you pay them, you feel like you're paying them for everything that happens next, not to pay for the life you were living up until that point. Does that make sense? It's like when you pay rent. You're paying rent to keep living there. But when it comes to taxes, you're mostly paying for everything that already happened, that you already enjoyed or didn't enjoy, depending on the city. And I think that if you got something back with your taxes, let's say you pay your taxes, they give you that tax return and everything. You can read all the numbers, why they say you owe what you owe or why you got back what you got back. And then they list next to that what they paid for with it. That might make people feel a little better, you know? Because we don't know where our tax dollars go exactly. So then something happens and you feel like you're paying for that and you're like, this isn't what I paid for. And somebody should tell you, oh no, this isn't on you. That's not, that wasn't your money.
He's breaking this down really well.
You know what I mean? Like paying taxes as part of a country feels like when the bill comes and you got to split it, but you only got wings.
Yeah, you only got wings. Yep. That's happened to me. And they're like, no, we're all doing equal. It's like, no.
Hey, I got 6 wings.
Yep.
All right, there are 6 sets of bones in my basket. I didn't take any errant bites or anything. And some of y'all are alcoholics. I am not prepared to split this bill with you. You having your barbecue sauce old fashions. You having your... Not down for this.
Dude, that's wild. When people add like a whole bunch of shit too. Yeah.
Because everybody's having some...
Like if you have a non-drinker in the group and they're just like, no, you got to pay the same. Like what?
Money troubles right about now. I mean, from all different ways, people are getting squeezed in lots of different directions, you know? Like we already know, tariffs are almost old news now. But the fallout isn't. The fallout is fresh. The Dow has only dropped by 1,000 points 11 times in history. And 4 of them were in like the last 2 months. Like this is,
bro.
This is very bad. If this were a roller coaster, this would be the part of the ride where your neck breaks. Like it's just
context.
Engineers don't build this way. This is not safe. And you know, you see it through the tariffs. I've talked about it before, but those people on the money channels, they're still a bit nervous. They're still freaking out, you know? They still come on every day. One of my favorite things about watching them now is they talk to us like we're the news. They're there doing the news, but they looking right in the camera like, I don't... What y'all think? No, it's bad. You know, like just this week, you know, you had people losing money in all sorts of ways. I mean, Christy Nome. Christy Nome was at a restaurant, got her bag stolen, right? And
oh, dude, no. So, like, all right, I'm not sure if this is what he was talking about, but I'll just say, like, there was one specific time that I knew we were going to a nicer place. I knew that, like, and before we, like, had even discussed it, it was like, all right, so the way that they did it was with, like, the courses, like, they give you 2 or 3 courses. It wasn't like a really fancy restaurant or nothing like that, but it was just enough to where people were like, okay, this is about how much the bill will be. We're going to split it equally. But what they didn't include was the drinks. So, like, this is what really sucked, because at the time I did not drink alcohol. So I ended up, because, like, we had already agreed that we're going to just split the bill evenly. That was the last time I ever did that or will even entertain it. But to be fair, Talon, yeah, it's not something that comes up like a lot.
I don't know.
Because I am that guy that grabs the receipt and I'm just like, what he said. It's like, I ate 6 wings. Here is my contribution plus tip, and here you go.
It is wild. Okay, because then you have to... Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to put this. Okay, so then when you report your bag as stolen, right, and you got to list the contents of your bag, you know, her bag had her driver's license in it, had her passport in it. She had $3,000 in cash in her bag. $3,000 in American dollars. $3,000 in cash. What you doing, Christy? That's $3,000. North American, South of Canada dollars. She had $3,000. That would make sense if this was like the 90s. You know, it's the 90s. You got it like that. You got 3,000 on you. You know, okay, you might see a food truck, want to treat the town. $3,000 in cash in 2025. $3,000 in the year of our Lord Apple Pay. If I had been the cop that she reported to, that the business, and she told me, listen in the back, oh, my DHS badge, my passport, my driver's license, so much stuff was in there. I had a couple of Jolly Ranchers, and oh yeah, $3,000 in cash. I'd be like, oh, do you rap or something? Like, why do you have that much cash on you? No, she had $3,000 in cash. But the kicker for me was she had a bunch of blank checks. I don't even have to, yeah. You still write checks. In 2025, you just got that blank check on you just in case something pop off, and $3,000 in cash isn't enough. This is the most prepared to be mugged individual I've ever seen in my entire life. That is insane. You already got $3,000 in cash. Imagine you pull up on Christy No, you're like, give me everything. And then she's like, here, you about to walk away. And then for whatever reason, you don't know why, you just feel led for one moment. You look over your shoulder back at her, and she got a pen. You said give you everything, you know.
Yeah, I like that.
A bunch of blank checks. I don't even know if the thief would know what to do. Like, there used to be whole departments dedicated to check fraud. And now it's like 2 dudes. People are not writing checks like that anymore. I bet you they dump the contents out. They're like, oh, we score. We got $3,000 in cash. We got her DHS badge. I'm sure she's going to want that back. We got her passport, her driver's license. Oh, we got everything. Why she got a bunch of little papers with her name on it? Some people so conceited. No, because I had an incident happen to me when I was in college, where I left for the break, and when I got back, the RA, resident assistant, comes up to me as soon as I get back on campus, and she's like, hey, I'm gonna walk with you to your room. Now, you could get in trouble at the school I was in. It was a dry campus. You could get in trouble for like having alcohol in your room, or like if they found anything. Sometimes if there was even a whisper of something in your room, they'd at least want to check it out. And so I didn't know if maybe somebody had said something. I lived in my own room. I had my own like dorm room by myself. And so I was like, I know nothing should be in there that I don't know about, unless maybe
that's prison.
Maybe I left it unlocked.
That's fucking prison.
Somebody put something in there.
We gotta do a room check. That's fucking prison.
I don't know. So
That's wild that they are conditioning you for prison life.
Kind of freaking out on the walk to get to my room. And then I go ahead, I open the door, and before I open the door, she's like, okay, don't freak out. And I was like, that's not how you start. It's the least helpful way. She's like, don't freak out. While people were gone on campus, there were a series of break-ins, and your room was one of the ones that was broken into, right? Now, this isn't like me being like poor me, but everything I had is everything I had, right? So I like the stuff that I left there, I have one of everything, and same for the stuff at home. And so I'm opening the door thinking like, oh my gosh, like I don't have money to replace things that might be missing or broken, you know? So I open the door and my room is trashed. It's like fully ransacked and everything. And then she's like, you just make a list, okay? Make a list of everything that's missing, and we'll figure out if like the like Department of Public Safety on campus and the school at large can like help you recover some of it, or you know, maybe, who knows, maybe the school can like come up with the funds to help you get the stuff that was missing. And so I look around and I'm moving clothes out of the way and all this stuff. I opened my closet. They were in my closet too and everything. And it takes a little while, but quietly I realized to myself that they didn't take anything. This. Do you know how embarrassing it is to get your place broken into? And a thief is like, I'm good. What do you do? What do you do? You know, I'm in my head, quietly walking around. You know, RA is still standing in the doorway and everything. I'm getting defensive in my head. I'm like, all right, I got a couple of good DVDs, all right? They not Fight Club fans? Like, no, I got a PS1. I know the PS3 is out, but I had a 1. They could pawn that. You know, they don't even have imagination.
20 years later.
So finally the RA is like, so, anything? And I was like, yeah, they took my Gucci watch. I had 2 Chanel bracelets. You gotta put the bracelets down. Please write the bracelets down, okay? And I had about $3,000 in cash. No. It's difficult when people are feeling like they're squeezed so much financially. Like there are things that you have to pay. But the thing, I guess, that gets me sometimes when it comes to paying tax, I feel like some of the reluctance around it is that it feels like you work all year and then you get taxed for this money that's going to be spent on a bunch of things that you didn't agree to, it less like you worked all year and it's to pay for the things that we already enjoyed. Does that make sense? Like the framing of it, I think, is why people have such a problem. You know, like if you just sent back the tax return and then listed the stuff. Yeah, I mean, we might be like, oh, I didn't know that I kept the bridge open. That's good. That's pretty good. I use that bridge every day. I'm glad it's not in shambles. That's fantastic news. You have to pay your taxes not just because the government is telling you to. It's not the government being some big bad meanie or something. It's you live here. Mm-hmm. And you use the road, so maybe chip in.
Yeah, people don't understand that. They're so fucking selfish that they're just like, but I made this money.
So that it doesn't fall all the way apart.
Yeah, you got bridges.
You know?
Weird how you appreciate those, but then you bitch when it needs to get fixed.
And like, that's not to say.
No, but you know what part of that is? The American condition. And the fact that the American fucking government is really bad with that. The fact that I live in a fucking city that, you know what? We're one of the highest taxed, but my roads, fucking suck.
Really, really quick. That's not to say that I just, pay my taxes blindly and love it and never question where it's going.
Japan's municipal services are top-notch due to high taxes. Exactly.
Because it is.
But that's what pisses me off, especially because of the city I live in, is because, like, you don't see it. Like, dude, our L stations, they're falling apart to the, like, literally, it's a fucking Chicago meme where you, like, anytime you're walking underneath an L station, you kind of go like this. So, like, just in case a fucking, like, piece of, like, cinder falls off.
Is your money as well, so you deserve to have some say in where it goes. That's why we elect people to Congress. You know, it's why we pick the officials that we pick, even on a local level, because we're like
that one time when in New Hampshire that the Libertarians, like that town that went in New Hampshire that went full Libertarian as an experiment, and people couldn't leave their houses because the bears took over the town.
You work for me. You are my employee, and here are the things that I want to see. These are things that I don't want to see. It feels like in this moment we're in a real predicament of. I guess the best way I can describe it is I used to work at a store, and when I worked there, they promoted this one guy that was like, one of us, one of the cashiers. They promoted him, and they really shouldn't have done it. They clearly weren't paying attention. Like I was barely a good employee, and he was worse than me by far. And they promoted him. I was like, that blows my mind. And I wasn't jealous. It wasn't like I wanted a promotion. I felt like my duties to my level of commitment were right on par. Like I was like, let me stack the grapes, let me stock the shelves. Don't ask me to do more, and I promise not to do less, okay? But he was actively bad, and they promoted him. And a good example was he wanted to go to business school, and one of the assistant managers said, "Oh, I used to, go to business school. Like I graduated from business school. I tell you what, I will give you all my old business school books. I don't know how much of it will transfer, how much it will actually help you, but it can get you started before you actually start school. You might be able to learn some of the basic concepts. It'll help you." Right? And that was a very nice thing to do. He didn't need to do that. I respected that very, very much. He saw somebody with a dream. He wanted to help them along, And so he gave him these books. And I'm not even kidding. The next day, this dude comes to work and accidentally knocks over about a pallet's worth of wine because he was walking while reading the book. The book, I'm not even kidding, was called How to Understand Business. And this is who you promoted. We're in the business of selling groceries. We buy groceries from places, we hold them until people want to buy them from us, and then we sell them to them. We're in the business of buying and selling groceries. He will stand in direct conflict with our ability to buy and sell groceries. And you've promoted him. We're in a similar predicament now. As a country, we're in a similar situation because...
Hey, Robin.
Pete Hegseth got in trouble again for the same thing from before. Basically, if you're not familiar, a bunch of people who are supposed to were using the app Signal to, talk about war plans. And, quick gist, they accidentally invited a journalist, and then the mission kicks off. They do the attack. The attack is successful, and everyone finds out, and they're like, "That was dumb. Don't do that again." And everybody was like, "We can't promise that. Like, that's not..." Okay. Well, fast forward to rewind. are in the same situation again, because unbeknownst to, I guess, anybody at the time, Pete Hegseth had not only been using Signal to discuss war plays, he had a whole other channel where he was just talking to his wife, his brother, and his personal attorney. And you couldn't. This is what genuinely bothers me. Like this is what actually upsets me about the whole thing. Some people are upset. They're like, I can't believe they were discussing such sensitive information that should have been, you know, they can say it's not top secret, they can say it's not classified, but it's at least something that we should hold tight until the mission happens. And he's just discussing it plainly on this app that could be hacked. And it's like those things, discussing it with people who shouldn't know isn't actually my problem. Maybe this is a, you know, my own hot take, but I feel like that sort of thing happens all the time. I think anyone who's like married to someone in government, anyone who's married to someone high up in any business knows some things that they're not supposed to know. That's like human, actually. You don't think Michelle Obama? You don't think Michelle Obama was kept up at night knowing stuff she wasn't supposed to know? Do you know what I mean? You think Michelle Obama was in the White House like, Barack, what's wrong? And then Barack was like, it's classified. No. I don't think that happened. You know? I'm sure Michelle was in the White House minding her own business. You know, eating a veggie plate. Barack halfway kicks open the door. I've had it up to here with them. Okay? They want to kill everybody. They want to blow the world up. Now you sitting there, you Michelle, you like, oh, I don't even want my carrots anymore. Oh, no. The thing that bothers me is that he couldn't just be, Pete just couldn't be professional, you know? And wait for an hour till he got home to tell her in person. Like, just do it the way people normally do it. Walk in the door, be like, you won't believe. Like, that's the way you do it. Yep. But when I pay my taxes, I do get upset when I see it blatantly being misused. You know, like when Pete Hegseth is supposedly building a $40,000 studio in the Pentagon to do his makeup before he goes on TV. I'm like, that, if even $1 of that is mine, I'm very upset. Like, I'm not saying I'm the whole 40, but like, that's so insane. Secretary of...
But then Doge, they focus on Doge.
In the makeup room. Should he be...
Waste, fraud, and abuse, baby.
Yeah, war? Like... Every once in a while, you come into contact with somebody that, you know from... You know in a personal way, and eventually, maybe this has happened to some of you, you turn on local news, and you see them. And you're like, I knew it was going to be something. You know what I mean? Maybe it's the 8 o'clock, the 10 o'clock news, but they did something. You see that mug shot and everything. When I was in Chicago, I worked with this dude at our job, in the break room, we had a light sensor for the light switch. So you could just press it, lights come on, or, if nobody was in there or if you didn't move for long enough, lights go off, right? And one day, I'm walking into the break room, take my break, lights are off, I walk in, lights come on, and he's sitting there already in the break room eating barbecue. And let me go out on a limb right now and say that if you eat barbecue in the dark, you are a murderer, okay? You're already guilty in my mind. If you are that comfortable with bones in the dark, there's no telling what else you're capable of. If you are that comfortable slipping and sliding on your teeth and tongue, barbecue is messy enough in the light.
He's making some good points here.
You should have seen his face when the lights came on. It was insanity. And then I walk in and he not even, in my, if it were me and that happened, because I try to put myself in his shoes. I try to be empathetic. I'm like, okay, let's say you eating barbecue in the break room on your break, right? Kind of a heavy meal for a 15-minute break, but to each their own, you know what I mean? You go be sleepy when you come back, but I want everybody to enjoy their life. So let's say you're eating barbecue in the break room and you are somehow doing it so still I'm not saying he should be hitting the rib like corn on the cob. You know what I mean? I'm not like I'm not saying he should be digging into it with his face. Like,
I mean, I thought that's where he was going with it, so.
In case you're wondering, that is, at least in my mind, the sound you make when you eat barbecue in the dark, like that. If you eat barbecue in the dark, you don't eat it like the rest of us. The rest of us chew like civilized people, but if you in the dark eating barbecue, you are wilding out. You're doing whole other sounds and effects that the rest of us don't do, you know? I'm not saying that you need to be doing a bunch of extra movements when you eat your barbecue. I'm just saying if you're doing it so still, you know, munch, munch, munch. Munch, munch, munch. Munch, 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 munch. Munch, munch, yum. Munch, 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 munch. If you're doing it so subtle that a light sensor, that technology was like, ain't nobody in the room, and then they decide to shut the lights off on you, and you still did not feel led to change the conditions of your meal.
Maybe just
if you were eating barbecue in the break room and then the lights go off and you're like, that's even better.
All right, he makes a point.
That tells me you're not right in the head. Something is going on with your mind or your spirit. Something is evil in you. Munching away. And then you think to yourself, oh, what if someone walks in? What if someone walks in and feels like, this is awkward, this is weird. I would hate for them to judge me and my entire personality based off of one instance, you know? Maybe I should get up and paw my way, if the lights don't come on, to the light switch and press it so the lights come on and the room is once again filled with God's holy light. I even tried to extend that olive branch and be like, you know what? He probably didn't want to get barbecue sauce on the switch. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he thought if he was flinging his hands, he'd get barbecue sauce on the walls. That would look even scarier because now I walk in, the wall's red, you got a bone in your hand, you munching away. really tried to put myself in that headspace, try to be fair to him. And after I got through thinking all those thoughts, I was like, nah, the whole thing was weird. No, I was right. It's insane.
He was chill, right?
Okay. Side note. I left that job, right? And one day I was catching up with a different coworker. I was telling them what happened, right? I was like, hey, I was super weird. Like, I get in there and, you know, he'd been in the dark, so he wasn't fazed. It wasn't like something just happened and I walked in right after or whatever. And they were like, oh, you know what? I didn't want to tell anybody. But the same thing happened to me. Which means on a different day, this man was eating barbecue so gentle that he lost the light again. And this dude, okay, so look, so my coworker told me, they were like, no, okay, so when I walked in, that light, I think, was genuinely broken because I walked in and it was still dark. Like, it didn't just come on because I swung the door open, right? So we at least know now he didn't turn the lights off on himself. Because I did worry about that. I did worry that man took his break, went to the break room with his barbecue, knew what he was about to do, knew how unchristian he was about to behave, set the barbecue down on the table and was like, nobody needs to know. But yeah, so apparently there was a problem with the light in the break room, and they were like, yeah, but when I walked in, he was eating the barbecue, and I'm pretty sure he was choking. Which would make you feel bad for him for a second, until you really put yourself in that situation. Because if you walk in to a dark room, you assume nobody's in there. And the sound of someone choking on barbecue in a dark room does sound like a demon. It does sound... If you walk in and it's like... No, do it real quick. Close your eyes. Close your eyes real quick. I want everybody to close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Piece of brisket getting caught in the back of your throat, and now you sound like Beelzebub. No. And so then when the light from the door spilled in, they saw him, and they couldn't really make him out. Because they were kind of blocking the light themselves, just standing in the doorway. And they said that they just saw him, like, eating in the corner, which, why are you facing the wall? I forgot to mention that. That happened to me, too. He was facing the wall. It's already dark. You don't need to worry about being seen. But he's facing the wall going... I was like, what did you do? What did you do when that happened? And they were like, I thought it was a demon. I yelled out loud, I rebuke you. And then I closed the door. Man. So then, you know, I'm chilling in my apartment in Chicago and watching the news.
Oh no.
And I see a mugshot with a familiar face. who had been arrested for trying to rob a barbecue restaurant. It's especially tough right now because I think people are getting squeezed from more angles than we thought was possible, right? It's like, you know, wages aren't increasing, jobs are hard to come by because of layoffs. Some of the layoffs are like the seasonal layoffs when, you know, companies restructure.
God, I just got, real quick, I just have to say how masterful it is for him to actually, like, have all of these, like, stories and experiences, but also be able to just appropriately not, like, it's weird for a comic because, like, if you have story-based stuff, you don't know necessarily, like, when you want to bring it out in your career. The fact that he could do this effortlessly, man, like, man.
Everything, things that we're actually used to. But then some of them are people losing their jobs in government. Some people are losing their jobs in the private sector in place of potential, like, AI advancements and stuff. All while you have the tariffs going on. And I truly believe that some of it is preventable. Obviously, there's going to be ebbs and flows with every economy. There's going to be ebbs and flows with every country throughout its history of how rich it is or how markets fluctuate. Some of these are unforced errors, and some of these are things that just happen, but it's all happening at one time, you know? And I think very basically, I wish everyone could agree on it, but we're not there yet, that just by being human, just by virtue of being alive, you deserve access to basic necessities, the most basic of things, right? And especially if you're working. If you are working full time and you're still struggling to get the basic, we're talking about food, water, and shelter. We're talking about the most basic things. And I think sometimes when you bring up the people who are having a rough time, they're having a rougher go of it than is just, right? Life isn't fair, but you build the scale so that things can level out, so that they can be just. And when you talk about people who are having a rough time, who need extra help to try to get level, and they're working, they're doing their best. I think people conflate that with people who want luxuries or they want something for free. These people are already working. We are the hardest working country in the world. We clock more hours than anybody else, and we every year have less and less to show for it. We have less to show in healthcare, we have less to show in education and possibility of upward mobility. Every year we work harder, and every year we have less. We take less vacation days than pretty much anyone in the world, and for all of our hard work, we are not seeing the fruits of our labor. And there are people who will tell you, oh, but if you just work a little bit harder, if you just do it this way, oh, I'm smart, I figured it out, you will too. Yep. It's people who are not addressing the fact that everyone does not get a fair shake. Yep. You know? Like,
yeah, and it's kind of like what we were saying earlier. It's because they got theirs.
You only need to look at me as an example. You don't think I want to be in the NBA? I did everything that I was supposed to do. I ate my greens. All right, I shot the ball. I did the running. I did everything. But trust me, if I show up to an open tryout and shoot my shot for whatever team will have me, they will be calling security. All right. And finances work in a similar way. I'm not coming down on anybody who came up well, went to a good school, and then through that good school, you made a connection which got you your job, which affords you your lifestyle. I'm not saying you don't work hard. I'm saying everyone doesn't have that same opportunity, you know? And I think that at the very basis, right? At the very basis of food, water, and shelter, people get it in their head that even shelter means, oh, a lavish house or something. Lavish. I'm not talking about lavish things. I'm talking about enough to get by. Everyone is fighting to get by. When you talk to people who don't have about what they want, they just want to be level. You know, they're not asking for expensive, lavish things like outdoor furniture. Patio furniture is ridiculously expensive. It doesn't make sense.
I agree.
It doesn't make sense. It's literally outside. You don't even want it in your home. It's almost trash. I don't care how comfortable it is. You literally let it get rained on. You know, you buy it from a store and then you bring it inside for a second just to take it out to the backyard and leave it there. And it's too expensive. It's crazy. In fact, when the outdoor furniture is inside, that's when you know it's bad. When I was living with some friends in college, their lawn chairs were the chairs. And I was like, we in a bad situation. We're not doing well.
Me and my ex-roommate brought a couch in when we saw it at a dumpster. It could have had bed bugs. We didn't know. We were just like, free couch.
You got the patio furniture in front of the TV. We about to die tomorrow. Whew. Yeah. You know? It's bad. It's bad, and it shouldn't be this bad, you know? You work, you pay your taxes, those things should come back to benefit you, and it's still, that there's a narrative that's going on that's got all of us really going after and arguing with each other as if there's limited resources, as if there's limited money, as if there's limited opportunity, and we know there's not. We know that there's actually plenty to go around. Even with the hundreds of millions of us that are in this country, there's plenty to go around because we know how much billionaires have. Because they make it known how much they have, you know? Like you see how much land they own and you're like, that is a lot of people could live there. That's crazy. Or you know that CEO that said he wanted to own all the water. It's like, that's something you keep to yourself. What a sociopathic thing to say. Oh, I want all the water. You can't even drink it. What's wrong with you? That's what kills me. It's like people think that it's solely government. People think that it's their job. They think it's not. I promise it's not. And what really burdens me, what keeps me up at night, is that these people are siphoning all of this money. They siphon it from the government. They get benefits from the government. They get tax cuts from the government. They siphon all of this money. They siphon your wealth from you. They siphon it in wages by the fact that they don't increase. They siphon it off of like shrinkflation when they act like they cry poor and then they charge you more for less. They siphon all this money all to
free decent looking couch on the side of the road. Hell yeah.
What in?
Again, didn't know if it had bed bugs. More unlikely did.
To have a few people have all that money, more money than anyone will ever need in their lifetime, and you know it because they don't spend it. They siphon all of this money out. They are literally parasitic, and then they dress like me.
Yep.
That's so crazy. You have all the money in the world, and you look like me. What are you doing? That's so crazy. Oh, it doesn't have to be this way. And I know sometimes you can feel powerless, especially when the big thing is happening, when the big thing is just going, you know? But it does, with a movement towards any action that is based in the people's wishes, it has to come to fruition in any instance. And you see it all over the world. You see people rise up in whatever form it takes to make their voices heard. And it's still very much possible. I know that there's a narrative out there that you're like a cog, that there's nothing you can do, and that you might as well just scrounge up as many pennies as you can to get by. And that'll be the best you can ask out of life. You know, it's to the point now where even people who cross over that $1 million threshold, they enter that tax bracket, they still feel that way. You could make $500,000. You could have $300,000 saved up, and you might sell something within your company, make another $200,000. You might cross that $1 million threshold, even by just a little bit, and still be like, I'm barely getting by. And people roll their
questionnaire extraordinaire. Hello.
eyes at that. They scoff at that. But the way that things are set up, unless you are uber rich, is very easy to drop right out of that tax bracket. Right out. None of that is certain. You know, small business owners, some of them could be considered millionaires, but they'll tell you, they're like, my actual business and the people that I care for, the employees that I employ that depend on me for their benefits, for their livelihood, it's like we are month to month, right? So this structure doesn't end at just taking care of yourself. And it's why everybody, to the best of our ability, we have to be looking at the whole. The way that they play it is the way that benefits them every single time. Someone who's already a billionaire would love for you to just try to be like me. You can do it if you work hard enough. That's the narrative out there. They don't talk about how many government benefits they get, how many tax cuts they get, that they were born rich. They don't let any of that into the story because it would kind of ruin the whole thing. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's literally, it's up.
A good lobster bisque.
It's up to you because we're already there. We're already in a place where I don't see how things are just going to get better by themselves. People are putting burritos on layaway. That's insane. That's so crazy. There are apps now that they come to you and they're like, hey, we'll let you finance your lunch, dog. You know, pay $3 now, we got you. And they do. They have you. And they don't let go.
I'll see where this goes.
And before you know it, it's been a month, and that burrito that was $12 when you didn't have it is $65 now when you're done paying for it. And it wasn't worth it. And it siphoned more from you. The things that weren't already taken. They can take your wealth. They're taking it now. They cannot take your worth. If you know your worth, if you remember your
The soup question was a lot easier.
worth, and you fight for it every day, and you fight for it with who you vote for. You go to your town halls and you speak to them and you let them know, we hired you. You work for us. We pay our taxes. Go tell them that this is done. It doesn't have to be this way. We can demand more, and the thing that we're demanding is not some sort of handout. We're demanding our work back to us in proportion for how hard we've worked. These people believe, they genuinely believe that they built this company up by themselves as if there's some idea truly as a self-made man. It's like, even if you built a company and you ship the things to the people and they love your product and they want more of it and you think you're such a genius, there are people driving that truck. There are people packing up those packages. And then there's the road that you didn't build. You know? In what world should it be like this? That's crazy. And then the narrative gets put back on us that we deserve these pennies, that we deserve such a small share of the thing that we helped build. Look around. Really look around when you walk around your city. Really look around when you travel. Wherever you go in America, no matter who you are, we built this. We built this together. We built it, and I'm not even saying that these like titans of industry don't hold a part in it. I'm not discounting someone having an idea and through ingenuity bring it to fruition to the point where they employ people, to the point where people depend on them. But there are responsibilities that come with that sort of thing. You know, I wanted to start like a candy company, and I was like, nah, I'm actually gonna be a terrible boss. I'd be a terrible boss, you know, I'd be in there in the candy factory eating all the chocolate, making myself sick, and then when people come to the factory to look at our chocolate, they'd be like, the boss is in the bathroom throwing up again because he's a child that can't stop himself. And that's why I didn't start a business, because I was like, you know, There are other people that are better at it. It's tough. You know, you shouldn't be put in a position where you got to put barbecue that you eat in the dark on layaway. Like that's
The fact that he's able to do that, I keep saying it, but it takes years. So, you into politics? Yeah. I mean, the show is called High on Politics. But we're near the end of the show, and I also promise a little bit of comedy and levity, so... I also did the, Oh, actually, hold on. I got a update on this. That's right. I promise. Alright, so it looks like Karachi is not safe. Indian drone hits civilian house in Malir. Or wait, Malir. That's not real. I know a fake video when I see one. How's it going, Xerox? Xerox. Such an edgy name. All right.
The members of the Ba'ath Party sat in a smoke-filled hall, their eyes darting nervously as unbearable tension filled the air. No one knew what was coming. A hush fell over the crowd as a man, eyes hollow, spirit broken, his body showing signs of torture, stood before them and confessed to being a part of the plot to overthrow the government. A few feet away, the newly installed president, a large Cuban cigar resting between his fingers, watched in silence. Then, with a wavering voice, the man began to read a list of names, each one a supposed enemy of the party. One by one, as the named men stood, they were escorted out by armed guards. Panic spread through the room. This wasn't just a political shakeup, it was a cull, an elimination of enemies. Eyes darted around in desperation, locking onto the president, silently pleading for mercy. But Saddam Hussein barely flinched. His era of terror had begun. July 22, 1979 was a date that would forever be remembered in Iraq's history as the day of Saddam Hussein's brutal purge. But how did things escalate to this moment? And more importantly, how many party members made it out of that fateful meeting alive? Saddam Hussein, Iraq's fifth president, held a firm grip on the country from 1979 to 2003. During his almost three-decade rule, Saddam was a highly polarizing figure. His hardline policies and refusal to cooperate with other nations, including Iraq's neighbors, earned him global condemnation. He led Iraq into multiple conflicts, including the Iran-Iraq War and the Persian Gulf War. These wars weren't just costly, they were also largely unsuccessful in achieving his goal of expanding Iraq's influence over the region. The Iran-Iraq War from 1980 to 1988 resulted in an estimated 500,000 military and civilian deaths and caused over $700 billion in economic losses for Iran, only to end in a stalemate. Saddam Hussein's methods and ideology didn't just put him at odds with Iraq's neighbors, they also led to major clashes with global powers, particularly the United States. He was a vocal critic of Western imperialism and strongly opposed any form of foreign intervention in Iraq, which naturally fueled his fervent anti-American stance. But for many Iraqis, Saddam Hussein's rule was defined by severe authoritarianism, brutal repression, and widespread human rights violations. According to Human Rights Watch, his regime was responsible for the murder or disappearance of between 250,000 or nearly 300,000 Iraqi civilians. He ruthlessly targeted political opposition, reshaping Iraq into a single-party state where dissent was crushed. Power within the Ba'ath Party was carefully distributed, not based on merit but on loyalty. Saddam filled key positions with close friends, family members, and others that he could easily control. And that brings us back to 1979 and the heart of the Ba'ath Party purge. The tortured man standing before the assembled Ba'ath Party members was Muhyi Abdul Hussein Mashhadi, a once high-ranking Ba'athist leader until very recently. Mashhadi's vacant expression made it clear he had been broken under Saddam's brutal interrogation. Before assuming full control of Iraq, Saddam Hussein had been vice president, carefully watching Mashhadi, who served as secretary to then-President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr, Saddam's own cousin. Mashhadi had been the general secretary of the Revolutionary Command Council, a position that Saddam saw as a direct threat to his rise to power. Determined to eliminate any opposition, Saddam ordered Mashhadi's arrest and had him subjected to intense interrogation. He would become one of the earliest victims of Saddam Hussein's brutal reign. Compelled by mistreatment, Mashhadi confessed to being a part of a secret plot to overthrow Saddam's newly established regime. Then, in what must have been a nerve-wracking waiting game, he began naming his alleged co-conspirators. One by one, 60 Ba'ath Party members were called out, as each name echoed through the room. The accused men were escorted out by uniformed guards, their fate all but sealed. With this ruthless purge, both the party and the country were now fully under Saddam's control. To fully understand the events that led to Saddam's purge, we first need to examine the origins of the Ba'ath Party. The Ba'ath Party was built on Ba'athism, an ideology blending Arab nationalism, Arab socialism, and anti-imperialist ideals. Its core mission was Arab unity, which led to its spread across multiple Middle Eastern nations, most notably Syria, where the party was originally founded. At first glance, Syria's Ba'athist ties might seem irrelevant to the power struggle in Iraq. But in reality, the complex relationship between the Iraqi and Syrian Ba'athists was a key factor in the chain of events that ultimately culminated in the infamous Ba'ath Party purge. Tensions between Iraq and Syria's Ba'athist factions and the two nations themselves were deeply connected to the purge. The Ba'ath Party was established in 1943 in Damascus, later merging with the Syrian Socialist Party in 1953 to form the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party. A highly centralized and authoritarian movement, the party promoted what it saw as the positive values of Islam, opposed colonialism and imperialism, sought to bridge class divisions, and campaigned on a platform of non-alignment in global affairs. In 1963, the Ba'ath Party seized power in both Syria and Iraq. But for both nations, holding on to that power would be anything but straightforward. In Syria, the Ba'athists were soon caught in internal struggles between nationalists and progressives, with different factions vying for control. This power struggle dragged on until 1970, when Hafez al-Assad, a leading nationalist, finally took control. Meanwhile, in Iraq, the Ba'athists' first stint in power was short-lived. They lost control soon after 1963, only to regain it in 1968, this time with the party's power increasingly consolidated under Saddam Hussein. But, crucially, both the Syrian and Iraqi Ba'athists shared one major goal: the unification of their countries. In the years before Saddam officially took power, including during his time as Iraq's vice president, multiple unification talks were held between the two Ba'athist factions. By the late 1970s, these talks were still ongoing. In 1978, Saddam himself even publicly endorsed merging Iraq with Syria. At the time, his cousin, Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr, was Iraq's official president. However, due to health complications, Saddam had already become the de facto leader of the country, effectively controlling the Iraqi Ba'ath Party as well. So, the responsibility of pushing forward with unification ultimately fell to him. One of the biggest obstacles to unifying Iraq and Syria was ensuring that both wings of the Ba'ath Party could work together. For Saddam, consolidating the party was the first major step toward integrating the two countries. However, his decisions were bound to create tension within the party. A prime example was his plan to appoint Michel Aflaq as the leader of a...
Honestly, Xerox, I think it's about to stave off, and they're not going to escalate any further.
Unified Ba'ath Party.
This whole, like, we're going to WW3, I'm not going to play into it.
Aflaq, a Syrian...
I did already.
Philosopher, widely considered the founder
but we'll see. I could be wrong.
Of Ba'athist ideology, was a highly controversial figure. In fact, the Syrian Ba'ath Party had even placed him on a kill list. When Saddam attempted to rehabilitate Aflaq, it immediately angered Syrian President Hafez al-Assad.
Why do we do infographics first?
Tensions escalated further when Assad objected.
Honestly, because this is the one that I actually already had on my YouTube algo, but Crash Course
to Saddam's
is good
proposal
too.
For a unified Iraqi-Syrian military command, a major point of contention if unification were to move
The other thing is I need to check if Crash Course is okay for me to use. I know infographic is.
Forward. By this time, Saddam Hussein was still Iraq's vice president. It'd be a lot harder for him to orchestrate the unification of two countries with his cousin in the hot seat, but all that changed on July 16, 1979. Due to declining health, President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr announced his resignation before the Revolutionary Command Council, the RCC, the executive body that governed Iraq and held the ultimate decision-making power in the Ba'athist state. As the RCC watched, al-Bakr declared his intentions to step down and immediately transfer the presidency to Saddam Hussein. Years later, US-funded media outlets like Radio Free Europe would claim that Saddam's rise to power in reality was a coup. These reports suggested that al-Bakr hadn't stepped down voluntarily, but had been coerced by Saddam into retirement. Just 6 days after he came to power, Saddam Hussein would make his mark on the party. One member of the Revolutionary Command Council fiercely objected to the resignation of the outgoing president, Muhi Abdul Hussein Mashhadi. During the session where
Who, me? Or infographics?
al-Bakr announced his resignation, Muhi Abdul Hussein Mashhadi attempted to persuade him to take a temporary leave of absence, rather than handing power directly over to Saddam. Even though al-Bakr dismissed the idea, Mashhadi's suggestion alone was enough.
Rest in peace.
To put him in Saddam's crosshairs. Saddam moved up from his position as Iraq's second in command.
Just because we went into Iraq under unjustified causes doesn't mean that Saddam Hussein was somehow some good guy.
And the de facto leader of the Ba'ath Party.
His end was justified, and I'm glad it happened the way it did.
To the role of president on July 16th. He immediately called a meeting of the party's leadership along with the military wing of the Ba'ath Party on July 22nd, 1979. 400 Ba'ath Party.
But for the record, I was completely against the Iraq War, and I did protest against it. So
party members and prominent leaders were summoned to a pavilion near the Iraqi
I don't like being lied to.
Presidential palace. As they filed in, the secret police discreetly locked the doors behind.
But I'll be completely real. That's why I don't necessarily believe Pakistan, because they said they were not harboring Osama bin Laden.
Them. They were trapped at the complete mercy of their newly appointed president. With cameras rolling, Saddam took the stage and brought forward Muhi Abdul Hussein Mashhadi. Just days earlier, as General Secretary of the Revolutionary Command Council, Mashhadi had been in vocal opposition to Saddam's rise to power. That defiance had sealed his fate. He had been arrested in secret, taken to an unknown location.
Trust me, that I know.
And subjected to days.
I don't know. Wait. Hold on. I misspoke, because I thought you were talking about like with our interjection, or like the way that we like came in and started killing people and just saying, oh, this isn't gonna, spawn a whole generation of, new terrorists.
Of brutal torture. Even the president of Iraq couldn't just get away with torturing someone who opposed him, certainly not without reason. And this is why Saddam had accused Mashhadi.
No, but again,
and the wider
Saddam was fucked up. But the thing is, I didn't see us being the world police that needed to go and necessarily like take care of that the way like that they used all of this to justify what they were doing when we all knew it was just for minerals.
Ba'ath Party of a conspiracy. Saddam had accused Mashhadi and other Ba'ath Party members of
I was in high school. I wasn't that big of an idiot. I was an idiot. Not that big of an idiot.
With Syria in a plot to overthrow his newly established regime. He claimed to have uncovered a fifth column within the party, a hidden faction working from within to
I don't know, him and Gaddafi got theirs.
Undermine Iraq's leadership, allegedly acting in Syria.
That's what you do. That's what happens when you also exploit your own people.
His best interests. Essentially, Saddam painted these accused Ba'athists as political double agents, men who pledged loyalty to Iraq, but secretly worked to advance Syria's agenda. What was even wilder than Saddam's accusations, which served as a pretense for...
Oh, I mean, they moved him. The most egregious one was in 2001. We could have gotten him. But there was some shenanigans about
his violence.
And they kind of did this little shifty.
Purge was that he had actually gotten Mashhadi to...
But the thing is, you find out that it's like, oh, we knew about that and we could have stopped it.
Confess to them. Through relentless torture, Saddam forced a confession from a broken man, allowing him to justify his crackdown as a defense.
Nah, trust me, man. I'm 38 years old, and one thing that I've learned doing what I'm doing here is that most people under the age of 20, they have this weird, like, ability to just be like, oh, you're coming at this because of your post 9/11ism view on things. Like somehow I'm racist, or somehow like I took like this weird like anti-Islam approach to things. Like it's insulting to me personally because I'm not that way. But you know what? Like I've been seeing this more and more and more. And you know what, the one common thread I have to throw in here is that they weren't even fucking alive when this was happening, and they have the nerve to say that shit. Like, yeah, this is going to sound like one of those generational things, but now I kind of get where my dad was coming from when I was talking about like the 60s and 70s, where I was like, oh, the protests, you know, you could have done this. It's like, yeah, I get it.
Move against an alleged...
It's a little condescending when your kid who didn't even live through that time is telling you how you should have solved the problem.
coup plot. Standing at the podium before the assembled Ba'ath Party, Mashhadi, once a powerful figure in Iraq's leadership, delivered a forced confession. He accused himself of being involved in a Syrian-backed conspiracy against Saddam's regime, claiming he was part of a faction within the Iraqi Ba'ath Party that had been established back in 1975. According to his coerced testimony, this faction had been financed by Syria as part of an ongoing plot to destabilize the Iraqi government, particularly targeting Saddam himself. And yet, things were somehow about to get a whole lot worse. Reading what could have been a prepared script, Mashhadi claimed that he hadn't been working alone. Whether this was true or just a way for Saddam to remove anyone who wouldn't be loyal to him, Mashhadi continued, stating that a number of the men in that very room had also been a part of this treasonous plot to undermine Iraq and aid Syria. Worse still, he had a list of their names. One by one, the alleged co-conspirators' names were called out, as the cameras rolled and the audience watched in shock and horror. As their names were read out, each accused member of the Syrian-backed Fifth Column was arrested and dragged out of the hall to be taken into custody. Members of the Ba'ath Party were stunned to see their colleagues being hauled away. It didn't matter whether the accusations were true or if no conspiracy ever existed. Saddam was determined to make the claims stick. And just like he had broken Mashhadi, he would undoubtedly torture more arrested party members into giving forced confessions, ensuring his grip on power remained unchallenged. Each man sat paralyzed with fear, knowing that any attempt to flee would mark him as a traitor. None knew who would be accused next. It was a chilling spectacle, one that echoed the show trials of the Soviet Union or the Night of the Long Knives in Nazi Germany, when in 1934 Adolf Hitler orchestrated a brutal purge of his own political opponents. As the ranks of the Ba'ath Party started being cut down with each new name, some of the members realized they were in a
This didn't exist. This didn't happen. Just ignore this because it's not like we're going towards this. Just ignore it. Completely ignore it.
dangerously vulnerable position. Panic gripped the room. Desperate to prove their loyalty and to avoid their colleagues' grim fate, some members began feverishly chanting cries of "Long live Saddam Hussein," echoing through the pavilion as men scrambled to show their devotion, hoping it would spare them from torture or execution. Meanwhile, Saddam sat at a small table, exuding calm control. As the fear and the chaos unfolded around him, Iraq's new self-styled dictator took slow, deliberate drags from his cigar, puffing out smoke as if nothing was out of the ordinary. 68 people had their names read out, and they were subsequently taken out of the room, whether they were really guilty of aiding Syria's Ba'ath Party or not. Once the list had been read in full, Saddam Hussein congratulated the remaining visibly terrified Ba'ath Party members for their past loyalty and their future allegiance too. To Saddam, this was less about weeding out a plot to undermine him as it was a show of force to scare people into not opposing him. The message was clear, but the Ba'ath Party purge was far from over. The 68 arrested conspirators were immediately put on trial, and within minutes the verdict was reached. They were guilty of treason. 22 men, including 5 members of the Revolutionary Command Council, were sentenced to execution. The rest were condemned to the dungeons, their fate left to Saddam's mercy. As for those marked for death, they were shot that very same day. And somehow, Saddam had yet another way of making his brutal purge even worse. A number of Ba'ath Party members who'd managed to go unpurged were given an opportunity to prove their fidelity to Saddam by being put on firing squad duty. Those survivors were handed guns and ordered to execute their now former Ba'athist colleagues. This made them complicit in Saddam's crimes, regardless of whether their accused colleagues were guilty of anything at all. The entire horrific process was coordinated by Taha Yassin Ramadan, who would become Iraq's vice president alongside Saddam. Barzan al-Takriti was one of the judges during the hasty kangaroo court that issued the death sentences to the accused party members. All 3 of these men, Saddam Hussein, Taha Yassin Ramadan, and Barzan al-Takriti, would be captured and executed during America's occupation of Iraq, but we'll get to that in a moment. The 1979 Ba'ath Party purge cemented Saddam Hussein's absolute rule, ensuring that for the next 24 years, his power would go unquestioned. Shortly after the purge, details of the event began to spread, with Iraqi media amplifying Saddam's accusations of a supposed coup plot. The Syrian Ba'athists were blamed as co-conspirators, though they vehemently denied any involvement. To send a clear message, a video recording of the entire purge from the assembly to the executions was distributed across Iraq. The message was simple: cheer for Saddam, or be branded a traitor and share their fate. The purge didn't end with the execution of the accused members of the Ba'ath Party, though. A wider effort unfolded over the following week that targeted other potential rivals with supposed Syrian influence. It wasn't just party members who were under threat, but union leaders, academics, and businessmen also were targeted. Though the exact figure isn't known.
I have had a huge issue because when people talk about Gaza, they don't understand that we were doing this with the Syrian people and the Assad regime, and it was completely backed by us. So there's a whole situation there, like from, dating back almost, 25 years ago at this point?
Known by August 1st, 1970.
But that's why, I'm not trying to be condescending, because somebody even tried to be like, oh, you were being condescending about, Gaza. It was like, no, I'm literally just being like, listen, you do understand that there are, historical, precedents to this that we can look to, and then we can also try to understand how we cannot make the same mistakes, because even back then we again, I was sitting there not behind a computer. I can't even say that because I was part of the Occupy Wall Street movement, but I also was one of the ones that was don't bail out the banks. My signs was mostly about the banks, but one thing that I had the opportunity to do was meet with other people who were protesting other things, and that was one of the specific ones where I was just like, oh shit, I didn't even understand how serious that was, and just this is another one, how many Syrians that lived in Chicago at that point, where I was just like, holy shit. And I got to learn a lot about that. And funny, not funny enough because it's not funny at all, but even then we were talking about free Palestine, that kind of stuff. But it was it's kind of weird to say, but it was a smaller subset of a protest at that point. I'm telling you, from 03 to 09, 010. Or 010. It was a huge deal. And then for Assad to 10 years later, because we kind of faded out of that. And I hate to admit this, that I faded out of paying attention to the conflict. And I was 100% about saving the children of Syria, saving everybody that could be saved and bringing them over and having new refugee status, all of it. And that was another one where I was just refugee status, in the United States. It was one of those really weird times too, because conservative Christians would have they were all about taking in refugees from Syria at that point. So to see that whole shift was really jarring, to be completely honest.
100 people had been accused of the same treason and were sentenced
should not die
to execution. Under Saddam's rule, the people of Iraq were subject to the whims of a ruthless dictator, a man who would not tolerate any form of opposition.
I'm not trying to do hot take genocide bad.
And would kill those who dared to challenge his authority.
Genocide bad.
The Ba'ath Party purge shaped Saddam's public image. His Ba'athist ideologies of Arab unity and resistance against imperialism were really just an imitation of a political agenda. He wanted the power for himself at all costs. Soon, Iraqi people would refer to Saddam by many different names. The Anointed One, the Glorious Leader, the Chairman of the Revolutionary.
But that's also where we're getting confused, because as Americans at war at that time, we were being told that and also we were seeing a bunch of propaganda from Iraq that these were the people supporting his regime, but realistically they had just watched their colleagues get killed. So
the council or field marshal of the armies. He often wore a general's uniform that was decorated with medals that he had awarded to himself, even though Saddam had never served in the military. He created a climate of fear, perpetuated torture, kidnapping, mass murder, as well as a number of crimes against humanity and war crimes that were eventually prosecuted by the International Criminal Court. The political impact of Saddam's violent consolidation of power went beyond Iraq's borders. It established Iraq as an emerging regional power in the Middle East. This newfound strength soon led to the Iran-Iraq War in the early 1980s, just a year after the Ba'ath Party purge. Saddam framed the war as an opportunity to settle long-standing border disputes and to annex the oil-rich province of Khuzestan. But there was another crucial reason for the invasion. Saddam saw Iran as a direct threat to his rule. Though Shia Muslims made up
they're missing Russia here.
60% of Iraq's population, they were oppressed by Saddam's Sunni-led government. Meanwhile, in Iran, the Shia majority had successfully overthrown the Shah in 1979, replacing him with a Shia clerical rule. Saddam feared that Iran's revolution could inspire Iraq's Shia population to rise up against him, and while his concerns weren't entirely unfounded, his decision to preemptively strike Iran would ultimately drag Iraq into a devastating years-long conflict. Saddam and the Ba'athist Party used every tool at their disposal to maintain control over Iraq, indoctrination, surveillance, torture, and mass killings. Yet their iron grip was never absolute. Throughout Saddam's rule, uprisings
that was an AI question.
And revolts broke out, most notably the 1991 Shia Muslim uprisings following the Gulf War. Meanwhile, the Ba'ath Party purge of 1979 had lasting consequences beyond Iraq's borders. It completely severed ties between the Syrian and Iraqi Ba'athists. During the Iran-Iraq War, Syrian President Hafez al-Assad, the very man Saddam had accused of plotting against him, sided with Iran against Iraq. A secret 1981 memo from al-Assad to the Syrian Ba'ath Party revealed his true intentions. Syria's official policy was to prolong the Iran-Iraq war until it either led to Saddam's downfall or forced him to be replaced by someone more cooperative with Syria. But Saddam's downfall wouldn't come that soon. His grip on power held firm, and Iraq's Ba'athist dictatorship would continue for another 2 decades. By 2003, years of economic...
The long and short of this is Russia saw it as an opportunity to come in and possibly exert their influence with Afghanistan while this was all happening in the region, and they failed.
Economic sanctions had significantly weakened Saddam Hussein's grip on power, and it left the Ba'ath Party struggling to maintain control. Though the regime was already in decline by the late 1990s, the United States took matters into its own hands. In what the U.S. government described as a preemptive self-defense war, American forces invaded Iraq officially to overthrow Saddam Hussein. On December 30th, 2006, Saddam Hussein was executed, closing the chapter on one of the most brutal authoritarian regimes in Iraq's history. For a quarter of a century, he oppressed his country, transforming what was once a promising oil-rich nation into a stifling police state. In his relentless quest for power, Saddam eliminated political
I'm okay with that.
Rivals, purged...
I'm okay with him and meeting his end the way he did.
...his own party and brutalized his own citizens, drawing the ire of neighboring countries and the international community. The infamous Ba'ath Party purge of 1979 remains one of the most shocking acts of political violence in Iraq's history. It was a clear signal to Iraq and the world that Saddam Hussein had seized absolute power. The purge marked the beginning of his 24-year totalitarian rule, a regime controlled by a small hand-picked elite made up of loyalists, close friends, and family members, all bound together by fear, ambition, and unquestioning loyalty to Iraq's new dictator. Now go watch how U.S. Special Forces took down Saddam Hussein, or click on this video and...
No, although I do know how, and yeah, he was found disheveled, underweight, and then hung. That's what happened. Long and short of it. All right, guys. I think it is time for me to... He was hiding in some cave, right? No. No, he was in an underground It was like a bunker kind of thing. No, Osama bin Laden was in the caves, and then he was being hidden by Pakistan. And that's why, I'll be honest, as an American, I'm not one to just take Pakistan's word at them just being like, oh no, you know, we're not, there's no terrorism here. It's just like, it's like, come on, man. But I'm also not a fucking, like, Islamophobe. People have said that, you know, again, post 9/11, you know, you're of a certain age, you must be, you know, an Islamophobe or a new atheist. Like, I've gotten that from a few people where I was like, oh, no. Nobody in this, in our community has done that, by the way. Just wanted to elaborate on that one. It was mostly a bunch of, you know, troll assholes or people that I was dealing with in my real life. Which, yeah, that has been a thing recently. I'm not sure, like, what the hell is going on, like, with me, like, starting the channel, but, yeah, we're getting into some more, like, actual debates where I was just like, oh, shit. People at the time said they knew Osama was living there. Well, yeah, I mean, from my understanding, they thought that, like, this was like, it was well known. There it goes. I don't know. Per the SEAL Team 6 thing, your channel is pretty informative. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I know that I'm just a stoner who is trying to make his way through life, but I am trying to also inform people and be a fair and objective journalist. Like, I wanted to be a broadcaster. No matter my biases, I want to be able to just give you guys the news. So that's my goal. So Xerox, I got to say, thank you for that. That actually was very kind of you. Good luck. I mean, it's hard. I appreciate that. It's hard, though. God, especially, like, in today's day and age, man. I'm so old. But, for real, like, on Twitch, on YouTube, it's wild. Like, you could say just a half disagreeable thing and just be like, oh, you're already done. Okay, cool. Like, I don't know. AOL chat rooms, like, I think that, like, because I came up with those and, like, instant messenger, like, it was a little bit, like, I don't know, you gave more time to it. That's the difference of our generation, I think. Man. He is going to the vet tomorrow. Got a lot to do there. All right, all right, guys, you want, like, more, we got 2 Twitch streams that we could go to. So, over on Twitch, you guys want to go to Honeybee or Juliet Merlot? Merlot. I think I said that right? Honeybee is a little bit more political. Juliet Merlot is more entertainment based and just I don't know, she talks about some adult stuff, if you catch my drift there. So meanwhile, Honeybee is watching Trump Shuts down meeting with woke PM leaving his speech. All right, I guess we're going. You know what? I'm an executive decision in this one. I'm sorry, honeybee. Oh, Deke's in her chat though. Damn. All right, see how that is. Okay. Sorry, give me a second here. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna raid a channel over on Twitch, and then I'm gonna head to get some lunch, get some dinner. Never mind. Went a little later than I was intending to. Shit. Oh yeah, by the way, Bloodstone, cheers. Here. Come on, Stan. We'll go upstairs. Nah, fuck it. Here. We got some political debate. I'll send you all to Honeybee. Apologies in advance. All right. Bloodstone, thank you. I appreciate it. I will be on normal time tomorrow, 4 o'clock, and we will have some fun.
And us playing our full weight in.
Oh, actually, hold on. Tomorrow we are having fun. Got a surprise for y'all, so definitely tune in.
Oh, pep talks. Thank you for the raid. How you doing?
Very important thing, but never say never.
Local countries spent tons.
All right. Damn it. I'm probably gonna have to engage with her chat. This always happens. All right, guys. Let me put this up real quick. All right, y'all. I appreciate you guys. I will catch you all tomorrow. Oh yeah, by the way, if you haven't seen in Discord, I did post a picture of ye old hockey days. So if you wanna take a look at Pep in his natural environment, then yeah, you can see that. All right, we'll catch you guys later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.